It's a beautiful day in London. Oh, wait, we're not there anymore. I'm so sad. But guess what? I'm still happy because we've got the best Match Point Finals show coming up for you today, even if we're not in the UK. I miss it already, and I know you probably miss it as well. What a fantastic week it has been. Just reeling from the excitement that we experienced in the Copper Box Arena. But the excitement continues in the ALGS today as we crown 2 teams to join us at the biggest event of the year, Championships. My name is Rain Day. I'll be your host today, and we've got a slew of amazing talent. I want to introduce our first one, though, because he's bold. He's beautiful. Yes, that's right. His name is Onset. Mark, how you feeling today, buddy?
Dude, you had me get emotional there at the start of things. I was like, well, who's upset Rain Day? I need to cheer him up again, but it's all good. I mean, it's going to be a great show. I think you teed it up perfectly, right? We've done Split 1 playoffs. We've done the Split 2 playoffs. We've done both splits of the Pro League. And now all eyes head towards the ALGS Championship, the biggest event of the year for every single player, talent, fan who's around, who wants to be a part of it. So this is what we've got to do today, right? We're going to find out who the players are going to be and the teams who are going to be going to that ALGS Championship. We've got a couple of spots to fill for both EMEA and North America. So I don't know. I kind of like, it's got the juices flowing, you know, I'm ready to go.
And goosebumps are correct. I feel a little chills because as we introduce our man by Mark, whose name is Dan, it happens to rhyme. I didn't try to do it like that. I want to just set the table, Dan. This is the last chance. This is that moment that teams have been working all year for, and they finally have a chance to see whether they do it or they don't.
Yeah, only 2 spots available today in EMEA, which is so rough when you look at the amount of teams, the amount of good teams they're going to be competing today with just one last shot to be at the World Championship, because that's where everyone wants to be, right? That's what all of this has been building up to. So it's do or die now. You've got to play your very best.
When it comes to Apex, we think one thing first, of course, for us, esports, but for a lot of the people who play the game, community. And there's nothing better than being in person at an Apex Legends LAN. If you missed Split 2, what were you doing? Where were you? But I guess if you did, here's a little sneak peek as to what happened. It is a beautiful day here in the Copper Box Arena in London.
They get the first stop on the score, make it 2 on that slot. Only 1 left on the D's, and Gambare on Dosan.
If Ben gets 1, if Ben gets 2, he almost gets them all.
Point long fire, with NRG back. Sweet has nothing, no weapons, no ammo. He's waiting for the Sheila to come back. Good trade.
Have the Sheila, bring it down. Oh my God!
It is destruction from on high.
Great call, fellas, at the end. You know, casters, they shepherd that moment from beginning to culmination. You did a great job of calling Dark Zero winning. And Mark, I mean, the emotion that was in the building and probably still that a lot of players are feeling, it's something special.
Yeah, I mean, it's something you can remember for the rest of your life, wherever you are. If you're the player yourself, if you're part of that team, you never forget those moments. You know, not many people who compete in anything in life, especially esports, get to lift the trophy. So for Dark Zero to be one of the only 2 teams to have lifted a trophy in the history of Apex Legends says a lot about how much that win meant to them. And you saw the pop-off from Zero. I mean, we talk about Jen, we talked about Zainu's amazing debut performance, by the way. Game's easy for him. He just turns up and wins championships. But I mean, for Zero to make that winning play, I think says everything about Dark Zero. They're a unit to be feared going into champs.
Dan, I'll start with you as we take a look at the 30 plus teams here in a graphic who are already qualified to champs. Is Dark Zero the biggest story? Could they do it and cement their legacy as the best team in Apex? Undoubtedly, if they win.
I think a victory at the World Championship should certify that, but you know full well TSM are going to want to have it right back in their hands, and there's plenty of other teams that are going to be so close who performed really well maybe in the group stages but let themselves down during the finals. I don't think it's going to be as simple as TSM or Dark Zero. Just look at the amount of powerhouses that we have at the championships already, and of course we're going to find even more today in this LCQ. I can't wait for championships. It's going to be one of the best weekends of the year, and everyone has something to play for.
And that moment at Split 2 is indicative of the moment at Split 1, which is indicative of when you're live with a community that cares about a game that you love. That's what Apex is, and that's what championships are. And it was our pleasure on that final day, Sunday, just a week ago, to announce that championships has its confirmed dates. It is September 6th through 10th in the Resorts World Arena, Birmingham, UK. We are back in England, but we're at a different location for the very first time. And I cannot wait to revel in the experience in the moment at this beautiful location with all of you who need to get your tickets now. They are on sale, and you will be able to see that information at Play Apex Esports on Twitter very, very easily, and of course on our ALGS website. That's going to be a fun time for anyone who wants to join us. But here's the thing: if you aren't a fan in the building, that's okay. We've got plenty already representing. We'd love to see you there, but I also want to give a shout out to the fans who have made their ways to Split 1 and Split 2 already, and show you a little bit of the energy they bring to the stadiums wherever we are.
Let's go, Dreamfire! Let's go, MTY!
Vamos Luminosity!
Let's go, TSM!
Let's go Alliance! Let's go Dreamfire!
Let's go, J-Lings!
Let's go Dark Zero!
Let's go Dreamfire!
Let's go Dreamfire! Let's go Dark Zero!
Let's go, E6! Let's go! Let's go, E6! Let's go!
Let's go Oxygen! Feeling Max! Feeling Max!
I don't know why this image came to mind, but, you know, the fans have a little bit of a battle royale going on themselves. You know, you run into a Lions fan who's hiding in the corner. Then there's 3 Vexed fans right there. Then you see a Northeption crew that you got, or a Dreamfire crew you got to run the other way from because there's so many of them. MDY White, Dreamfire, they represented a lot at Split 2 playoffs. But it is always super fun to focus on what our community is all about. Let's go, though, and turn our focus back to the LCQ, which is happening today. It is our last chance qualifier, and we've got some updated rule sets for those at home, and I want to get Dan's thoughts on this in just a moment. Basically, the LCQ is a match point finals format. So if you're familiar with our final days, that is how it'll go. You've got to get over a 50-point threshold in terms of points earned in the game through kills and placement, and then once you're over that threshold, you've got to win the game. Here's where things are different, though. Once that first team wins the game, they take first place, and second place is given to the team with the second most amount of points, unless the games end before 6 games are played. If that's the case, and say our first team ends in 4, which TSM could have done at our Split 2 playoffs last week, we would play all the way until the 6 games and just remove that winning team already and let the other 19 teams compete and get to a finalist who would basically be our second points winner. I know that last part came out a little uncertain, but just to be clear, we'll play at least 6 games, and if we have a winner before then, our second most point total will also be qualified as we send 2 teams into the ALGS Year 3 Championship. Dan, the reason for it, obviously integrity, and obviously giving ourselves the best accurate representation of who is our best qualified team.
Yeah, to guarantee 6 games means everyone can plan accordingly of, you know, when you need to put the foot down. You know there's going to be 6. If it's suddenly stripped away from you at 4, it's a little bit of a difficult pill to swallow if you suddenly see second place disappear because someone just clutched up in that right moment. So I think it's a great change, and also for the fans, for the spectators, to guarantee we get 6 games, I think is very important. So I think it's going to be a great day. Will anyone do it in less than 6? It's really tough to call. We've seen it happen before, but most likely we're probably going more.
These teams right here, Mark, so many to look at. Big overview of the teams competing in EMEA's LCQ today.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many names. I mean, this is a last chance qualifier. It almost seems like this could be, you know, a finals lobby in EMEA, to be honest with you. There's so many big names. You've got Vexed in there. Disappointing performance, of course, again at the Split 2 playoffs, but they have been a powerhouse when it's online, and they have made it a little bit of an adjustment. I'll let Dan touch on that a little bit later, but Phoenix Legacy in there as well. You got Foot Esports, you've got Intrepid, you got Aurora. I mean, take your pick. This is going to be a really, really tough lobby, and the fact that we've got just those 2 spots, remember, just 2 who are going to go to champs really does show how close this is going to be.
Yeah, everyone is fighting for this final moment, but a few teams have been fighting a little bit better than others over the course of these last few days. In fact, if you're just joining us today, it's important you know that this tournament has gone on over the weekend. So coming into it, like our traditional match point formats, teams who have performed well gain bonus points heading into our finals. So Vex will start with 10 points all the way down to Le Site de France, which will have an extra starting point here as we continue into our matches. What does this mean? It means it'll be easier for them to cross the threshold. It'll be easier, hopefully, for them to win match point. And it's just a little bit of an earned I guess positive after performing so well over these last few days. Now, of course, we could talk about the teams up top. We could talk about the teams on the bottom who need it the most, but we have to highlight just a few as we kick this off and let the stories unfold. So I'll start with you, Mark. Starting out today, who is your team to watch?
My team to watch is one that I was watching at Split 2 playoffs and thinking this might be a team who forces their way into grand finals. Just until that last moment, I thought they were going to do it, but they came up short. It's going to be Entropic who I'm talking about, because I think if they were to look back on their performance from the Split 2 playoffs and what they achieved, which is 28th place overall, they wouldn't be too disappointed, because they were really in with a shout of being in that finals lobby. But by not being in that finals lobby, of course, it means they're here today to entertain us. These are the stats from Entropic throughout the entire tournament as well. 81 kills, 7 assists, 40k damage between the 3 players. But most importantly, the 2 match wins is the thing that's really important to kind of take away from these stats, because, of course, we're playing match point format. You need to win a game if you want to be the team who wins on match point. So knowing that you can win games against the best in the world will give Entropic a little bit of confidence going into those big games.
Now, for me, I do have often the chance to pick the team that is in first place, and that's going to be Vex Gaming. I like to focus on the guys that are doing well, but of course, they didn't do so well at playoffs. It was, again, a disappointing LAN performance from them, the same as Split 1, but this time they finished dead last. Now, an organization like Vex and some of the players on this, I was contemplating and wondering whether there would be a change. Now, there was a change, and we saw it on Vex socials as the reason to why. Tyler decided that he was going to be stepping back and didn't want to compete in the LCQ, so the squad decided to make a quick move and a quick change so that they could compete in this LCQ and be fair to the remaining players. Now, this was important because we've seen the change, and the addition of G Dolphin has done wonders for this squad. Yes, again, it is online, and it is Vex showing what they can do and how aggressive they can be in the lobby, but they have walked into this LCQ with a newfound confidence, and I think that they really will be a team who expect and want to be at that championships rain day.
Dan, they have fans that will travel with them through thick and thin. So I think Vex will still have some representation, even if they don't make it to championships, to be honest. But I want to talk about teams that are on that side of maybe not making it, whereas Vex now looking pretty good with 10 points heading into it. It's Go Next and Aurora, who had disappointing performances, I think, for them at Split 2 playoffs. Aurora, a team coming in with so much history and this kind of redemption arc of not being able to make it due to issues outside of qualifying in Split 1. Split 2, it looks all good, but then they cannot get Sunset with them and have to go back to their former teammate who they cut for Sunset, Maliwan, to join them in the first few days. They both make it to the losers bracket, but Aurora would find their demise in losers bracket 1, where Go Next would find a way to get to the losers bracket 2 and just miss out on making it into that finals. They've also gone on and made a recent change, parting ways with DCTZR just a day after playoffs. So what holds in store for them? We will find out here in today's LCQ. Of course, we've got plenty of teams to highlight and plenty of talent behind the scenes helping us craft these stories to tell you watching at home. One of our talent who can't be with us today because he's in a place that's way better than where we are in our homes is, of course, Dia. And he's mentioning something special that's been happening in the Challenger circuit and a team to keep our eye on.
Hello everyone, it's Dia jumping in for a quick update on our EMEA LCQ teams from the Challenger circuit. I'm out here on a vacation in Spain. I'm inside because it's super hot outside, and you know what that means? It means I'm going to be watching the LCQ. So, for our teams that have made it up here from the Challenger Circuit, Voltage and Blue Whites. What can we expect from both teams? Well, Voltage came in as a bit of a last-minute team. They got together during the course of this Challenger Circuit. They focused largely on placement. Now, Blue Whites, on the other hand, are a very interesting team. They started things off really strong in the Challenger Circuit, winning both Challenger Circuit 1 and 2 in order to make it here, and started off in the winner's bracket looking really good as well. Blue Whites thrive in chaos, whether it be at the beginning when everyone's figuring each other out, or at the end of the matches where people are really looking for those final points. Blue Whites control themselves like no other team, and we can expect them to be making really excellent plays that capitalize on other teams' rotations. So keep your eyes out, because if you're seeing a third party come in, a fourth party come in, the last team to enter should be Blue Whites. They end with high placement, often getting at least 1 or 2 first place finishes and a lot of kills. So keep your eyes out for Blue Whites and Voltage.
You know, my brother, Dia, you know, I got love for you because you and I are both SEAL fans. You know, I love casting with you at playoffs. But, man, Pozuelo de Alarcon, and you're showing us white sheets behind you, man. Can we get some nice Spanish scenery? I mean, can we get something? I'm just kidding. I love you, Dia. It's always cool to see our talent traveling and living their lives, as well as being a part of the Apex community. And, of course, traveling is something we do in Apex as well. That's right. I'm talking about the maps. You got it. We travel from one to the other. It's Storm Point and World's Edge that we'll be playing today. But where do we start? World's Edge. That's right. We will rotate every 2 games, and that tends to make a difference here, because you might see a team like Vex pop off game 1, pop off game 2. They've got those extra 10 points. Maybe they cross the threshold. It's time to win. But then we switch to Storm Point. Can they keep it up? That tends to be the challenge and allows other teams to get back into it, which is why this format is so exciting. All right, that's enough from me. I have had a pleasure introducing all the scenes here, but I want to kick it over to our commentators to kick this off. It is the LCQ, the last chance qualifier, where 2 teams are going to be making it to our championships in September. Let's start to see who they are. Mark, Dan.
Thank you very much, Evan. And I've got to be honest, Dan, I've got that feeling of trepidation today, you know what I mean? Because it's like, yes, we're going to send 2 people to champs. That's going to be amazing, but there's going to be 18 teams who, unfortunately, are going to have to watch from the stands. They're not allowed to watch at home, buy the tickets. That's what I'm going to say to them, and make sure you're there. But for 2 teams, with the format we have, it's about winning the games, or it's about getting those points on the board. And it gives you a little bit of a kind of an interesting dichotomy, right, about how you approach today. Because do you play for match point, or do you try and think about points, you know, in that second place? It's kind of that interesting thing, right? And I'm not sure how this lobby is going to play out. It could be a little bit frantic, it could be a little bit messy, or we could see some heavy zone play with teams looking for placement, looking for wins to try and take home that match point.
It could mean we get even more matches, because you're completely right. When you're on match point, you may not want to play for it and play just to go for zone, because you might not pick up many points if you fail. So instead, people might still be aggressive, still might be looking for more points, and we could keep going. Maybe matches 8, 9, 10, who knows at this point. But everyone is dropping onto World's Edge, and Rain Day is quite right. It's very different when we look at these teams and what they're able to do on each map. I'll look at Vex to start with, just because they are the first place team. They were far better on Storm Point than they were World's Edge. Now, they've got Lava Siphon, of course, because they don't have to worry about TSM in these lobbies, so at least they are going to have a little bit better of a time here.
Yeah, just keeping my eyes to see if there is going to be any contests going down. Looks like everybody has found a place to play. A couple of teams very close to each other, with Frag and Monument go next, and you aim right next to each other. We'll have to see if there's going to be any engagements, especially with that ring console in the middle. But for Vortex, I mean, the best start possible, right? You got a zone pulling right towards you. Smiles on faces, especially with match point format.
And you would usually say that's good for Vex as well, but Vex have been playing a little bit more aggressive in these lobbies. They have been pushing for a lot of kills. They do have a ring console at Lava Siphon, though, so maybe seeing it, they might play a little bit more slow. Now, these lobbies are going to be very intense, because there is not going to be as much practice teams in where are people rotating, where are going to be the zones that maybe they're likely to be fighting and holding. Now, of course, you will know from certain scrims throughout recent weeks, but maybe not against some of these squads. The Challenger Circuit teams, of course, we have 4 Challenger Circuit teams that are competing in this lobby today, with a chance to do the unthinkable, to get a World Championship spot, which would be insane if one of them was able to do so.
Well, good news as well for Aurora. For the first time in what must feel like weeks for them, they've gone to Harvester and been able to loot without having to fight Dark Zero. So for Aurora, they're going to be able to actually get some loot on board and play uncontested. We expect maybe the zone to pull towards launch site, as you can see in our picture-in-picture here. So expect a few end games potentially pulling towards the POI. We do see a few finishes on those bins just outside that door on the top left of the screen you can see there. We also see some pulling down to that low ground, and of course, we might even pull a little bit more towards Siphon. So keep your eyes on where that zone is going to pull. And looking for info, you're looking at where those ring consoles are, Dan. You're looking at Landslide team. They're going to have that information. You're looking at other teams around Dome, they're going to have that information as well. So Vex landing over at Siphon, they also have a ring console, and that is why they've found a spot to play right inside a zone early.
Yeah, and it's where Vex go from here. They're actually heading over towards Dome at the moment, which, again, maybe is down to their playstyle a little bit. They're looking to try and pick up some pieces, or perhaps they don't feel like they're well enough looted. Now, I'm only seeing that off the map. I don't know what they've got right now, as Maestro are making their move through Tree. So everyone is moving pretty quickly who are on the southern side. For those who have now seen the ring on the northern side, it's just going to be a slow journey for them. But here's Vex that we were talking about. They've managed to get themselves Crafter. Now, that's the reason why they went over to Dome, is because they wanted to get these armors up a little bit and get the extra juice available.
Yeah, I wonder if that was a deploy. Maybe they were looking for the survey beacon as well to see where other teams were rotating in from, and they were going to play an aggressive first game here. At the moment, good old G-Dolph, he's going to be in the lobby as well. He's going to be playing Rampart on this squad. And one thing I do like about this pickup, obviously it felt like it was a change that was kind of forced their hand a little bit with Tyler deciding that he wanted to leave, is the fact that you've got someone who can kind of counter call a little bit here. I felt like a lot of the weight of calls for Vex Gaming has been on Matafe's shoulder as the IGL, but having G-Dolph on the team, he's not afraid to counter call a little bit, give his opinion, and sometimes that can be a good thing, especially when you maybe feel a little bit under pressure as an IGL, as Matafe probably does coming out of the last event.
Yeah, and of course we know the history of G-Dolphin. He was previously coach of TSM, so it's not like he's going to be scared to make those calls, and it's not like he is not knowledgeable enough to make those calls. I think it could really help, and I think that we've seen that throughout the LCQ so far in winners round 1 and round 2.
Dear.
But, oh dear, you speak of G-Dolphin, he's just been ripped off the roof.
Yeah, I mean, it's great on a rampart if you stood still behind a wall, but if the wall's in front of you and there's a team shooting you from the side, well, you go down pretty quickly, and that's going to be the end of G-Dolphin. Maybe not the first game he wanted to remember. For esports looking to push this advantage that they do have as well, and at the moment it's about finding them, but Taylor's going to go down. There is G-Dolphin re-knocked, and it's a 2v2 right now.
Yeah, 2v2 means this is still very winnable for Vex, and this will be a huge fight for them to take down, because of course they have that 10-point head start, as now everyone's trying to dance around in the middle, as Foot are going huge, and making sure if you can get an armor swap, it could be massive here.
Yeah, but the only problem is I think a third party's just turned up. So now ANC outplayed. Hear this going down. They hear the noise. Vex Gaming did get eliminated, but there go Foot as well. So ANC outplayed. They are the benefactors of everything that just went down. They're going to have all the loot to play with. They're going to be able to chill. The only question is, does anybody else want to invite themselves to the buy?
And that's going to be a really frustrating experience for Vex. They thought they were chilling and just taken and caught off guard there. And the fact that ANC have been able to pick up a third party, I mean, they're going to be absolutely laughing. They heard the noise. They were able to sneak up on the sneakers, everyone just being a little bit more sneaky than one other. And everyone who has already made their way to launch site would have heard that commotion, and they'll be expecting now someone to arrive from the southeast side of the map. So we've got quite a lot of teams that have made their way into the circle right now, but we're starting now with the ring closing, all the northern teams to begin making their journey down as well. So you don't want to get caught on a rotate. You don't want to force yourself through many chokes. I can't even say those words together. Through too many chokes is what I wanted to say, because otherwise you might just get caught out by some of the teams already waiting there.
It's a full week off we've had. You've got to remember how to speak. We've just been sat in silence for a week, everybody, after screaming for 4 days. So you have to forgive us for remembering how to put words in a sentence, but I'm sure that we'll pick that flow back up, especially Dan. You're doing a great job. Don't worry about it. Horizon Union. They're making their way downtown, though. And Vortex CGO, they're right in the middle of the launch site at the moment, just giving you an idea of what the lay of the land is at the moment, as Horizon Union make their way from Lava Fissure towards Landslide. There is pretty much every single team inside of zone at the moment. Le Cid de France, they had to rotate all the way from the northern side of the map, so they're going to take their time. ANC outplayed. We saw them, of course, over at Dome, winning that third-party engagement, or cleaning up, I should say. They're the only team who are on the eastern side of things, and then just a couple of teams in and around Thermal Station at the moment, but everybody else very zone-heavy early on here, Dan, which, I've got to be honest, you love to see. You love to see it.
Yeah, if we're going to see any fights right now, it's going to be at Thermal Station because there's two squads who are on top of each other and a third arriving. Here we go as the Seer ult goes down as everyone's now trying to get involved and get into this fight. Now, V2, an amazing 3v3 fighting team, and they definitely have a chance to get to World Championships if they can find their form here today.
Yeah, they certainly do. It's Entropic who are above them at the moment. You can see they use the utility, they use the grab lift to try and get up high and force them off. The one thing they do have down on that low ground is Fuse in the composition. Now, a couple of knuckle clusters up, and that can really cause some problems. Not only the damage ticks, but also the visual clutter, as you can see here, that can be a real problem when that Q goes down if they do want to push. But for Entropic, you can see the plan here. They're just going to try and hold it out, V2. They have that extreme high ground, and to be honest, I think this is a pretty smart decision from V2. This is not an easy fight to win, so they decide to reposition, get ahead on the rotate, and Entropic will be left behind.
Yeah, I think both teams backed away from the fight as well because the third party was there. They heard the noise nearby and they saw that TT were arriving, so they just say, look, there's no point taking this just to then be thirded. Let's instead be a little bit patient. You can see the kill feed go next, also getting a knock with an Arc Star. Whether that will be followed up, we'll have to see. But as this circle starts to move, I'm curious as to where it starts to shift. Now, we thought it was going to go down towards launch site, but it looked like it could move over towards the area of Tree, or at least that little corridor between Tree and launch site, as where a lot of teams are currently holding. So this could be a really good pull for some of the teams that are arriving late, and we see that so often, don't we, where teams will move early, they'll get the zone, they'll get what they think is going to be the placement, and then the zone can absolutely ruin their day.
Blue White's down to 2 right now. Cinetic was knocked a few moments ago, but they should be safe with nobody really in the vicinity to try and push them. Go next to the closest team to them just underneath the tracks. But I think it's a really good point. I think it's a really applicable thing to talk about when we're talking about maps as well, right? Storm Point seems a little bit more obvious as to where that zone is going to continually pull to, but World's Edge does throw us a couple of curveballs from time to time, and it's thrown this lobby a curveball for sure, because as you say, everybody was banking on a launch site finish by the looks of things. Everyone is stacked up inside, and now everybody's trying to move towards Tree. The truck might be a prime position to hold for that end game as well. We have seen a few zones end in and around that area just outside of Tree. So V2 now, they're trying to force their way in, and the knuckle cluster going in, and Joe getting the knock is going to be a great way to open this up.
Yeah, they got the opener already. They get the finish now to V2, pushing up onto Maestro here. They just need to do this quick because there are other teams in the area that will look to try and finish up and pick up the pieces. Danish are looking upon this, but V2 are very aware of that, and you can see they are not committing too heavy inside the building. They want to make sure they can just find that last final kill.
It's always that one player who just skirts away for a few extra seconds. Now you got to be careful. Is the decision to push and chase this kill down worth it? To give up a potential position of someone else coming in? Well, it looks like the call has been made, and 0-0. Well, there's nothing left of him. Maestro Gaming are going to be eliminated. That's going to be us down to 17 squads now. Entropic, look at the rotate they made, Dan. They are right inside a zone right now, all the way from where we saw them a few moments ago over at Thermal. So a really, really smart rotate from them.
Yeah, Entropic, Danish, and V2 are in some of the power positions, as are Aurora. Now, as for Horizon Union, they're trying to force their way into not even the third circle, it's just the second circle they're going to have to get into at the moment, as there are a couple of teams that had eyes on them. It was Blue Whites who are holding them from the tracks. Now, of course, Blue Whites, the team that's arriving from Challenger Circuit, a lot of eyes on them as they performed very well in Winners Round 1 and then managed to find themselves with 3 points coming into Round 2. For Horizon Union, I mean, this is a squad who I could see being at Champs, Mark. These are 3 players who definitely have what it takes to be a championship team.
Well, this is the team that Dia was highlighting. Blue Whites, winner of the Challenger Circuit 1 and 2, but struggling in game number 1 here as they find themselves just down to a solo. So Blue Whites, they're going to have a really hard job to get any kind of placement points or any KP out of this game. Maybe survival, trying to force their way into a top 10 position is the first order for them to try and achieve. But Horizon Union, they're inside of the trucks, they're on top of the tracks and lining up a few shots with a bit of tracking. Well, Urban decides not to pull that trigger though. Jay Savage though, he's going to have to pop a bat.
And now Horizon Union will get the information of where that circle is going to be going, and they'll be pretty pleased with it, that it isn't going down towards launch site. Instead, it's going to be shifting a little bit closer to where they reside at the moment. but still they have a long way to go, and they know a lot of teams will have already found some of those spots in that zone. But for now, they'll just be more than happy to have a little think about where they want to go next. They've got the crafter to work with as well, just to get any additional loot. Now, if we bring up the map, we can see where the zone is going to be going. It is shifting even further west, like we were expecting, away from launch site and into the corridor between tree and launch. Now, there are two teams who currently hold those spots, Danish and Aurora, who are looking in good stead at the moment for a big placement.
As we turn our attention over to Lava Siphon now, and we're going to have the most difficult team in the lobby to pronounce, and it's not going to be Pro League Rejects, but they're going to be fighting against, and I'm going to be careful with this one, Tuhu Tontut. Yep,
could just go for TT. TT is safe, I think.
I feel like I committed at this point, and now I'm going to have to just fully go for it. It might. Hopefully they don't win too many. I mean, I shouldn't say that, but hopefully they don't do too much in this lobby, because it means they're going to have to say their name over and over again. But you know what? I'm going to take that back. I hope they win everything, and I get to say their name over and over again, because that's just unfair for me to curse them that early on.
You can't be biased and then unbiased and then biased again. It's just one of those things. You just tried to save it, but yeah, they're in an interesting spot because they're being held up by Pro League Rejects in the moment, and even if they are able to get past them, Go Next, ANC, Adept, they're all in the area to try and hold them out as well. This is just one of those games where you arrive late and you're going to have to take a fight at some point, but it's about choosing when you take that fight. Maybe there's a distraction, maybe there's a third-party opportunity. You can see in the kill feed, Horizon Union have decided to take a fight as well. They got a knock onto Flash.
You want to have a go at saying it?
No, I don't.
No,
that's
he doesn't get to. He doesn't get to because we've moved on already. Horizon, like you mentioned, Horizon Union, they're going to be safe inside of this building and safe inside of next zone as well. And it does look like it's going to be pulling a little bit towards that truck and the platform we were talking about. And it's actually Danish who are in the best position on the map at the moment. But we are going to see a little fight happening right now outside of Lava Siphon. And it is going to be Tohu Tontat taking on Adept Club with Le Site de France in the vicinity as well. You can see a couple of kills being exchanged between all three teams, but this is almost like an end game, right on edge here. This is isolated. Every team wants to be the last alive, but you don't want to be the one to come in early and give away a third-party opportunity in easy KP.
Yeah, Adept have lost a couple. You can see Max Trophy's gone down as well in the kill feed. PLR have lost one, but TT's still looking good at the moment, and I love this. Commit together. Make sure you are all in the same area, and you don't leave any stragglers who might just be able to pick off, as UAIM have been taken out. They've had a good performance so far, but it looks like they're going to go down here in game one.
Well, one difficult thing to do is fight when you're blind, and that's what's happening at the moment, and the zone is the Grim Reaper right now because everybody is being forced forward, and even though it looks like Le Site de France might be okay here as a two, look at the shots just ringing down on them at the moment. From all of the teams inside of the zone, Go Next up on height, watching all of this go down, and they've got a pretty comfortable walk in if they can clear out their left-hand side here when that zone starts to close.
Well, we lost a few squads and we might lose a couple more as Vortex are taking on this engagement, and the Prowler is doing a job at the moment. It does everything, but is it going to do enough? Yes, it will. UTFT eliminated and Vortex will hold on, but I think there might be some sharks in the water. Aurora looking to push up.
Yeah, Aurora looking to cut the lines off with that Dark Veil, looking to make sure they can isolate this 3P. It should be a simple one for them. They're trying to just chase down the Horizon. What a win that was, by the way. A lot of work done with the Prowler to get those kills on board, but Aurora can't quite find that kill. But one thing they can find is some loot. They've been holding down that choke you were talking about for so long in this game between tree and launch site, but I don't think they really had much utility to work with, much loot to work with, and certainly not an opportunity to put many shots down onto players and teams who were surrounding them. You can kind of get that idea from the blue armors they still found themselves with, but by giving up this position and looking for the third party, now they're going to have to fight their way back in.
Yeah, the Voltage just saw Aurora walking away from that spot and they said, you know what, that looks pretty nifty for us. We'll just slide on in, we'll take it, and we'll hold this spot for quite some time. So Aurora going to have to fight very hard to get back in, but you can understand it when sometimes you need that utility, you need a little bit of extra firepower, but at least they are going to be within the circle, so they don't have to worry too much, but certainly they're going to have a lot to do to get into the next one. Now, as this zone closes on set, we have 6 teams who are outside of this circle, so get ready for the kill feed to be lit up once more.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. A lot of those teams on the north, as we see Aurora now trying to hold out Phoenix Legacy and Pro League Rejects at the moment. Phoenix Legacy might have an opportunity to pinch. Pro League Rejects, that was the solo player alive that the Aurora originally were trying to chase down. Horizon Union, though, they're going to hit a little bit of a redeploy here. And are they going to be safe? That's the question. They have lost Jay Savage on their way down. Urban putting the smokes down to try and give them a little bit of time just to heal up. But look at what's happening on the northern side of this zone at the moment. You mentioned it, Dan. It's complete carnage at the moment. And ANC outplayed. They look like they might be the last team to come from the northern side and survive.
Yeah, Go Next,
Oh my God, look at the kill feed.
Horizon are all there as we see 2 of them eliminated, but ANC do stay healthy and they can use this mountain to just stay alive here. It's Lecite de France on the other side of them. They should be safe though, ANC. Entropic and Danish had eyes on everything there, and that's where we just saw that kill feed come to life and 3 teams get eliminated and go down. But now everyone has found a temporary home, and I say temporary because again we've got 6 teams that all have to move into the next circle when it closes.
And Dia's second pick. It's not blue whites today, but it's going to be Voltage. They are bang center of zone still on that platform around those silos. ANC outplayed, having to just hover around the edge of zone at the moment, but do have a potential to use the catalyst to get a dark veil to cut their way towards that zone. But before they do so, they've got to try and get a little bit of damage down to open up a couple of lanes for them, because isolating any fight at the moment looks so difficult from them from the position they're in.
There's so many squads who are making it difficult for the late arrivers at the moment, but you mentioned it, Voltage are going to be dead center. They should be pretty to get into the final circle unless anyone tries to dive on top of them. But for everyone else, they're going to be walking in. Danish and Entropic, Lecite de France, they're all going to hold out ANC at the moment. And on the other side, you've got V2, and here comes Phoenix Legacy and Aurora taking a fight here.
Yeah, they had to push this Phoenix Legacy. They had to try and take down Aurora, and they do! My word, what a Peacekeeper shot that was. And this will be enough time, you would imagine, for them to get a res, but no, there's going to be a Horizon queue that comes in. It's V2 who pull all the way from Tree to get involved with this fight. They get the re-knock onto Sabs. She will go down, and V2 looking hungry to clean up these pieces.
Well, I love this, though. Just get out and try and get a little bit more placement, but you're getting singed on the backside and getting shot by several different players. Can you get into the top 5 here? You've got some kills. Now you just want a little bit of placement point. Can you find anywhere to call home? A little hidey hole that no one will be spotting you out. ANC outplayed, also eliminated, as now this circle is going to be closing in the next 20 seconds, and all these teams from the north have to move at the same time on set.
Oh my goodness, using every single second, and you can see by doing so has got a couple of placement points as well as other teams have gone down. And Phoenix Legacy will survive with a solo player alive. V2 still on the southern side of this zone. You can see down at the bottom of your screen, you've also got Entropic involved in this endgame. Lecite de France have been eliminated, so they're not able to route to any more placement points, but we're down to our last 5 now on V2 command zone.
And one of the difficult situations for Voltage, who did have center zone, look at how little cover there is. Even though they were central zone, it looked good from the map. No cover to work with. They got pressured by several teams from every angle, and they've lost members because of it. And now V2 in one of the most commanding positions alongside Entropic. They are our healthiest squads who are left in this final circle, as eventually Phoenix Legacy will go down. Now V2 have this head glitch to work with as well. They've got a great spot right now, but it's definitely Entropic who are their biggest concern.
Voltage eliminated as well, as we find ourselves down to 3. It's a 3v3v2 between V2, Entropic, and Danish. Danish using that Dark Veil as well, just to try and buy themselves a little bit of time. But you can see Entropic, they know exactly where they are. They're just waiting for them to pop up, and Whack-A-Mole is going to be what they are playing. The ults are going to go down, the Black Hole followed by the Arc Star, the Wombo combo, but does it hit? It does, but not enough. And now, Xako's got to think about staying alive instead of picking up KP.
I remember Entropic started on 7 points after finishing 4th in the winner's bracket round 2, so they already have a good lead when it comes to trying to get to that threshold. A victory here would do them wonders for just edging even closer to that 50 points. As now, speaking of edging, the circle's starting to close in and forcing these teams together. Now, Danish can make a big impact on this final circle, and I think that's why we're seeing V2 just trying to eliminate them from the factor, saying, look, if we can get the damage, if we can just force them into EQ here, and maybe we can get the job done early. But this is just so tough when you're a 2 at deciding who you want to try and push.
Entropic are going to be hit by all sorts of problems, one of them being the mother load coming in from Fuse. Yolu doing what he can with the ult to slow them down, and now the decision is made from V2. They want to try and push up. They want to try and command the high ground, and that's exactly what they are going to do. Zidane gets that first knock. There's the knuckle cluster. There's the spray coming in from Yolu. He's trying to finish this off himself. 2 squads remaining, and it will be V2 who control that zone from the final 5 teams who convert into their first win of the day.
And several different things that V2 did so well, not just in that final circle, but prior to it as well, making sure that they cleaned up the pieces on that southeast side so that no one was going to be pushing them and they would hold the southern side to themselves. And then it was just about patience. I mean, I always say it, just try and be the last team to enter the fight, but it's how they forced the fight and forced Danish to maybe get involved. It's always tough when you know there's a 2, or if you are the 2, because you realize you're probably not going to get better than top 3 and you have to just ruin someone else's game. But it usually comes down to who has that utility, who has those ultimates to force those fights.
Yeah, Fuse very, very influential in that final game as we welcome back Rain Day after game number 1 is done and dusted. And I got to say, it's good to see the Motherload having a big effect in those final moments.
Yeah, I mean, finally, we're seeing what he's been carrying this entire time. You know, you say someone's got a mother load and you want to see what is in it. Well, now we finally see a few knuckle clusters and a win for V2. Congratulations on them, Mark. Go ahead, obviously, and Dan, take a little bit of a break. I want to bring on another special guest who will be joining us today. It is none other than, should I say, I mean, red hair tends to give it away. I don't have an easier way to do it, but Vicky, welcome back. I know you're not on too much sleep, but it's great to have you here and you'll be with us all day long. I can't wait.
First off, when it comes to Apex, I'm always awake for that, especially when we have games like that to start off the day. Are you kidding me? The Fusey coming out. I knew immediately seeing V2's position, which, by the way, that rotation from Skyhook, very nice to see how quickly they were able to get to the south side of the map. But the Fuse in the late game at that point, holding the space that they did, chef's kiss to see V2 take that game confidently.
Well, I've always been a fan of V2. And by the way, let's intro this segment as a PlayStation Tournaments analysis. Thank you so much for PlayStation Tournaments and their support here in the ALGS. So excited to get into some analysis with you, Vicky. I agree. V2, Fuse, these are 2 teams that, like, there's particular points of interest for me. I want to go more on the Fuse right now, though, and bring it back to V2 in a second when we watch the final circle. What's the Fuse bringing to this lobby? Because we see teams go with a Fuse here and there, but it's not caught on the way that we've even seen Rampart this season used much more than a Fuse has. What's up with Fuse, and can he be utilized more?
I feel like the Fuse pick is also a comfort pick there too. It controls so much. It's a lot of CC, and you have to think about the impact it has if we happen to have just more Watson make an appearance. If there's no Gen, imagine what those cluster grenades could do when you're tied up just basically in a corner. The Fuse is also great in these late games. World's Edge, you could see a lot more Fuse too, because sometimes these final circles end up being inside of these buildings where you want to capitalize. Since we're not really playing so much bunker down compositions, minus the Catalyst coming into play, the Rampart that we're also seeing. So I feel like, especially when it comes to the late game, once you see that Fuse out on the table, best believe that V2 is going to take advantage of something like that.
All right, let's take a look at the final circle too and how they did it with that Fuse, Vicky, because I agree with you. Fuse brings a lot to the table from a harass perspective. Also, the mother load, Mark mentioned it.
Yes.
You have vision inside of it. So a Catalyst meta where you block vision, Fuse adds vision to your squad in that case. But I want to focus on Zidane. I think that this player, look at him, 5 kills, 4 assists. Before they had a chance to qualify for our playoffs, when we were playing our final weeks of our Pro League, this player stood out to me, Vicky. Zidane, just a menace when it comes to getting kills and being a threat on the battlefield.
You can see Joke also with the Nemesis at 1.2. They were living off the sticks with the energy ammo that they were working with, even being able to shoot through that cat wall, catching the gravity lift off of the horizon. You talked about the mother load too. Able to get the knock originally off that mother load, also controlling that space. It's not just the knuckle cluster, but it is with that ult when you're forced to rotate in. Also having the high ground. V2 knew that they had this in the back here.
This is nuts right there. Can a knuckle cluster get more value? I mean, that was one ability got 150 damage on 3 players. That was insane. And I think that's the beauty of V2. We talked about Aurora, Vex coming in with 10 to 9 points. I'm pretty sure that it's going to end up being V2 who are at least close to second, third, possibly overtaking, depending on how well Vex did, as well as we look forward bringing up our standings after 1. Vicky, when it comes to this marathon of a contest as well, you know, when you have a squad like Fuse being represented, which is maybe more of a win more character, does it start to get into your head that if things don't continue at this pace, do you switch off it? Do you try to change things up? Or is this such a comfort pick, like you had mentioned? Do you just stick with this even across maps?
Well, I've talked to some teams before about why they bring out unorthodox compositions. Is Watson actually back in the day when one of the players that I've actually mentioned this to? And some of these players, they like to settle for what they feel more comfortable with, even if it isn't exactly meta. We have 2 Fuses in this lobby. We have a Pathfinder in this lobby. So it's really important to highlight that if what the usual comp that is meta right now is not working for your team, what Apex Legends provides is to work into your comfort here, because Fuse does provide that strength. Every legend has their strength at different portions of the game. Valkyrie at the late game, what can that Skyward Dive do for you at that late game? Sure, the Missile Swarm is great when somebody is low already, but you have to think about the process throughout each stage of the game and what each legend could bring to you. Fuse at the end, like Caustic 2 with the Nox Grenade, these legends provide so much CC. Once the slow circle is literally the size of a Skittle, you're going to capitalize amazingly, like you saw right there with the nades.
Hey, don't make me hungry, Vicky. All right, I haven't eaten breakfast yet. All right, stop telling me about snacks. Let's go, though, into the match results, because that is something that I am going to snack on right now. I know the rest of you, ooh, V2 is going to be eating, that's for sure. 25 points, Vicky, off 13 kills. They are off to a blazing start. Entropic right behind them with 14 in second place.
Insane. You talked about Zidane. Well, he made up 7 of those kills in total. So not only did they get that first place win with those 12 points, those 13 KP to match that.
Huge.
In general, though, look at the Seat de France being able to finish off with 5 KP. Phoenix Legacy, they're the type of team that plays very bunkered down, was able to tune into Sab's stream yesterday, was able to see how they were playing into their own racket run, being able to secure 4 KP at the very end when that final circle was closing in before they got third-partied. Even ANC outplayed here, too, with 5 KP. So first off, in this first page, we do see a good amount of teams here in this top 10 being able to secure the KP necessary.
This is probably who I expected. I think Horizon Union, too, that story I always follow, because I've been friends with Phoenix for a while, and just that 10th, 11th place is what has been his kryptonite. Just getting out of that 10th place position. Can they climb to first? Keep an eye on that. Blue Whites as well. Dia had mentioned they're in 11th right there. Another team, as you stroll all the way down to it, coming in with 10 points. Now with 0 placement points and just 1 kill, sits Vexed in 20th position. They will not like that, because they were 40th in our previous playoffs. It's not fun to have that type of an experience. We're going to take a quick break and get ready, because more action comes up. Game 2 on your way here in your LCQ. We'll see you in just a second. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Hello, welcome back, everyone. While we let Mark take a bit of a break, I'm going to be joining Dan here to take you guys through our second game here on World's Edge. You guys got to call out all the action already early on, V2, with their transition all the way up north from Skyhook, all the way down south to our southern circle. Are we going to have a mix-up of circles, though, Dan? I know Mark had jinxed it back at LAN, but I want to see some change up here looking at the matches that we had earlier this weekend, now going into the finals day today.
Yeah, I mean, maybe at this point you start rotating south before you've even seen the circle with how it's been some of the times, but you're right, it is Onset's fault. He always curses everything, so maybe we'll have some northern zones now he is gone. But I like that you pointed out V2's rotation. I mean, we saw them having that fight at Thermal. They didn't get too aggressive because they were worried about the third party, and they get a brilliant position because of it. And I think it's a great demonstration of teams knowing when to hold them, knowing when to fold them, when to get involved in those fights, and when not to be pushing too aggressively. Otherwise, you might find yourself getting third partied. So V2 with an excellent display, and of course 25 points on the board, halfway to match point already, Vicky. So we're starting to get a little bit closer, but now we'll start to see whether teams can be consistent. Will V2 do it again, or will they fall short? Because we of course saw Vexed start with 10 points, but they were the first team to get eliminated, so they weren't able to maybe take advantage of that 10-point lead.
Yeah, that's the advantage out here, too, without even having those starting points for V2. So already starting off strong for our teams here in that first game alone. We have to have another double-digit KP game, though, too, going into this game, too, because that's when all the hype starts and puts a lot of pressure on some of these teams. Once some of these teams also start reaching towards that 50-point match point, the state that they want to be sitting in. Also want to note, so many of our other squads playing much more patiently, the way that I have been able to observe them over the weekend. Phoenix Legacy being one of those teams, being able to stay put and capitalize off the KP that were just rotating in their direction until they inevitably got third-partied at the very end. You mentioned timing those fights, especially when so many teams like to play by the edge, but I feel like from the transition from playoffs going into what we were seeing here this weekend, I also feel like edge play has been getting punished a lot more frequently than earlier on in the first split.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of teams who have struggled. I mean, even at Split 2 playoffs, we saw it as well with those teams who like to stay in that zone for quite some time and then make their way in and hope to find a spot. There's just not spots available for a lot of these squads. Everyone has realized in this current meta that playing early zone is so important to try and get a victory on the board or even pick up some big points, even if it's not a win. But then it's also about timing those fights, keeping your ear to the ground, getting involved in third partying when you can. You saw how V2 did it in the previous game. Yes, they had a good spot, but as soon as they heard some commotion on the southeast side, they said, look, we can't allow that team to pick up the pieces and get back on their feet. We need to be making sure we engage so that they can be taken down as well. They forced the Valkyrie ultimate, they then owned the southern side, and then the rest was history. So for a lot of these squads, if you are getting involved in a fight, you need to be expecting the third party to happen because everyone is on their toes at the moment. Everyone knows how important it is to quickly engage if you do hear a gunfight nearby.
Absolutely, and thank you guys once again for tuning in. We're just waiting to get inside of that second game. I'm excited here, but I want to just highlight these certain rotations and the way that some of these teams approach circles here. Some teams have the blessing of the ring console, and lately we actually have been able to find the ring console spawn rates here. And when you talk about some of these rotations, sometimes if you aren't blessed with that 59% ring console rate in Skyhook West, or you're being contested by another team there, some of these rotations like Lava Fisher, you have Thermal Station, they have a much higher percentage rate for these ring consoles. And so in the middle of these rotations, once you do have that available to you, you're going to be able to know which of these teams land on that POI, may take their time to rotate in, or if they're a fast rotating squad that is already on their way to that next circle within less than a minute of rotating through that first circle. So it's really important to also kind of time that, or else you will inevitably meet another team in these certain chokes once you're rotating either to the south side that we see more commonly versus the north side of World's Edge.
Yeah, and these lobbies have been evolving and been changing across the week as well as we've been getting through the LCQ, or the weekend, should I say. There are teams who have maybe performed really well in Winners Bracket Round 1, but then Winners Bracket Round 2, when more squads get added that they haven't played against yet, suddenly their rotation isn't as simple. Suddenly there's a team dropping next to them that is maybe going to have a quicker rotation, or a composition that is slightly better at rotating a little bit quicker and getting in the way. So there's all these things that everyone has to think about when you get to a final lobby, and usually match 1 and 2, that's when everyone's kind of sizing each other up, and okay, it's going to be like this, we're going to be rotating this way, but then we change map on map number 3, so then they have to think all all of that again once they reach match number 5. But that's why I like the fact that we can go back and forth between World's Edge and Stormpoint. It doesn't get too kind of sticky for some of these squads who are maybe struggling. They get a chance in the match number 3 to just pick themselves up again on a fresh new map and just reset the mentals a little bit.
Yeah, it's adapting, and that's why we see different compositions sometimes when we do make that swap over to Stormpoint, which would be in game number 3, by the way, for those of you guys now just tuning in. We are still going onto World's Edge while we get set up here, and it does go into the way that how some of these teams, and like what Rain Day and I were talking about, whether you want to settle for these comfort picks and stay on that comfort pick, or do you want to make the readjustments going onto Stormpoint? Some of these squads feel much more at home on World's Edge, being the fact that World's Edge has been played on longer for some of these teams versus Stormpoint, but then the strengths that Stormpoint provides, especially with the low to high ground disparity of these POIs, thinking about Lightning Rod and the rotation approaches that you could have by putting down an evac tower in that command center area, is always nice to see, because then that also allows you to have much more creative rotations. Even if you don't have a Valkyrie on the team, that's been the inclusion of these evac towers and what they provide for some of these squads.
Yeah, I think Stormpoint is better for some of the Edge teams as well. I mean, Vexed have been far better on Stormpoint than World's Edge. I think 3 of their 4 victories so far in this LCQ have been from Stormpoint, but they need to knuckle down on World's Edge. They really struggled in map number 1, maybe no fault of their own. Maybe they were just caught kind of with the pants down a little bit. They were hanging out in Dome, they were crafting, and unfortunately G-Dolphin was 1-2-3'd by another squad that arrived, and maybe that'll be a lesson learned for them just to keep their eyes a little bit more peeled. But they might look at it and say, all right, well, it's just one of those things. We move on, we go next, and perhaps our rotation is a little bit different. Maybe they don't prioritize crafting this time, and they either look for a fight or they just try and get into zone, because it really was a good zone for Vexed. They were dropping at Lava Siphon. They had a chance to just move down to launch site like all the other squads did. It was their choice to go down to Dome and maybe craft a little bit first, and they got punished for it. So they'll probably be looking at that one saying, all right, we've dropped the ball a little bit, but at least we've got at least 5 games to make some points up here.
Yeah, and talking about Vex's journey, because this is the team that started off with 10 points, being the fact that they had the most points in that previous lobby there too. Looking at their journey throughout this weekend and G-Dolphin's inclusion into this roster, first off, despite even how that first game's progress went, I really do like the comms that are coming out from Vex. I feel like G-Dolphin adding his thoughts as like a co-IGL here of what these comms are sounding like for this team sounds a bit more cohesive compared to day number 1. That is natural, as the synergy is going to be built up. But also, what a time for G-Dolphin to be included in a roster when G-Dolphin has always been that one player to vouch for Rampart from day number 1. Rampart being in the meta now, at least used more frequently to deal with the catalyst, whether it be breaking down those reinforced walls or shooting through the cat wall or working into the Vex playstyle, playing by the edge that we keep highlighting that has been punished a lot more frequently now. Could that have been what Vex was susceptible for with that rotate to try to prioritize the crafter is what I'm thinking here too, because then they could try to slow rotate through the south side of where that first circle was moving, because then you have to really think, if this is not working out, are they going to continue playing by the edge of the circle? That's basically what they did all weekend. So
yeah, and I think that the good thing for Vexed, and the reason Vexed fans who are feeling Vexed should not worry, is that Vexed have the potential for big games. They've already had a 14 kill game and a victory so far in this LCQ weekend. So it is not all doom and gloom that they went out first, even though that 10-point lead they had now has been overtaken by the likes of V2, who pushed themselves to 25. They are still within a shot of pushing their way up that leaderboard. Match 2 is just about locked and loaded then, as we were waiting for the players to get ready in the lobby, and it's our last chance on World's Edge before we go over to Stormpoint, and we keep switching it up every 2. Now, you mentioned it, Vicky. Circle is going to be everything here, and one thing we don't maybe talk about enough is that dropship and where it's going from. Can you drop nice and early and get looted up for when that circle appears on your screen and you get that ring console information? Sometimes we see teams being able to start rotating and moving to zone before other teams have even landed.
It's crazy how quick some of these teams are with that rotate, but it plays into what they work with too. That's why sometimes you see the Loba, because then the goal at that point for those squads are to bunker down in God spot and then utilize the black market to get the loot for you here. You don't need the loot off the rip if you're already going to be able to capitalize off of some of those team compositions. I know you guys have been waiting, and so have we. We're going to get started here with match number 2 on World's Edge before, again, we transition into that Stormpoint map for game number 3.
And we saw quite a different selection of legends in match number 1. as well. We had 14 seers in the lobby, which I guess we expect at this point, but we had a Pathfinder, a Crypto, Ramparts, Lobas, Fuses, Wraiths making appearance. There was plenty of diversity in terms of legend selection, so there's a lot of compositions to kind of scratching your head about when you're making that rotating, saying, well, which team is this? Okay, now we know that they've been playing Crypto. Perhaps that's the team that we want to avoid, because that EMP could really do some damage when we get involved in some fights. Now, just as we were in match number 1 earlier, everyone is being nice about drop locations, only really down towards stacks. Maybe there could be an early fight, but everyone else is being pretty friendly to one another.
It's nice. Smile and wave while you do the business here and rotating and getting the loot that you need. Taking a look at V2 and the performance that they just had for game number 1, we could see where the circle is going to be pulling, and they heard us. They didn't like the fact that we were going too south too many times here. Now just trying to find that middle ground, and Phoenix Legacy having the information that they do with the ring console. If it is available at Landslide, you could see that their names are hovering right over that. It could be a survey beacon too, which will also provide them information on where everybody is currently. They could wait on that because you can only scan it once, but they will be able to know where the circle will be pulling if so, and they do have access to the vault here as we tune into where they're going to be going. It is a survey beacon, so there is that information that they have for the squads that do go for the early rotate.
Really tough kind of starting location as well for Phoenix Legacy. I've never really liked Landslide as a drop. I think the loot is very hit and miss, and you can see that the whites and blue that they have to work with means that you need to go one of two ways. Rotate very quickly and just get into a prime position and hope to maybe pick up some extra loot on the way, or get your ear to that ground. Look for those third parties. Try and maybe take advantage of a couple of squads who might be a little bit weak rotating. But with this zone, they certainly can move very quickly over towards Lava Fissure if they want. This is going to be one of their best chances to move very fast indeed. Maestro also had a ring console at staging, so they're making their way up to Lava Fissure already. Aurora, the same for them. No, they had... they had a ring console as well from Harvester. So a lot of teams who are in the general area of this western zone are going to be able to take some of these priority positions. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for the likes of Le Site de France, Adept, Pro League, Reject, who are all on that far east side and have to traverse the whole map.
Gonna take a while here as Maestro Gaming already with the quick rotates. This is gonna play into their play style for the late game here. With the Rampart, they're gonna be able to bunker down with those amp walls. Looking behind them, it's Phoenix Legacy. You mentioned it already. We saw them quickly rotate already outside of Landslide, set up some Watson fences just outside the perimeter from where the Vault Tunnel is. Dente is already in a lot of trouble. He's rotating from the bottom end, and with Phoenix Legacy already taking the high ground here, Maestro playing good split off.
Yeah, I think that everyone needs to just be a little bit chill here. Make sure you just get into a position. Don't take those fights unnecessarily. But as I say that, Maestro have just lost one as well. So this is going to be a tough one for them to try and get back onto their feet, because Phoenix Legacy have done very well at separating them, as you said.
Can we talk about that Nemesis?
No.
That weapon just so... you know what's that?
All right, we've talked about it enough. It's so good.
The cousin of the Prowler. We're in the burst meta. Damn, we got to embrace it. We got to love it. We take a look at UAIM, who are already in the middle of the rotate. One of the squads, actually, that I definitely have had my eyes on this entire weekend. First off, it's always a pleasure to see the likes of Max Strafe being able to participate here in the tournament as well as popping off. He has been fragging out all weekend long alongside Sonya. Seeing that there is a team already on the other side here. Gonna be careful. That's the Fusey that we were mentioning here before. We did see 2 fuses in the lobby in the last game.
I think it was Nasky who tweeted out saying these are one of the dark horses. This is one of his picks to qualify for the championships, and I don't blame him. It's a fantastic roster who have done very well to get to where they are today, but can you do it under crunch time? Can you be that squad to actually get onto match point first to give you the best opportunity to be able to be a victor? Otherwise, you need to be looking for points. It was something that Onset and I were discussing. It's a slightly different dynamic when there's only one other spot available and it is via points. We might see some squads not play your traditional match point style when they get onto match point, and instead look for bigger point games and not necessarily go for just that victory. So it will be very interesting when we do see a couple of teams cross over that threshold.
Getting to that KP area where you just see so many of these teams hold forward. Always very excited to see when the adjustment of play style comes through, especially when it comes to match point, because that's where it forces teams to play out of their usual play styles. We take a look at the fight happening over to the south outside of the circle by Tree. It could have been a fight for the beacon over by Tree 2. Vortex versus Entropic, who have that slight high ground here, but where are they going to be rotating? Do they want to rotate north of Tree? It does look like that is the direction that they're going to be going in. If they do take this rotational approach, some of the squads that have taken their time to rotate from the south side of the map, thinking about Foot, outplayed, they'll be by Harvester here. So with this rotation, if they're quick to avoid the choke point north of the thermal station where Vortex currently will be rotating, they won't get pinched.
Yeah, most teams have moved very quickly, Vicky. It's about 5 squads who are only outside of this circle. Vortex being one of them that we're on board with, and they're just going to take their route through thermal. It's an interesting route going up through the choke because sometimes you can be held out by a team either on Mirage Etoile or near Mirage Etoile, so Vortex will maybe just be hoping that doesn't happen, but of course they have the bang smoke if they want to just get down and cover some of that visibility so that they can keep on moving. Now, we saw Vortex with a really good push and some incredible kills in the previous game, but when third parties happen, unfortunately, they were wiped out, as so many teams were previously. It was carnage in match number 1 as teams were all rotating late and being forced into one another with a zone, and maybe that's why we're seeing so much more early rotates here in match number 2.
Taking some notes and going back to what you were saying before too, just being able to secure a high KP game already to start off the day where really you don't have nothing to risk. Playing off of just trying to get those 50 points is your goal here and trying to deny that from other teams. So many squads, as you could see in that side-by-side looking at the map. The team that has rotated by Mirage Etoile. It's going to be Vortex. Just about to meet up with UTFT, by the way, on the outside, playing off that low ground. That's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. Will Foot now finally make their rotation on top of Harvester? Outplayed is still taking their time on Harvester, picking at Bones perhaps, as Vex Gaming, another team that likes to play by the edge, like we mentioned before, also going to be already by Landslide. Taking a look at the overhead here and where we could be seeing some of these teams going. Do they want to take their time, take the balloon here, perhaps if they want to go through the tunnel? It looks like no, we're just going to be playing Goat Mountain Climbing.
It's a great game. I like to play it as well. It keeps me entertained on a nice Sunday evening just to make sure I'm wide awake. But Countdown and Lava Fissure is where we're heading at the moment. And most of the primary positions have been taken by squads. There are a few gaps that can certainly be filled by the late arrivals, but they are not fun gaps to fill. They are tough positions, as we are going to have a little scrap over at Mirage Etoile as well. VC are going to be taking the fight against UTFT.
We saw this play out already before with the rotation from UTFT from the low ground. No squads have fallen just yet with the patient play that we've been seeing thus far. This may be the first time here. Already bunkering down, though, in advantage with the Watson fences. Getting poked out already first, and they already called off the fight. They do not like their position playing off this ledge, and they're going to be able to get inside.
Yeah, just really didn't want to take it with Vortex, however. It looks like they want to get involved. They want to take this fight. And Vortex, we've already seen, are an impressive 3v3 fighting team. And when you see a squad run away, sometimes you've got to take advantage of that because you think they're scared. Here we go.
Let's get involved with this fight. U2FT, though, already dropping down. Literally one, and they get taken out at the very end. Vortex, they were hungry. They were looking for blood, and they are able to find this squad being the first ones to exit out of the lobby.
Yeah, UTFT just running away with their tails between their legs, almost encouraging that fight a little bit. I mean, when I'm playing matchmaking, if I see a team run away from me, I'm like, we need to send it. They are not feeling confident. They probably don't have good loot, and maybe we should take full advantage of this. And Vortex have done just that, and now they will be able to control Mirage Etoile. Now, there is another team in the area. Foot have heard this commotion and started to dawdle over, but they weren't quick enough to get involved in the fight, and Vortex also made it a very quick fight as well, so that's good. If you're going to have fights, make them quick. Foot, though, they don't even care. They want to get involved. They're also hungry.
They're upset they didn't get invited to the party here. See, Amphi has the bow check in hand, the R9 with the purple extended light mag here as well, sending out that creeping barrage. On the outskirts of this, remember who was right alongside Foot, right by Harvester. It was outplayed, and they may be getting involved in this fight here too. Let's jump into a Foot listen-in by WD Black.
Kill him. Can scan till that. Zip ahead, zip. Can you scan out back?
Yeah, I don't scan anything.
Yeah, full team, I think.
Okay, I'm going top.
Yeah, be careful. I might have a lesson, yeah.
Yep.
He's on roof, Tyler. See ya.
Yeah. They can't shoot me in the back. The back up a little bit.
Can we take space off them or not?
Yeah. We need to be careful though, because this team is here. They're backed up. Yep, they have a team behind them as well.
Yeah, that's a duo.
Yes.
70 on one of the duo. 70 on another one.
Look around, I'm gonna loot real quick. I'm gonna see if there's a better bag for me. Probably doesn't. No, I'm good though. They're gonna evac.
Steam back. They backed all the way up.
Listening over to Foot Esports and just being aware of who's around them, jumping into the fight immediately right afterwards. The action has continued on, and Tropic fighting for their lives. Hierarcha still is able to get the shields off perhaps here too. The gravity lift from Muchaku just in case. Gonna be able to try to support Hierarcha if he can. Pops the med kit successfully here too. Lasita Fonts, they get taken out in the fight. Gonna be able to try to get that res outside of the circle, but taking a while could spell doom for them, because once they get this rotate in, we've already seen just how many teams have made their way to Countdown from the very beginning.
Just important they stayed alive though, and they were able to win that engagement, and the zone makes it so difficult sometimes, and you really have to manage those meds, but great from Muchaku to make sure that he goes up, uses that grav lift to just get out of any sight lines and get the med kit off. So now Entropic can just loot up for a little bit. They can bide their time, but as you said, arriving from that eastern side, there are going to be a couple of teams that maybe are holding them out. But Entropic, they know how to force their fights when they need to, and sometimes when you do have any sort of inkling that a team maybe is bunkering down, if you can get a grenade in there, get a little bit of damage, then you might be able to just initiate a fight and grab that position off them. So Entropic will be alright for now, but elsewhere there is going to be fights for some of these primary areas that we were talking about. Lava Fisher, a lot of squads posted up here early, and now the late arrivals want to take these positions off them.
There's going to be Aurora versus Foot right here too. Cleave, forget the Digi. He doesn't even need it here with the Prowler backing away, though, as Ranches gets deleted by Amphi. Now Aurora playing off the disadvantage. You mentioned just bunkering down here while playing with the Catalyst. You could definitely take advantage of this. Lifeman also being on the Cat, having to be careful of who's going to come in behind him, because a third party has gotten a whiff of this fight and they want to be included.
Yeah, you mentioned it earlier. Outplayed, they've been in the area for quite some time, just listening, waiting, biding their time for their moment, and it seems like the moment is now as they get involved in two members of Foot will be taken down because of it. That's great news for Aurora, who are struggling a little bit in the fight, but now they get a second chance, a little bit of a breather because of the third party.
The outplayed Guardian Angels here too. Gold R301 looking nice in Willem's hit. Tossing out the exhibit here to get all the information that they need, while also getting hit with this seer attack. Tossing out all the grenades that they could work with. There is no door to reinforce there. You could put the spikes there as well. The reinforce comes in just to get deleted by the nades here. Puts up the wall because they have to be careful. There's still a squad shooting at them from right behind. Having to watch out with just some of this extra pressure still. Gets caught in the middle of that thermite. But so many teams in this area, they're still in the line of sight of the likes of Vex Gaming, who are still in landslide now with this slow rotate.
Well, Aurora just holding this down as a 2 at the moment, doing as best as they can to stay alive, and it's of course very difficult trying to push onto a Catalyst. Cleve doing very well to make sure those spikes keep going down, but outplayed, they want to force the fight, they want to get into this building, but they just keep getting griefed by a couple of the other squads who can see them from a distance. So I imagine they'll reset, they'll heal up, and then we'll probably see them go again to try and storm this castle that has been set up by Aurora.
Very similarly to what they did earlier to Foot in this engagement here. Getting a little taste of that. Still not going to get contested fully, and this is what we were worried about before. Entropic now finally making their entrance inside the east side of Countdown, when Pro League rejects have been inside of that building for so long. Sharing that on the other side is going to be a Adept Club here, as Entropic just looked for an area that they could hold some safety in.
Well, this was the eastern side I was talking about with Entropic as well. And maybe if they sense that Pro League rejects are weak on armor, if they were able to get any damage, they might just try and push and take that off of them. But oh, they actually go down to the low ground. They've seen where that circle's moving, and they say, look, we don't need to be just forcing our way into fights and maybe getting thirded. Perhaps we can just walk our way round. Now you can see where the circle is going to be going, so away slightly from Countdown and more towards the northern side of Lava Fissure, where at the moment Voltage are again holding down one of the best spots. That was the same in match number 1, but they didn't really have a building to work with in match number 1. This time they have something to play off.
And this is off the rotate from Tree, if I recall correctly, too. So quick at predicting that, as outplayed, literally playing on the edge of the circle. Where can they go here? Just trying to climb over. This ring definitely takes a chunk out of you, taking this fight, immediately forcing their way in, and already getting the trade off of Aurora. They get taken out, and they finally put the flag down in the building.
It took so long, and it was a little bit nervy at times, but outplayed, take down Aurora. who finish in 16th. V2 are winners from match number 1. They just got taken out, as Entropic is still having their journey across Middle-earth at the moment, but there are so many different hobbitses they have to take down, as they've already lost one, but everyone has eyes on them.
So many nooks and crannies here too. Entropic now fighting for their life. Leaping one here as Vex Gaming looking to redeem themselves after that first game. With Matapi going down though, it's not a good look. G-Dolphin had to reload, get saved over on the other side. So many other teams now making their way in. Vex Gaming fighting for their life. Go Next tried to look for an opportunity to get engaged. It's Pro League Rejects getting engaged in this fight instead.
And this is even going to get worse when round 4 closes as well in the next few seconds, as all these squads are going to be forced together again. Max Strafey taking a nice angle on the box at the moment. Might be able to get some good damage if he can just scoot his way around a little bit further east. But it's Pro League Rejects who are on the other side of it. And the micro drones are going to give a lot of information here. With Exhibit could potentially go down, does go down. And that might just allow them to back off slightly. Even though it's a very aggressive ultimate is Exhibit, it can also be an extremely helpful defensive one as well.
Ooh, Maestro. Darkstar popping off, finishing off Young Hong Kong here too. Pro League Rejects in desperate need of help. They're getting rejected from the circle from right behind them, and it's UAIM who are cutting them off. Adept Club also get taken out with 11 squads left. There were so many teams in the area. That's why it took so long to watch these squads fall with so much space to take. Max Strafe in a lot of trouble here too. Sonya is able to get the banner, but where can they go here where they're in the line of sight of Vultures that have been holding that ground for so long?
Such a shame they lost Strafey as well and lost that third. They do have his banner, so there's always that chance for a miracle to happen in the late stages of the game. ANC Outplayed also get eliminated in 10th, as Vexed have been able to get on their feet, and they're looking to try and maybe push on to Go Next here, but Catalyst is inside, Spikes are down, so it's not an easy push for them. And in 1 minute, they are still going to have to move. Look where that circle's going. It's on the other side of the mountain, just where Voltage are holding the building. And Vexed, knowing this, they have to make a decision here of when they want to push this fight. Do they try to get aggressive? You can see Dark Veil's gone down now to give a little bit of coverage for the team inside.
I love the position of that Dark Veil from Go Next. It's to block off the amp wall too that was built up on the other side. But here, unlucky now, having to look ahead and catching the fact that there is another team across from them. That's going to be UAIM playing that out as a duo after they lost out on Max Strafey before. Having to get out of that line of sight. Meanwhile, you hear G-Dolphin, you hear that Sheila ramping up. They have to leave out that building soon, but so does Vex Gaming exiting off the high ground eventually.
Yeah, we've seen Sheila do some disgusting things even most recently, but Vex trying to push this building. Time to jump into a listening and see what the comms are like.
Dropping.
8 seconds. 8 seconds. Do you want to drop down? Do you want to drop down or not? We can drop down as well.
Yes, we can. Go now. I'm going to the other team. I'm termiting these guys and going down.
Pop battle me.
I need to survive. I need to sell. I'm one shot. They went out. I'm dead.
Okay. See if we can kill them all.
I know. They come on your side.
Use me.
Open. No, you pop me.
On me. Callus one. Dead.
Let's go. In the ult.
There's one. Dead.
Let's go. I'm popping back.
In and left.
Yeah. Let's go. Walk.
I'm walking.
What is happening there in front of us?
There's a team there. Maybe you can raise me on the forklift.
I got it. For space.
Watch for the spot.
They went up. We're fine.
Huge.
They just ran up. I think they may be freeping something. I don't know.
I'm healing. Just get space if you're full. Get space.
I'm getting space.
They're just playing roof. Chill.
Stabilize here.
Yeah, just chill.
My wall is gone. I have a helmet, by the way. It's good.
Okay, if somebody,
play slow. Play slow. Get the placements right now. Play slow. Get the placements.
You guys have. Oh, we got skin.
What do you need?
They might send us, so just get
heavy ammo. And bats.
I can give you. I have 0 bats.
Okay.
I have 2 bats. I
have 8 cells only, but it's fine. Give it to a lucky one.
Yeah,
there you
go.
You have 2 now?
I have all again.
Give me one then. So we have one each.
Oh, yeah.
I have 0 then. I have 0 then.
Okay. You have 0? Here.
No, I have 1 now.
Yeah, we all have 1. Listen, I'll have to smoke both. We're gonna have to go for a Sheila Q play on one of the sides of the roof, okay?
Okay.
You don't think we can play under? You don't think we can play like under on the left side?
Wait.
What about if we swing by
left side roof is fine. I think there's nobody.
Okay, what if I smoke this now and we go for it now and just
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. It's empty.
They're going for it.
Go.
Run us
Play small.
Yeah, just play small here. There's him. I'm taking him stop.
One time left.
Grind.
Good.
Putting walls.
Play small.
Yeah, we good.
Slurp that. Careful over here.
Don't focus too much.
I'm gonna play other side.
We're in the zone, and we just.
Guys,
if you have a nade, throw it down here.
Guys,
if you have a nade, throw it down there.
Here will be 3 kills in like 10 seconds.
Yeah, yeah.
They have no
That's
cover.
just all here, because if they walk up, you need.
We'll watch the climb up.
Anyone got an ultimate Sullen? Anyone got a Sullen?
No. You guys both focus that. Okay?
Alright. I focus in front. Watch the climb up. Yeah.
There's no one here.
I'm gonna. No, there's a guy.
Focus that. Both of you focus that.
Yeah.
There's a drone there as well. Careful.
If you have ult, use it for this unlucky.
Look, ramp, Dolphin.
Okay.
Focus
Okay,
that.
no.
Careful the wall. Wall looking.
Last one. The last guy's one.
Nice.
All that.
Watch climb up. Watch
Watch the server now. Watch the server now.
Yeah.
Flash that.
I think the job.
Okay. Can we get space on this team?
Why?
I'm gonna shoot that. I shot the pylon.
My bangles. Look at the guy in the open, Patty. I need heavy ammo right now if you have.
I dropped 60. Drop 60 right there.
Thank you.
Okay, on
the fence.
You're one.
That's still on the fence inside. Kill the fence together with the inside team. Okay?
They're trying to kidnap.
Then 3v3.
I'm shooting.
Yeah, good ult, huge ult.
Nate.
They got both TP stock, both TP.
Yeah.
Another one
Lucky,
TP.
you're alone.
Lucky, you're alone. Shoot this pylon. Shoot the pylon.
That's the one.
I'm dropping.
Yeah,
What's the one? Dead. In the ult. See one. Dead.
Nice.
No,
he's inside.
Wait,
nice.
Okay. Oh my god.
Vex Gaming take game number 2. It's a burn, it's a play. No, it's the Demon Rampart coming in with the Sheila and the dub on top of it. Lovely comms. Guys kind of exposed me and how hype I got at the end of that game. Whoa, Matafi coming through with 5 KP at the very end. But I just want to highlight the co-comms coming in from everybody from Vex and the vibes that are presented here in the squad.
Yeah, I just love that there was discussion. There was trying to work out what was the best play. I mean, it was a very risky one as well when we jumped into that listening to drop to the low ground and then try and force the fight. And the Horizon ult, the black hole, was everything for them, which in the end pretty much won them the game. But of course, then it was the move on top of that building, and it was a risky one as well. The smoke off to try and stop any sort of sight lines, and then the Sheila out of the sky. I mean, it was everything that we could have imagined. A great time to jump into a listening with Vex and just hear, as you say, the passion, the energy, and they know how important that win was, with plenty of kills as they get closer to match point.
It was beautiful. Even the comms coming through when they had Go Next right above them. By the way, on the fuse there too to worry about. So that was a tricky situation with the ring closing in right behind their backs. Beautiful performance from Vex to redeem themselves after being the first squad to go down in game number 1. I'm going to let you take a break right now. Dan, you can drop for now. You could just hang out with Mark for a bit because I'm going to be bringing back Rain Day to break down the end of the action because, wow, there is a lot. We stayed in the comms there, Rain, but I just want to get your thoughts on how you felt after that game.
I mean, I'm still processing the Superman play that we saw with the Rampart, but I was cut off from processing the Superman play that we saw with the Horizon Ultimate that allowed G Dolphin to even survive in the beginning. And I'm just processing Vex going from 20th to a blazing first. There's been so many stories here. I just need to watch that final circle and process with you, Vicky, because what did we just see?
We just saw the quick adaptation after being the first squad to go down, but also the comms coming in was beautiful. That's why I wanted to just keep onto this listening. Vex Gaming, to even get here in the first place, you talked about it, right? They used the gravity lift into the Sheila, deleted everybody that was here originally, and then were able to take control over this space and then just continue wiping out the whole lobby behind these amp walls.
I love the way we saw this top 5 play out too, because everyone's characteristics started to show up at the party. We saw over in the corner, Phoenix Legacy, good zone teams struggle to find their identity in these final circles. And Vex, when they are in this chaotic movement, they find themselves thriving. It's getting to these moments in final circles, Vicky, that has always challenged Vex. But when they're here, you could see the way that they are moving, look unstoppable, like one of our best teams that we have in EMEA.
And even seeing the portal play attempt coming out here and then the immediate retaliation into that black hole, the comms were flowing beautifully here too, controlling so much of that space, having the circle advantage, but it's about their rotate that also was incredible to see. Landing in Lava Siphon, playing by the edge, hanging out in Landslide for a while looking at all the action going down in Lava Fissure. We get to break down the individual performance here from Vexed.
Yeah, I don't want to say it if it's not the case, but certainly a bit of a honeymoon phase. I hope that it continues, and this is truly just how this team is going to play, because if it's so, this might have been the piece that Vexed was missing. G-Dolphin coming in, fitting seamlessly with Matafe and Unlucky, and you can hear it in the comms. We'd mentioned it, how clear and concise, how effective they were all playing together. It truly was the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. All of them together creating something more impactful than anyone individually. As we look at these match results, I think I know who's going to be number one after this is all said and done, Vicky. It is Vex with a 24-point bomb. Voltage, Maestro right behind them, You Aim, and then Phoenix Legacy rounding out the top 5. Notable, nice game from Horizon Union, who jumped from 10th to 6th in 2 matches, so that's the right kind of progression. But it was really just the Vex story. I mean, that is one of the best Vex performances we've seen in the ALGS in a while.
Yeah, and that's why with the inclusion of G-Dolphin, the Rampart specialist himself, ever since Rampart came out, it's G-Dolphin that's always been the most vocal that I've seen before about that legend. But on top of the 10 advanced points that Vex Gaming started with, that means that they've already set themselves up with 34 points, and that's only with just 2 games down for them.
And that is an incredible feat to even have, you know, that level of pop off in just 2 games. You know, I thought they might start slow, but to immediately bounce back, get that zone and say, we are going to rotate, we're going to find our answer. And it wasn't easy. You could see that as much as we're looking at these stories that where it was maybe V2 last game, things can shift just like that. And of course, Apex Legends. Lasite de France, Aurora looking out for them. And Tropic, one of our teams to watch. A decent game, not too bad. Blue Whites also hanging in there with 2. And Pro League Rejects found themselves a part of the dynamic, but couldn't really make it happen. Let's take a look after 2 where we stand at the LCQ and remind you of how these rules will work. Currently, Vex Gaming is 35 points in, meaning they are 15 points away from crossing the match point threshold. If they get 15 points in this next game or more, they will be on match point. That will bring us then to game 4 where they have a chance to win. Let's say Vex does the crazy thing and they do 2 games in a row and they do win, Vicky. That still means that we will continue to play this lobby until at least 6 games have been played. So a lot of room for growth for the rest of these teams, especially our back half of the top 20.
Yeah, we're not trying to speed run our way through this. We want to see all 6 games being played to see who our top 2 teams are going to come out for to participate in champs. I mean, G-Dolphin said himself in the stream, he wants to be able to attend champs and that it would be the ultimate dream. So many talented players, though, in this lobby alone. When I saw that there could only be 2 teams, there's so many good teams. It's going to be crazy to see what the outcome is going to be here.
Yeah, and we hope that this continues to go. I know every team is trying to find, you know, that rev, that 8th gear in their engine if they can do it, but this is the time. We've got to see it happen, and I'm sure that whether it's stress or whether it's excitement, there's a lot of emotions flying by as we've completed 2 here of our LCQ. All right, more games to play, more things to go on today, and of course, a lot more wins and exciting final circles. But before we do that, we're going to take a quick break and show you a little bit of what's going on in the latest collection event in Apex Legends.
The truth can only remain hidden for so long. The question is not, will you find it?
Isn't this... It can't be.
But will you allow the surge to consume you?
I swore I'd never waste my life on a vendetta again.
Coming at me is a bad move. If I have to, I'ma pop off. Ain't no looking back. I gotta hit him in the opposition getting chopped off.
This is Big Maggie. Very big.
What did you uncover?
Thief's intuition.
I don't lose playing by the rules. Now come out, they shoot until they socks off.
Your data, it's fragmented. This might require field work.
Let's see what we have over here. These walkways, the echoes. I know that look. You want revenge. Now Not a dragon worth chasing. Trust me.
There's still time to run.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody. The LCQ continues to roll on as 2 games are done and dusted, and in the history books, Vexed returning to form. About time, we have to say, with a very impressive game number 2 and taking home that win, Dan. But I gotta say, it's very interesting to watch how World's Edge has played out. And just as we start to find any sort of pattern developing, guess what, everyone? It's time to move to Storm Point. Let's go to Storm Point, Dan. What are you thinking?
Storm Point, very good for Vex. They found 3 of their 4 victories so far in the LCQ. Or, sorry, 3 of 5 now, should I say, on Storm Point. They have had some high kill games as well. There could be a chance that the likes of Vex could get onto match point into match 3 here if they play like they have been doing all weekend long in the LCQ. But of course, we've seen the ups, we've seen the downs. They had a game where they finished last, a game when they finished first. Maybe they'll just go somewhere in the middle here for match number 3. But it is now an opportunity for a lot of the teams who do prefer Storm Point to start to get rolling. Are we going to see some of these edge squads who love to get aggressive find some big kill games?
We'll have to see if that is going to be the case. Already a couple of teams, though, after game 1 and 2, V2 and Vex putting themselves within, I would say, striking distance of match point. You can see that Vex Gaming now have 35 points in total, just 15 away, which isn't a monster game by any stretch of the imagination to be one of our first teams to hit match point. Now, looking at our map overhead, we keep our eyes out, of course, to see if any contests are going to be going down, and it looks like everyone is at home. For now, anyway, it looks like everybody is settled. Once again, shout out Aurora. It's good to see you not having to fight against Dark Zero once again every single map and being able to loot up and do what you want. But if you want to know where the zone's going to go, head towards Thunderwatch. It looks like we're going over there, maybe towards those buildings just to the west side of Storm Point.
Yeah, so this is a nice little rotation for Vex Gaming. They're going to be able to loot up quickly. You saw how they split 2-1 to get as much coverage as possible, take a little bit of loot away from V2 as well, and now they can finish up at Launchpad before they start to make their way north and get to some of those buildings, maybe on the eastern side of Stormcatcher, or of course, if you want to go even further and try and get just to the north side so you're arriving, that could be even better as well. As for contests, I think we're pretty good. Everyone in the lobby has been very fair to one another and just making sure that people are going to be getting as much loot as possible. Maybe gentlemen's agreements and ladies' agreements all across the board.
Yeah, I think it's a case of we can't afford to be contesting in an LCQ because this is our last chance to qualify for champs. So contesting is rolling the dice, as we all know. Even if you win it the majority of the times, there's always going to be that slight RNG factor in doing so. Weapons you find on the floor, or whatever happens, you know, all the craziness that goes down and contests. So I think the smartest thing to do for everyone, even if you don't have a designated drop spot, is just to find somewhere to loot and rotate off the back of that. Looking at where teams are rotating early, you can see you aim right at the top of your screens, heading over towards High Point nice and early. They won't obviously approach this zone from the north. Adept Club, they're going right into the center of zone as well. Maestro making their way as well. But Vex taking a little bit of time here to loot up. There's a large POI launch pad to make sure that you are picking up all the loot that you can. They do have a ring console as well. And if I'm Vex right now, I'm thinking, boys, we're on the timer. We need to get ourselves to zone. We need to move our butts, especially having that zone information available to us, because like I say, with a fairly decent performance here, just 15 points needed, they could be on match point.
Yeah, it's whether they're a little bit worried about going through that choke on the northern side and maybe thinking that there may already be teams that have beaten them there. So that could be a concern for them, but I completely agree. They should be moving as fast as possible when they only need 15. But this was something we had to discuss earlier. Like, are we going to see teams maybe go for more kills when they get onto match point? But right now for Vexed, it's about getting there first. Now, we've seen 2 teams both taking this same route on the left-hand side to make their rotation from the northern side, get from High Point over towards Lightning Rod, and then get down towards the east side of Thunderwatch. And the Armory looks like where TT are going to reside for now.
I thought you bailed on it again, man. I thought at one point, can you promise me at one point during the day you're going to give it a go?
I'll give you one, yes.
Okay.
I won't tell you
enough.
when, but it's going to happen.
Okay, well, the good thing is we've got a guaranteed 6 points, so you can't flake out on that one. It's match point with the previous format. But Voltage, they've found some really good positions, I would say, on the first 2 games within World's Edge. They got to zone very early. They found very good spots to play. The only issue is them holding down those spots. They've been run over a little bit when it has come to those fights down. And you can see the plan is exactly the same again. Find somewhere to play early in zone. But this time they need to be a bit more successful. As Go Next are already scrapping and fighting and having to hold on. But UTFT, it says eliminated in the kill feed, but I'm pretty sure they just got decimated.
Absolutely battered by Go Next with the grenades, and the black hole did all the damage. All the meanwhile, you saw flying through the skies, Voltage were being tailed, and there were several teams all arriving at the same time, but Voltage have got into one of these buildings that they will be very happy with, actually, when they start to see that circle come in towards them. So 19 squads still remaining. Everyone has started to make their way over to the east side of Stormcatcher, and we've got about 9 teams already within these buildings. Those, though, who are arriving late are now starting to get close to one another. 2 of those teams are Aurora and Vortex, who are having a little pop at one another.
They certainly are. Cleave's not only found himself a 30-30, but he's got a skull piercer on it as well, so he can really crack some bones if he needs to. A couple of headshots, but instead it's looking like this has become a little bit of a scrappy battle here. All of a sudden he's getting pushed. The Dark Veil was kind of put down. You could tell it was a little bit of a panic, not knowing what was going on, where players were located. Now Vortex, who held down that central zone, or center of the zone of where this fight is going, are going to win it conclusively. Aurora eliminated, and you have to say, Dan, not look like themselves.
They really don't. I mean, it was an interesting decision to see the drops. I know it was kind of forced upon them because of the damage that had been done. And then I think they got caught off guard a little bit, but you've got to give credit where it's due. Vortex playing that fight perfectly, poking out when they needed to, and as soon as they had found any sort of damage, they were making sure they dived onto their opposition. And Aurora, who came into this, second place, starting with 9 points, have not been able to get going. Now, the more games you have which are kind of whiffs, and you start to fall further and further behind those teams at the top, the likelihood of you getting the championships starts to disappear in front of you. They're going to need a big game soon to start catching up the leaders.
More fights going in and around these buildings that we've been talking at, just to the east side of Stormcatcher. Phoenix Legacy now left on with just one. It's Alpha Draft who's having a spray, and then having to hope that every single bullet connects with anyone who walks up to him. Voltage is the team on the other side of this. They're holding things down at the moment, still a 4-3. And you would imagine that Phoenix Legacy will decide here that as a solo, Alpha Draft needs to just escape, survive, and maybe try and get some banners and sneak out of what is already a very congested looking zone.
Yep, there's the banners, and now run as fast as you can. You can't catch me, I'm Alpha Draft Man. He should be able to get away with the smokes, but again, there are going to be eyes from a lot of different people. And this has gone from bad to worse, and it might be the end if anyone decides they want to get brave. But even though there's some great shots in the building from Alpha Draft, when there's a team of 3 baiting and switching like that, you've got such little chance if you don't one-clip them all. And even with the good shots, was not quite enough. But they're still alive for now, our Phoenix Legacy, so we never really know what could happen. If you get a couple of smokes down, you might be able to escape, but it's about where you go. There's so many teams that have found themselves in this area on set that there is going to be a lot of eyes.
Yeah, I think that Alpha Draft might be able to sneak away here just because of how congested that zone is. So many teams who have good spots in zone don't want to leave it to overextend for that single kill. One player who is looking for that single kill is going to be G Dolphin, as Vex did find their way towards zone and have found the egg to play. Phoenix Legacy are going to be able to survive thanks to Alpha Draft. Just go through it.
There's a team on the other side of it.
Just go through it.
At this point, just go out with a blaze of glory.
Yeah. Alpha Draft, I believe in you. Alpha Draft, my belief was misplaced. Phoenix Legacy eliminated.
I think it was inevitable, especially when you're even when you're trying to escape like that and you're hoping to get the miracle play. Very different in like matchmaking, but in these lobbies, people are going to be making their rotations. People are going to be in these chokes, and Phoenix Legacy unable to survive. So 17 squads, Vexed still in an area that they can work with here. Still an area where they could pick up some kills. They're now 14 points away from match point after getting 1 kill on the board. So if they can, you said it yourself, they don't need a big game here, like an average game. If they can get into like the top 10 with some kills, the top 5 with maybe not even some kills, they're going to be in a good spot to maybe hit match point. And I think they know that, and confidence is going to be flowing through them right now. After a match 2 like that, you heard the comms, we got the listening, they were vibing.
Well, Foot are trying to hold out Entropic at the moment, and Entropic are going to have to try and make a play to force their way into zone. Black Hole's going to go down. The grab lift been used as well. Hyaka's going to swing on this one. The Devo. Big damage. Swaps to the Prowler to finish things off, but the Devo living up to its name, devious by all definitions of the words. Foot Esports are eliminated, and Entropic, thanks to the devotion, just run them over.
Yeah, and Entropic, maybe they could be on match point as well as Go Next now starting to get involved in this fight. Need to take down the Watson fences before you push in. Remember, it was Voltage who were holding down this building. They've done so well so far, but maybe they start to fall here as Go Next able to get 2 knocks.
Yeah, they're going to take the building off them at least. They should get the finish. Voltage completely eliminated. And the story kind of continues, right? They've had fantastic spots to play. They've rotated really well early to zone. But as soon as they are challenged, they are struggling to hold off some of the powerhouses in this lobby. Go Next being the latest example of that. And I've got to say, I really like the position that you can see from Sanya Arsko and Max Strafey on the other side of where we just saw that fight take down. This is where we saw the end zone finish actually at the Split 2 playoffs, when we saw a very similar zone to what we have right now. It pulled just to the right of that building that Adept find themselves in right now, into the kind of wastelands just behind that fence. So they're set up in a really smart position depending on where we end up pulling.
Yeah, they should be able to pick up some big points here. I think when you've got those fences down, you can set up and be ready for anything that might push you in the late game. But Adept, they're in a slightly different position, but of course have the Catalyst to work with as well. So there are a few squads who are going to be happy with their positions, but it's about whether people try and take them off you. We've already seen in these lobbies that when the zone starts to force teams in, people are getting aggressive as soon as they sense a team is hunkering down a little bit. So we'll have to see whether that will be the same case, as we've got 15 squads remaining now. Everyone's got 1 placement point, which is good for the likes of Vexed, who are starting to get closer and closer towards match point. But there are a few teams with a big game that could get on match point here as well, so we might have one on after this match number 3.
Yeah, Adept in a very good position at the moment, and also with the longbow in the hands, going to be able to really do some damage from distance, which is going to stop teams kind of threatening to cross, as 1 bullet from that longbow is certainly going to do enough damage to slow the push down, really kind of command the space that is surrounding them. One team who's in a really good position as well is going to be my boys on Tohu Tontat. They're going to be right at the northern side of where this zone is pulling. Entropic, who we did see win that big fight a few moments ago against for Esports, they're going to be making their way from the south side of Stormcatcher right now. It's a really difficult wrap for them to make, just from the rotate that they've been forced to make from where the zone is going. A long way away from their drop spot. But they have picked up some KP. 3 already in the bag. And with 29 points already secured for them as well, then this game could be really important for them. If they can hit a smart rotate here, led by the Devo, of course, they could clear a path.
By the way, Blue Whites are still at checkpoint. I'm just going to put that out there. I don't know how they're still alive. They might die to the zone eventually, but they are arriving as late as you possibly can in Fire Beavers-esque form. And here they go. They've managed to find a trident at the very least, so they've got a better chance of getting into this circle. But they have been taking their sweet time. I mean, I know as a 2, you've got to, but... Oh. Well, maybe there's a little bit of a bump in the road there. You've got to just make sure it's poor driving. This is a 1-star Uber rating.
Wait a minute. I said, let me drive. He didn't really, of course. They were just swapping so that he could pop the med kit. But I like the idea. They was like, that's enough. Let me drive.
That's enough from you.
Blue Whites are going to continue their way to zone. They're going to try and wrap to the north. They've still got a long way to go, but they should have the meds to at least get to zone. The problem is, Dan, when they get there, there's so many teams to the north of where this zone is going to be pulling, because that's where the end game's going to be. Entropic involved in another fight, though, as Xako hits some beautiful shots again with that Prowler.
This is perfect from Entropic to make sure they push their advantages when it's presented to them. They are able to get the 1 kill, but now there's pressure from other teams here, and this is going to be the problem. As soon as there's any sort of sound of gunshots, people are going to start making their way over and looking to see if they can pick up some KP. Danish are making their move through. They were also on the other side of it. So it's V2, Entropic, and Danish, who are all in the same kind of area. 3 very dangerous squads when it comes to these fights. They don't often miss their shots, so you better believe that if they start to engage in one another, this could be a battle of the ages, as now Entropic have lost 1.
Yeah, and it's going to be V2 who are in the area, and I'm pretty sure that that's a very weak-looking V2. Thorfinn going to try and move in. They're kind of trapped on the other side of this mountainous area. They're going to have to step through zone to try and finish this one off. Joke will go down. I'm pretty sure there's one player still alive. They should be safe, as Zidane will be that final player alive. And to be honest, the position he's in, it's a very, 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 very horrible rotate.
It's a lot of berries.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I mean, have you seen how far he's got to go? I think I made my point.
Very, 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 very long, but at least he is still alive. Now for V2, I mean, they had that victory. It was looking all good, fine, cushy, but now they are down to just one, and they might see a couple of other teams get to match point as Danish finally made their way into the circle, and it's for VCGO again who are going to be on the receiving end of things here. Danish are doing very well to just take as much space as possible.
Yeah, they're going to have to force their way towards zone, though, and they're going to try and go to the north here and wrap. With 41 seconds left, they will probably be expecting a fight once they do get to this northern side. V2 are eliminated, by the way. Zidane has just gone down, so as a solo wasn't able to wrap their way towards any more placement points, but this is going to be a really interesting rotate to actually watch. Danish, 20 points at the moment, wrapping to the north. Pro League rejects are going to be forced in towards zone, who are currently set up in Thunderwatch, but there's blue whites in the area. There's LCQ de France. There's also ANC outplayed. Everyone is gatekeeping this area.
It could be perfect timing for Danish if they are able to arrive as some of the damage is done, but it really is going to be a matter of timing. It could go terribly for them if they arrive a little bit too late, as Entropic have just been able to find the slitherest of zones to work with here, but it's where you go off of this. But for now, they are safe, as Danish, who are trying to arrive at the perfect time, do get involved in the fight and are hitting their shots.
Yeah, getting some good knocks as well. Need to finish this quickly and get the armor swaps. That's Pro League Rejects, a team who was holding down the build and forced to move by that zone. They are going to be eliminated. Is there a third party trying to push this, though? ANC outplayed, having a think about it, Dan, but Danish have got healthy here.
Yeah, Danish have done really well to quickly shield swap, and of course, having the gen down meant that they could quickly get those shields back up as well, and the fences, I think, just kept outplayed away and stopped them from being able to push up. Vortex are eliminated in 12th spot, so we're almost to our top 10. And remember that we've seen a couple of teams being able to push up, and one team that is still alive is Vexed Gaming, who are starting to get closer and closer to match point. If they can get into that top 10, maybe start to look towards top 5, the placement points are going to do them wonders, and if kills go alongside as it, maybe they would be on match point after match number 3, as now we see Vex taking that fight, and it is going to be against Adept, and I tell you what, it's not going well.
No, it's not going well at all. Good spray from Matafe. The problem is he just doesn't have the bodies around him in the form of teammates to survive here. They tried to assault Adept, who have been holding down this spot for so long, and they quite simply do not have the firepower to win that one. Adept will hold it down, but look at the rotate they have to make now. 25 seconds left. Do they have an evac tower? Do they have something to make it a little bit more comfortable? Well, at the moment, it's looking like a treacherous path, because you can see UAIM are up on this high ground, just raining down arc stars on everyone below them.
Yeah. Oh, was that a stick?
Get the stick.
Might have been, will be, and now you're going to be able to get that slow and get that damage, but you can see they are reluctant to push up on it at the moment because they know other teams are going to be ahead of them, but maybe now they'll get the call to use the Dark Veil to their advantage just to create a little bit of cover here. So the position they hold at the moment, they could pick up quite a few kills with all the teams rotating from the southern side.
The ring is going to take down Hyaka. This is going to be bad news for Entropic. They did try and put down I think they used the evac tower to rotate down to the south, but the zone is just closing in behind them, so expect the kill feed to show Entropic pretty soon as well. Go next are going to be the team who's trying to hold them out. There is Entropic eliminated, and now it's just a race up the hill. The red, it just seems to get quicker and quicker, and Maizy's going to find that out for himself. Slab and Bambino trying to survive here as the zone is just collapsing in on them, and UAIM now have to think about, instead of holding out, they have to think about forcing their way in.
Look how many kills the ring just got, as it is currently gobbling up the kill feeders. UAIM also trying to make their way through. They're struggling. Artico, the last remaining player, as ANC get eliminated, as do UAIM. We're down to 7 squads. Dark Veil's going down to give as much cover as possible. Adept have lost 1 as well, but Go Next still doing the job here as a 2.
And see de France, they're going to be eliminated as well. Go Next trying to hold on. The Prowler once again doing great damage, but there is that Bangalore ult coming down and really slowing down the rotate. Bambino's going to tank a little bit of that damage. He's going to find his vision slightly impaired as well, and now there's a wombo combo behind him as well. Danish eliminated in the meantime. Go Next holding on for dear life here, but still holding on.
Still holding on as 3 squads are all on this southern side, and at the moment they're just being very careful. They don't want to step out because there's just so many guns that are pointed towards them. Go Next still have a chance to do some real damage to this team because the team is very weak, and here we go. They're going to full send it. Black Hole comes down, but unfortunately one of them's already fallen, and it's going to be the end for Go Next, but not without going down with a fight.
They got a lot of KP there. Did they get the placement points to force themselves towards match point? A very, very impressive game in the kills category for Go Next. But Maestro Gaming now, they've been in this position for the entirety of this game as we find ourselves now down to our final 3. It's Blue Whites, Dan. Blue Whites have made it into top 3 from that horrible position they were in. It might just be a top 3 as Maestro make their move. But Dan, who's the team who's going to move in here and clean up the pieces?
Tuhu Tonta are on their way to try and get the victory, but they are taking their time. They back off. They do not get there quick enough. So Maestro now have a chance to reset, which means we're going to get a proper 3v3. But Tuhu Tonta do hold the better position. They have got the zone on their side, and they've got all of this utility to work with as Black Hole goes down.
Zero going to be used as well. They do have zone control, so they should be able to find a place to play. Yuzno up on that rock is going to be able to do damage onto Maestro. Akuma going to come and join him as well. The Dark Veil wasn't enough for Maestro to cut the zone in a way that they could rotate. This rock is everything at the moment, and Maestro are struggling to find a way through it. The good news for Maestro, they've fully tanked up with red evos, so in this fight they do have a HP advantage, and they're hitting some good shots as well.
And maybe there's a confidence issue here as Tuhu Tonta are reluctant to push in, and now the damage comes in from Maestro as they continue on their way.
Yeah, this should look like a Maestro win all of a sudden. Tax is going to go down. 0-0 trying to move in to clean things up, and all of a sudden this is a little bit wonky. It's a little bit risky, but Maestro do secure it with a conclusive victory after that push coming in. It didn't look too pretty, I would say, in a few moments that fight. It looked like a little bit of a sporadic kind of you kill him, I'll kill him, well, someone kill him kind of 3v3 situation, but Maestro do get the job done in the end and get the points on the board towards towards match point.
That was kind of the final circle where your teammates just screaming, he's one shot, he's one shot, he's one shot. And they're like, yeah, we know we can't hit the shots, but we'll get there eventually. But I think Maestro maybe will be counting their lucky stars a little bit. After they pushed up onto the initial team, they probably thought they were going to get thirded quite quickly, but they were able to loot up. They were able to get their armors. They were even to have a chance to reset and think about that final circle, because Tuhu Tonta were not able to really take advantage of it. And I think that maybe their reluctance to quickly push and get aggressive maybe cost them in that final circle.
It certainly did. We'll bring Rain Day back in as well to discuss what we just saw, because Maestro get that win on the board, Rain. And it was a funny old fight, that last one, but they won it. And that's all that really matters. That's all anyone really remembers.
Hey, it was an uphill battle, both in literally and figuratively, and I think Maestro do a good job of holding on to composure in that moment. And even though it wasn't easy, they get the job done, as you had mentioned, and that's going to ultimately count the most for them. And they'll go back having a better conversation than the team that they were fighting, which I'm not even going to try to pronounce without seeing it physically in front of me. I apologize. I'm not even going to go there. Dan, you did fantastically. Who will be obviously talking about what they could have done better and how they should have approached it. But you know, we've got a lot that we need to break down and a lot to go over. I have a special guest, fellas, that we're going to have a chance to talk to as well. I want both of you to lean in some thoughts too, because we didn't get a chance to talk about this person after the playoffs. We had to interview our winners, but this team, this individual, they did quite well and they deserve their spotlight. So let's bring in one of Amia's favorites here, one of our Apex favorites, Nasky, and talk to the man who is out of the kitchen right now. Thank goodness, Nasky. I don't want, a fire in the house. Okay. Good to have you, man. Listen, I want to start with your performance, 6th place in our Split 2 playoffs. Congratulations. How does it feel? And what was your takeaway from that event? And obviously, a new KCP at that playoffs than the playoffs previous, and how well you guys did.
Well, we started the tournament pretty rough. I do want to say it was our first tournament as a full roster. We weren't actually with a sub or anything like that. So I was feeling really, really confident. And then, we start playing group stages. We get like 19th or something. Then we lose out in the winner bracket. So we had a pretty bad performance. But during the entire time, I was feeling really, really confident. I was really certain we would do good. Miraculously, we made it to finals, and we actually did pretty well in the finals. Not super happy about the result, but I'm complacent with it, because considering how bad of a start we had and scrims leading up, we weren't performing that well. But I'd say it was good. It was really nice to not have like a sub and that pressure relieved, because I'm super confident in my teammates and stuff like that. So going into it, I was feeling really well.
All right, I'm going to jump in here, Rain. I got a question, because I've been waiting for this moment to speak to you, Nasky, because real talk, right? In the build up to the event, I was so worried about you guys. I was like, it doesn't look like KCP can find their feet right now. Seems like everything you're trying didn't seem to be coming off. And I know it's just scrims. I get it. It's online. But then you did manage to pull it together. Talk to me about how the mentality for you guys kind of shifted from pre-event going through the bracket as the stages went through and you got closer and closer and then you got to that grand final.
Well, it was, we were playing scrims after like a long break since Pro League. So we started playing pretty bad in scrims because we were doing our old stuff, playing zone, stuff like that. And we were like, hey, we were doing pretty bad. Let's not contest anyone. We were doing bad. So we need to start working on our fundamentals if something's up. Then we started changing it. We started playing Edge, and we were like finding success in playing Edge. LAN comes around. We start playing Edge. We're doing like okay, and then I spoke with Zane about it, and we were like, you know, F it. Let's go play zone. Let's go back to what usually works for us. And then the final game in the lower loser bracket, where we were like 12th going into it or something like that. We were playing zone, and we ended up getting third with like 7 kills, so a good game. And then in finals, we decided, hey, let's play zone. And that's when we actually stepped up. And I think I just had a bad read on the meta due to being influenced by the bad results in scrims. But the meta right now is just completely zone. You see it on every team winning. TSM was doing bad in the start of the Pro League because they were still playing the Edge from last playoffs. And then they started playing zone and they started doing good. And every team that did good was playing zone. It's just a zone meta right now. I didn't read that because I was like persuaded by the bad results. But yeah, if we were playing zone the entire time, it would have been a completely different showing in group stages and stuff like that.
Well, Nasky, we're in the LCQ, right? I saw your tweet earlier with 2 teams you were predicting to get through. We've seen 3 games. Are you going to stick with said prediction? I'll give you a chance to change your predictions now with how you've seen teams perform in the first 3. Who do you think is going to get through today?
Well, my predictions are FUT and UAIM with my boy Max Strafe, of course. It's not looking too good for at least FUT right now. I do want to stick on them though, because Amphi is like, he's one of the best controller players in the world, and Sane thinks he is the best in the world. So I put faith in them because it's like it's a solid team. You know, Lippin is a strong controller fragger. Taylor, super experienced IGL. So I'm sure they'll pull it back. It's looking rough right now, but if they just find their confidence, they'll come back. And UAIM with Max, one of the best in the world. My previous teammate. I'm sure they're gonna do great. I'm gonna stick on I'm gonna double down. I'm gonna double down on my predictions. I really want to see those 2 teams in one first and second though.
I want to get your thoughts on the final circle, but it just stuck to me to talk a little bit about your teammate Max. Obviously, he was a big part of KCP. He's a big part of your story, Nasky, but he hasn't been able to get there, and you're rooting for him on the sidelines. What's the emotion of just seeing Max having that chance of maybe in his own way joining you guys at championships, and just the emotion of his partnership and your journey together?
It makes me proud to see Max back. Obviously, his competition, his reign was held to a stop because of the war in Ukraine, and unfortunately meant he couldn't get visas or permissions to travel anywhere or anything like that. So to see him now back competing with his 2 friends, Artiko and Nasanya, also Ukrainians, is it's like a proud dad moment, you know, even though Max is more so like a dad to me. But it's definitely nice to see Max competing again.
Proud dad moment for your dad. I love it, Nasky. I appreciate it. And we're definitely excited to see UAIM continue to play. Let's go to the final circle we just saw. We want to get your thoughts on it while we have you here in this halftime break. What are you seeing? Walk us through this final circle like we've had Sabs and RKN do on the broadcast. Walk us through what happens here in this final play.
Well, the zone you see here is a very predictable zone. I'd say everyone should be able to predict this zone. It's a very macro-oriented end zone, which is just means that it's out of game preparation. Your rotation is the determining factor for this zone. Usually it's the high ground team that sits there the entire game that wins this game. Usually the lightning rod team. So it's a pretty straightforward end zone we see here that just plays out like it's expected to do. It's not like a very chaotic end zone or something like that, and you even see now that it's just a straight 3v3. Maestro at a disadvantage because they have to go uphill and they have to push into the final zone. But yeah, it's a straightforward end zone. I didn't manage to catch it just live just a second ago, but
well, you're catching it now.
Yeah, pressure's on, man.
I'm catching it now.
Come on, baby, do our job.
That's my classic skills.
Yeah, come on.
I mean, I'm impressed
so
that Maestro
easy,
was
huh?
able to cross the gap. Not so easy. True. Maestro crossing the gap and winning this fight is actually really impressive. I can't lie, especially because of it being Mizzy and I didn't catch the other name, but it's 2 controller players. So you know, controller is better than mouse and key for sure. They push up high, like from low ground to high ground, and win the fight. That's pretty damn good.
Well, Nasky, thanks for obviously walking us through that. I know we caught you. We are delayed on our broadcast, so you hadn't caught that final circle, but great to hear your insights on that zone. Talk to me a little bit, though, about these players, Bambino, Mizzy, Oslab, and Go Next. They were there with you guys in Split 2 playoffs in London. They've obviously taken out DCTZR and had Mizzy come in, and they've had a pretty strong performance so far after a few.
I can't lie, without me seeing Bambino's VODs, I think Bambino might be one of the world best IGLs, considering how they played really well in LAN. They didn't quite make it to finals, but they were playing from Jurassic and Geyser, the 2 worst PYs in the game. And they played really well with 2 unexperienced fraggers on his side, and I don't know, insane macro, I guess.
Pretty amazing stuff. Let's go to the match results, too. Hey, we're watching. I mean, I think they are in a pretty good position. Maestro obviously win that game with 18. Go Next, though, look at that. 2nd place overall in terms of points because of their kills. Oslab pops off for an 8-kill game. Pretty impressive there for them. Tuat Tut and Blue White's Adept Club, they round out our top 5. Danish LCDF, you aim. ANC outplayed, and Entropic our final top 10. As we go into the backside, though, Nasky, quick thought, who needs to perform a little bit more? Any team out here standing out? Obviously, Foot, you mentioned. Anyone else?
Well, yeah, obviously Foot, also Aurora. It's a tough zone for Aurora because they go shipfall.
Yeah.
The rotation is very tough for them. They have to go past like 6 teams. So it's not surprising you see them do bad in a zone like this. But Aurora, for sure, probably the best, most experienced team in this lobby. So yeah, Aurora and FUT, I'm keeping an eye out for the upcoming game. Horizon Union also surprising, considering they had a really good pro league. They did bad in the final 2 days, I think it was, but strong team, really strong IGL and Phoenix.
Yeah, and you know, I really appreciate you mentioning that too. I mentioned Phoenix a lot on this broadcast. I know our series results are ready for us as well, so we can bring that up. And it's Vexed out in the lead. Maestro with that win, go right behind it. It's pretty close at the top. V2 right behind. I'm a big fan of Zidane and the way that he has shown up as a fragger, but everyone here clearly having some good moments and not so good moments. Aurora, you mentioned too. I just think this is a massive storyline for them. Can they get to championships after not quite getting fully as a team to Split 2 playoffs after what seemed to be their, I guess, you know, party that they were going to have finally there at LAN? We will wait and see. Nasky, it's been so great to have you with us. I want to give you a chance for any final thoughts, anything you want to say before we let you go.
I want to give a shout out to my boy Noct real quick. Yeah, that's it. Also, enjoy the show. It's match point. I'm sure something crazy is gonna happen.
All right. Thank you so much, Nasky. We appreciate you letting us cook with you here on this interview halftime portion of our show. Take care. We'll see you next time. Always fun to talk to KCP Nasky. You'll see him alongside many other famous faces in our Apex scene at Championships. So make sure to grab your tickets. They're on sale now. Play Apex Esports. You can find all of those details. We're going to go on a quick break. When we come back, Game 4 is here of our Match Point Finals. We're going at least 6 today, so buckle up. Get ready. WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for us to keep this thing rolling as the LCQ starts to pick up energy and things start to kind of settle down a little bit when the scoring. Vicky is joining me, by the way. Vicky, this is the first time we've casted in ages, and I was thinking in my head there, I was like, what's like our cool duo name? And then I kind of put the first part of mine and the last part of yours together and came up with Onicky, and that doesn't sound very good, so I'm going to let you work on it.
There's two different types of people. There's onset, and then I'm thinking about Vicky set, I guess. Like, or
It's better. We'll go with that one. Honestly, it couldn't get worse.
Listen, it's a tongue twister, just like what Dan was saying. To who tongue tut? I don't know. That black hole made me wonder, to who was that for? I don't know. Game number 3, going in favor for Maestro as we go on to Storm Point now for game number 4. It was very enjoyable to see. A lot of chaos happening in that hilltop that so many teams were claimed by the ring. Honestly, I feel like the ring was kill leader by the end of that.
It certainly was. A lot of teams had a really rough time rotating from the south side all the way up to where we finished near Lightning Rod or on the little compound just outside of it. But for Maestro, they won that important 3v3, Vicky. And I feel like when you're in a disadvantage in a straight 3v3 and you win it to win the game, the next game, all of a sudden, you are so full of confidence. Not only was their macro pretty good on that one, like Nasky was saying for that zone, to call where that zone was going to be going fairly early on, but to execute in those final moments and put yourself within striking distance of match point, they're going to be all smiles right now, surely.
Absolutely, especially now that skyrocketed him all the way up into that second place for Maestro Gaming, claiming that with a good amount of KP to their name, right behind Vex, who still hold those 38 points, but it's pretty close for these top 5 teams, rather top 4. There is a slight gap between GoNext and V2. Now taking a look at the circle and where it's going to be taking us for this game number 4, and Tropic are having a field day. They're going to be able to not only take all the loot and down Beast, hold the high ground for a little bit, but they will also have the circle advantage, as well as looking at Phoenix Legacy, who do have that survey beacon right there to let them know which teams have already gone for the quick rotate, as well as Horizon Union that lands in Mill.
A good zone this for esports as well. You heard Nasky talking about them. It's a really good mix of players. You've got experience, you've got good controller fraggers as well on that squad, and they not only have a ring console to play with, they've also got good prio to this zone. So keep your eyes on Foot Esports for how they rotate towards this zone and how quickly they try and make that decision. They do also have the Trident, which is going to help them maybe get there a little bit quicker if they wanted to, but only 8 points so far in 3 games for them. They were some pretty rough zones for them, you have to say, so far today with where they land, but this is one that they need to convert on.
That's why they haven't been doing too hot here too, but at least they could take advantage of the crafter being right here. You do see the pings coming out, probably just to let them know that there is a team that may be rotating away from Barometer that could be Danish, that have already made their moves here, perhaps to try to get the ring. Yes, it is. They're already low here. Foot already taking some shots at them, taking some chunks. They wanted the ring and have been denied. Time to rotate around Cenote Caves and maybe try to prioritize the circle on where you know it's already going to be going. Maybe even trying to take the ring console and Mill if they want.
Yeah, they could well do that if they wanted to. They could also steal a Trident on their way past and kind of double ride in, like full baller style if they wanted to really slow down. Maybe for esports rotate even more. But looking at down Beast, where we're expecting the zone to be involved, and Tropic, like you mentioned, dropping over here, are going to have a really good time playing this height. Height is such a difference maker in Apex Legends, any FPS shooter game. But when you've got the extreme elevation that you do here on down Beast, you would expect in Tropic, with the confidence and also the experience that they have now, Vicky, to be looking at a minimum of a top 5 here from this position.
This team really surprised me at LAN. I knew that this team was comprised of just different high-level players, but their performance at LAN was beautiful, and now seeing how they're going to be doing here, holding on to this high ground, they already see where Danish is going to be flying to. Fricks desperately landing on the other side. This is a good spot once you could slow rotate into that next circle, but this does mean that Danish would be forced to play off the low ground here, while we did see the positional advantage that Entropic was already holding. Like you mentioned, a position here that usually in shooters you definitely want to secure, especially when it comes to sometimes these teams utilizing the gravity lift. If they have the Horizon, it can be difficult to shoot vertically in an FPS.
Yeah, it's very, very true. The one problem I think you highlighted beautifully there, or kind of segued into it, is Yeah, it's great to have the hype, but there's so much of it on the top of Down Beast.
Yes.
Actually prioritizing holding down all of the zip lines, and anyone who's going to grab lift up and making sure they can't take that away does take some really clear and concise communication. So Entropic got the tools to have a good game here, but they're going to have to work extremely well as a unit to keep themselves in that position for the long game. Danish now, they're going to take down one of these buildings, but also they're going to have a little bit of a problem here because the black hole has got some pull to it. The gravity is a problem. However, Freaks deals well with it.
The distance on that black hole and how it pulls you is from miles away. Horizon Union just backing off for now, calling out the fight here because they see another team trying to get involved. Already 4 to 5 teams in the Down Beast area. You mentioned how much space that high ground provides, and you know that there could be an opportunity where a creeping barrage could try to grief that squad from the high ground here. We're going to have to see how Horizon Union also play this into their team composition. Running the Catalyst, they are going to play much more bunker down, but it does look like they're starving a little bit when you take a look at the attachments on their weapons. At G7, not looking very pretty.
Well, Blue Whites, who somehow got into a top 3, in the last game after we saw them rotating in so late as a duo through zone from the north side. They're all the way in the red on the Trident. Well, they've got another Trident at least, and they will be pretty happy, I would imagine, to take away another top 3 place with a few more KP this time around, but they're going to be under pressure at the moment. You can see they're trying to hold down this kind of, I would say, in-between position in the rocks. Up on that sort of hill, which teams are going to struggle to push, and Vortex are the team who were trying to, and by not having that little peak to look over, they've decided this isn't a smart fight to take early on. 20 squads still alive here, Vicky. This is where you're starting to see the teams really value points, because no one is taking an early fight. Everyone is trying to hit a quick rotate, and more importantly, I think there's no teams trying to force God spot early like we might have seen a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, it could be because of the way that this circle is in general. You talked about it earlier, but with so much space being on the high ground of Down Beast, and this circle could be pulling towards the fence line of Down Beast, that means end circle is going to be in a much more open area. Love the fact that we get to see this right now side by side of where the circle is going to be pulling, and the positioning of our squads that we're currently watching right now in Mill. You could also expect a lot of the teams that will be playing on the edge of circle much more passively will probably try to take priority over getting that ring beacon over by Mill. So with Aurora being right there now, with the rotate north and Foot try to take some shots at them, you could see here that Mill's going to get heated with more of these edge teams as they make their way over.
Yeah, Foot taking the time on this rotate, and you could kind of going back to what I was saying at the start of this game. They dropped over a Cenote. Yes, they're going to have a little bit of time to travel, but this was an opportunity for them to get into zone a little bit earlier than I feel that they have so far, especially with the ring console and the survey beacon available to them to give them all the information they would have wanted. Now you can see on the right-hand side of your screen how difficult it's going to be for them to force their way in towards zone. Maybe they're going to try and be the last team in here at Mill and hit the ring console once again to see if they are going to get a little bit of a shift away from where everyone is stacked up at the moment, and they can play for that afterwards. But it's looking like heavy traffic to try and move through at the moment for Foot.
Everybody are just sardines stuck inside the can, and everybody is going into Down Beast. All 20 squads are still alive. This is crazy. Again, not surprising with the way that this circle is going to be pulling, but still there's half of that circle is a good amount of open area where you really have to rely on the natural terrain to get out of the line of sight for so many of these teams like Foot that have the high ground. It can be scary when you want to go for a rotate outside of Mill. At the moment, we saw earlier that there are no teams that are currently rotating from that south side just yet. It could be V2 since they are taking their time, but Vortex have not moved from this spot. Probably trying to slow rotate from the south side, but then when you take a look at Vortex, Blue Whites that we saw earlier, those squads will be funneled outside of that south side of zone where there is a lot of that open area. Taking a look at already our early fight, this may be the first team to go down in the lobby finally.
And this is another team trying to force their way in towards zone early. It's going to be UTFT. However, the shots are raining down from above, from the sides, from wherever they try and look at the moment. They're going to have to retreat to inside of the Down Beast and into the belly of the beast, so to speak. Not only in game, but with the position they find themselves in. One player will be finished. That's going to be Genji, who does go down as we now swap over to La Cite de France. Phoenix Legacy are going to be wiped out of this lobby as they try and force their way in from the northern side of this zone. La Cite de France. One good thing about how that fight went, Vicky, is how quickly it was over. You saw on your screen no opportunity for anyone to close the gap on them, and now they can control this donut building and they can plan their next move accordingly.
Well, it's Phoenix Legacy having to exit out of their POI of checkpoint. We saw how congested that north side is, and it could be very risky coming in from that north side just in case that circle continuously pulls south. Where are you going to go? You're going to be forced to go through that choke point where Maestro is going to be able to approach from eventually from checkpoint, or even that area where Lecita France is currently holding. You see some shots getting taken at them, but also leaving from this area puts you in the line of sight of the squads that do have the position advantage on top of the down beast.
Now looking elsewhere, Vex to the only team really outside of zone by any considerable amount at the moment. Pro League rejects. Well, they've lost a player as well inside of Down Beast, and this is what happens when there's nowhere to play, when you arrive late in towards a congested zone like we find ourselves in right now. ANC outplayed, now looking for the final kill. The final player, Pro League rejects. They are ejected out of this lobby, but Shex has gone down, so they have to be careful here. Expend a few resources to make sure that they can get this res in. The res will come in, and they should be safe here. But look at Sanya. Sanya's creeping up here. Vicky's having a little look at things.
Oh, on the other side, it was Datashed also taking a chunk out of them here, too. Aurora now getting engaged in a fight over here on the other side. This is part of the teams that are going to slowly rotate and play by the edge of the circle. I believe it's Maestro Gaming that are right in front of them, and right behind them by checkpoint is going to be Add Up Club. So 3 squads right now in this area that are going to be exiting out of this checkpoint, choke point, and it's Maestro that could gatekeep these squads, because if you do want to leave through the north side of checkpoint, we already saw the likes of Lecita France holding that spot.
Vex now slowly making their way in towards zone. They should be safe on their rotate, so not too much to worry about for them. Of course, Vex are closing in on match point, and our leaderboards overall as well. You can see at the top of your screen how many points all the teams have at the moment, and we are getting into the position now, Vicky, where one win for any of those teams, I would say in the top 5 or 6, could put them onto match point and within one game of qualification to the ALGS Championship. And I mean, that's what everyone wants, right? That's why everyone is here. That is what the whole season of work has been for, is to get to that ALGS Championship, as Aurora want to be that team. They're trying to force their way onto Maestro here, who are stuck inside this choke.
Have to redeem themselves for right now in their performance here. They are sitting at 17th overall. They get the first knock, and this is where they want to try to fully send it without trying to put themselves in a disadvantage. The catwall helping to block themselves from the squad that is hanging out by checkpoint. Once again, that is a def club that has not moved from that spot. Now with some safety in the insurance policy of the catwall, they can finally solidify their KP and also look out to see which of the squads are still hanging out beyond that choke point. Oh, Densei's still alive here for Maestro, just hiding in the crevice.
Yeah, this is going to be rough, though. I don't know how he's going to try and escape this one, because wherever he goes with 17 squads remaining, you get the feeling that someone must have a line of sight onto him, especially approaching the height of Down Beast. But for now, he's doing all right. He's surviving for now. 17 squads still remaining, of course. And when in doubt, Vicky, when in doubt, I was going to say hit the cannon, but he knows better than me.
I thought you were going to say rat it out.
Hit the cannon.
Oh, no. You just try to grief out here. Grief yourself, Maestro Gaming. Don't want to do that. But this is what I mean. There's a lot of open area in this circle, which is why early rotate could literally spell your doom. He's getting hit from left to right. He tries to run away, but there's nowhere to go. Go next. Pick up on that free KP before their eyes. Served on a silver platter.
Hey, when in doubt, hit the cannon. That should have been the play. Probably not. However, Entropic still up on top of Down B, still looking very, very comfortable as well. You can see that Hyaka and Thorfinn up to purple Evo shields as well. Xako trying to force his way towards that as well. The only problem is resource, right? When you are early rotating, when you are in, you know, the priority position for zone, sometimes you have to sacrifice a little bit of loot time on your loot path to make sure that you are going to get that priority position and not have it taken away from you. So keep your eyes on the backpacks. In the bottom right of your screen, you can see 6 cells, 2 bats. Hyaka looking all right for now, and to be honest, Thorfinn looking pretty strong as well. Downbeat does offer a fair bit of loot for teams, so if they did, you know, a really good job on their loot path and managed to scoop everything up quickly, they should be okay for the long game and not have to drop for any loot.
They look fantastic, especially being a team that holds that final circle position early on in the game without a Loba, which is usually why we see the Loba. Vex Gaming now getting engaged in this fight. You can see the other team looking on while this is happening. That's going to be Aurora. Now as Vex Gaming take V2, look at G-Dolphin taking out the Sheila. Black Hole, though, it's going to be Trey. Let's see if Patafik could get unlucky back up.
V2 also trying to get a res themselves as they try and force their way in towards zone. Zidane should be able to get that battery off. Over to the Vex Gaming now, who are looking to finish off this fight. They've managed to get back to a full 3. The 16 squads still remain. They aren't safe for now, though, Vex Game. You can see they have to keep moving forward. They have to keep putting pressure on, and they're going to have to force their way through a choke, which is extremely busy to their north as well. Aurora holding it down right now. Maestro were in that fight a few moments ago, but we saw those eliminated. So the gatekeepers are Aurora. They've taken that position away, and now they have to deal with Vexed.
Look at the other squad on the other side of this choke, on the other side of V2. It's going to be Vortex, who want to prioritize this rotation to make sure that no other team takes the bridge that they've been trying to hold for so long in this rotation. This gives space now for V2 to maybe try to restabilize, approach from the side. Vex Gaming now having to force their way into that next circle in that difficult choke that you had mentioned against Aurora. But Aurora may find themselves sandwiched here with this early rotation. A club that was waiting at checkpoint have now the time to take advantage and now move in. Aurora getting pinched potentially if they don't quickly rotate through this choke between Vex Gaming and Adept Club.
Aurora did a really good job there of actually resetting, and I think that Adept might have actually helped them in that situation by putting the pressure onto Vexed. If they had have just all focused on that choke, they maybe could have had a straight 3v4. Vortex are going to be eliminated themselves. Adept now find themselves in a horrible, horrible position. V2 eliminated in the meantime as well. The French squad will go down, and Vex down to just 2 now. Unlucky and G Dolphin. The meme's right itself at the moment, but for now it's Unlucky who has to go in with that R99 in his hands. The Dep Club are eliminated.
Wow, AC had to have known that Aurora was there. They didn't even turn their backs to them. Going on the other side of the catwalk where they're in the line of sight of Aurora. Now Aurora just going to be able to capitalize. Cleve having a pop-off moment. Maybe he can get the shield swap. Yes, he does at his feet. Thanks to AC dropping that for them. Arancha's getting on top of the high ground. He's got the creeping barrage just in case here. Vexed in a lot of trouble. Back's literally against the ring here, working with some limited LOS cover as well. No more rampart barriers here, as Matafe is the first one to get knocked here too.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide here. Ranches continuing to do damage to Vex, but they can't quite finish this fight. 50 seconds left until that zone starts to move, and you get the feeling that now is the time to go here for Ranches. He knows needs to get the job done. He knows they need to move on from here. Vex will be eliminated with 11 squads now remaining. Aurora will have a walk into zone. They completely control that choke we were seeing battles fiercely break out for what felt like 5 minutes or so.
Crazy. G-Dolphin also not going down without the fight. Taking out the Sheila with his last breath. Gets deleted as Aurora now could clear out. Entropic, this is their POI, having this high ground advantage. This Trident is zooming its way all over here. Really, Mr. Worldwide himself being able to go all around Storm Point, but it's a good spot for the Trident to be because you mentioned that high to low ground altitude here on this high ground. They are going to have to move forward, put themselves in the line of sight of the squads right below them, but that Trident could act as some makeshift cover.
I'm telling you, there's a play set up here for the end game. Trident off of the top of Down Beach with a boost into zone. I'm telling you, I need to stand behind one of these teams at LAN. I can get the job done. But for now, for esports,
Coach on set.
describe as more traditional methods, which is holding down a really good spot in zone and trying to damage anyone walking in from them. Lifein's got that nemesis in his hands, and we've written enough stories, we've told enough, we've seen it with our own eyes about what that weapon can do.
Makes you cry, especially at the beginning. That burst meta coming in clutch between the Nemesis and the Prowler that really put on the showcase for us back in Split 2 playoffs the other week. For esports playing off the other side of this fence line could be nice considering the fact that most of these teams are on the north side, but I'm still worried about the likes of Blue Whites that have been hanging out in Mill for so long, slowly rotating right behind them. That is actually the squad that they currently see right now behind them. Horizon Union are also not going to move from the building that Foot have also been trying to eye. So with this here, Foot want to hold this position since they are in that next circle.
Blue Whites get the knock onto Aurora as well. Go next down to just 2. Entropic now, this is an interesting position for them to have to play because the zone is going to force them down off of this height and they aren't going to have the cover that they've had for the majority of this game. So Entropic have got some decisions to make here. 14 points away from match point. Aurora eliminated. Shots like that will certainly help. Q up in the air, maybe set them up to knock them out the park, but nobody's showing.
Hello, hello, knock, knock. Chaku is knocking here. Senti wants to find another friend. 9 squads left. Still holding on to the high ground. I know Go Next is still playing right underneath them. UAIM has managed to stay alive despite having so much trouble at the beginning of this game. But still the best position here for Entropic before they eventually have to drop down to that low ground. Go Next still playing for their lives.
Go next with the All-Star and back up to a full 3 as well. And I'm going to steal it from you, Vicky. It's the meatball slinger. And I'm hungry right now on the receiving end of it. It is doing so much damage across that open ground, but cannot get that knock. Danish now inside of the building themselves. They have been here for what has felt like, and it might well be, the entire game, Vicky. We saw them take this spot so early in the game.
You would think that they're the ones with the L-Star out here because there's spaghetti all over the floor for some of these teams, whiffing their shots. Foot, again, still hugging that fence line. They are not going to be moving forward anytime soon into that open ground. Thinking about how many squads that are sharing that low ground right below down B's. Outplayed us out here. The cat walls go up. This is going to be crucial for this rotation for Go Next.
Oh, they managed to get into a position that's safe as well. I'm pretty sure they're safe in this corner. However, they're taking a little bit more damage than they would have wanted from here. Go Next in a tight spot. Let's jump into a listening now and see what the comms are like.
Wait, let me
Let's do that.
You ready?
Yep. Yeah, ready. Get this guy.
Horizon dead.
Cat one. I'm dead. Died. I'm shooting for you.
No, bro. Well, how?
I can't play. I have no idea.
It was short-lived, Vicky. Go Next eliminated. We heard the disappointment in their voices as Danish still stay alive in zone here.
We're not trying to speed run out here. Some of these calls, we want to hear the thought process, but the rotations have just been so difficult for a circle like this, ending up on top of the buildings, right outside that fence line that Foot has been holding this whole time. Entropic playing with their backs against a circle right behind them. Outplayed, maybe trying to go for a play. You can see Entropic get eliminated, outplayed, successfully booting them off that high ground that they've been holding this whole time. Sonya also playing off that low ground here, while the Site Fonts are sharing some of that real estate with Danish.
For esports, still playing that fence line as well. You can see they're trying to command as much space as they can here. Danish still inside of this building, but they will be forced out as the zone starts to close behind them. 15 seconds until these squads are forced to fight. Who's got utility available? Who's used all of their resources to get to the position they find themselves in? Davis still has the ultimate available here on Bangalore as well, so it can really cause some problems to the lobby by just throwing that down, letting that do the tick damage while they wait, they bait, and they almost kind of just let everybody else take care of each other before they burst out and try and commit to some of these KP.
I guess it's good news that Danish has that Watson with Fricks being there, possibly holding on to a Jenny, ready to put down if that's the case. Some fireworks for the sky as a double evac tower is called in. Just a distraction here too. None of these teams want to possibly take this unless they want to try to reposition off the zipline, carrying that jump momentum forward. These are going to take their time as you finally get called out as the solo. We saw Sonya live for as long as he can. OP now starting the engagement while Foot now take onto the roof.
Bang does go down. Everybody just trying to wait it out. Foot's still alive as well, and like you're saying, I think their play is to take the roof. The problem is everyone's going to see them, so they're trying to leave it as late as possible to show presence. Leifin has to jump up there now alongside his two teammates as they have no other option. Now they try and cut the zone in half. This is so smart from esports. Take the majority of players out of your eyesight. Now you can focus on one target in front of you. It's a brilliant play call, but they have to be aware of Horizon behind them.
They know that they're right there, so they want to try to fully send this here, but the Rolling Thunder, rather the barrage coming in here for them to worry about. Leifin literally won, tries to duke it out, gets eliminated. Horizon now make their way. The green light has been activated. Young Hong Kong is out of this lobby. We got Outplayed now playing from underneath down B's. Horizon Union in a great position, while the Site Fonts are still fighting for their lives.
Danish eliminated as well as we're down to just 3, and ANC Outplayed try to hold on. Let's see, the France will go down, and Horizon Union, who were using the Dark Veil to survive the longest, look like they might be the last team standing. But no, Horizon Union suddenly on the back foot. Can they?
No way.
Are they going to throw this one away? It's Annie Jackson goes in here for ANC Outplayed. They will win it from what looked like an unwinnable position at one point.
Are you kidding me? Playing around the knockdown into having the Prowler, which by the way had limited ammo for him to work with already. Outplayed with the dub when they were so low originally. Horizon Union had not only just the health advantage, but the positioning advantage too there.
I felt like whoever was in the air stayed there for far longer than they should have when they were trying to deal with him. And then as the attention was taken away, all of a sudden it just opened up and everyone else could move in and just do damage while I can't name who was in the air, but someone took a grab lift, someone came off a fight and just hung there for what felt like an eternity. And I mean, congratulations to them to take home that win, but whew, I say, well, some pretty crazy end games, and that end game in general from down. I do love a down B zone because there's so much room to play for all the teams on Storm Point. It almost feels like a World's Edge zone at some points, and I mean, converting from positions like that, I felt like they weren't in the advantageous position there to win that game. So to turn it on their heads once again, congratulations to them, a big win.
Yeah, huge. And there was two favorite circles that I love that I usually see in down B. Sometimes it pulls towards those north buildings of down B. This time around, we saw it pull towards the south. Both sides are very chaotic because half the circle is still out in the open that hugs the fence line. But Outplayed made that rotation, I believe, from Antenna and still was able to bully Entropic from the high ground at the very end. So they cleaned up a good amount of KP on top of the dub there.
The question is, how many points are on the board now for the teams, right? Because that's what it's all about today. The story of today is who's going to champs. It's as simple as that for me. We've got 2 spots to give away. Has anyone hit match point? We'll find out in just a few moments' time as we look back on what was an insane final circle there, Vicky. I want to see this one again because I feel like there was a player who hung in the air for so long. Like, for so long.
Having to replay this, especially with all... Look at these catwalls from each side right here. See Psychop just trying to restabilize, literally playing this out as a duo, but it was the extra pressure before they wrapped around and took out Lasito Fonts. Looking on the side, if the catwalls didn't disrupt your vision, these Bangalore smokes definitely will if you don't have a Digi ready.
The Digi was ready. Lasito Fonts do go down. 4 kills, by the way. You can see. And this just
right here,
top of the grab list for so long, distracted them all, and it just opened up for Andy Jax to come in and clutch here. The damage had already been done with a little scuffle that went down. A pretty simple job just to navigate around the knockdown shield to finish it out. But ANC outplayed. I feel like it was just the grab lift. It was the grab lift that really changed how that final circle played out. And with 24 points in total after 12 kills as well, ANC outplayed, living up to their name there for the rest of the lobby.
What was extra nice too is when they came down from the gravity lift, they ended up on 2 separate sides of that final circle, splitting the attention from what Horizon had to do there. So they had to look both ways, and Outplayed essentially went for like a sandwiching position just between the 3v3 here. 12 KP. Looking at this first page in total, Danish with the 5 KP as well. Blue Whites 6 KP. Good amount of kills on the board for these top 10 squads here.
Yeah, it was going to be one of those games where you felt like someone who was forcing their way in late might be able to pick up some good KP as the zone started to shift. But on the other side of things, a little bit of a barren game for our bottom 10 teams there. You can see Phoenix Legacy not having the greatest of games. Maestro after the win we saw earlier, no points for them in that one. V2 as well, who won earlier today, just the 3 points for them. So Vexed as well. I mean, this is... I don't know if anyone's hit match point at this point. I'm just doing the quick maths in my head, which just means after 4 games, we are still waiting for that one team to cross that 50-point threshold.
That does highlight how close in skill a lot of these teams are for today, specifically Outplayed after that game alone. I think before the 4th game, they were sitting in 11th. That game with the dub and the 12 KP has probably now elevated up to 42 points, putting them above Vex Gaming as we did see them go right afterwards here. You could see 39 points on the board for Vex, tied with Entropic, but this is so close, even going all the way down to Maestro. So these top 6 squads right here alongside V2 with 29 points. The same could be said about that first half in general for this lobby. So close in general.
Yeah, I think anyone in the top 10 right now, you win the next game, then you're going to be on match point, and that's how close it is. It's interesting to see that it doesn't seem like one team has come out and completely and utterly dominated the lobby. I think you're completely right. It's extremely close between all the teams. And I think that the pressure is starting to increase a little bit here as well, because you got to remember that these teams are the ones who, some of them got to land, some of them haven't got to land. Some of them come through Challenger Circuit, some of them have had the hardest road possible to get into this lobby. So the dream of getting to the ALGS Championships with all the prize money, all the glory, all the lights and everything, you can imagine going into game 5 and being like 10 points off of match point, thinking, oh my, we just need to have a decent game. I'm not asking you to do anything crazy here, but I'm not asking you to do anything ridiculous. I'm just asking you to stay alive long enough to give us a chance. And we'll have to see after this break if anyone is going to be able to stay alive long enough to give themselves a chance, because we got more Apex Legends coming your way from the LCQ.
All right, we are back, and I am here with a beautifully frozen Rain Day. He will be back soon. I'm surprised to see your lovely faces just as quickly as we just came back from the break. That was going to be game number 4 on Storm Point. While we do get everything set up here, load our players into the lobby, and hopefully load Rain Day back in with me. Him and I will be able to take you guys through the action while we make the transition onto World's Edge. We got to see some change-ups too, going from World's Edge into Storm Point, and we've been seeing a pretty equal ground in terms of skill throughout the squads that have been able to put some points on the board and the dubs on top of it. Pretty even. No team has reached match point yet, which is 50 points for those of you guys now just tuning in and are new to match point. It's nice to note that because now we've just got Rain Day back in. Sorry, Rain Day. Just highlighting, recapping the viewers out here because we did miss you a lot. Welcome back.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It took a nice break. You know, I think my computer thought I was still on break, but I had to tell it to quickly restart and say, no, we got to go. The action is here. Rain Day and Vicky for the cast. Vicky, it's been fun. I mean, this has been a good day, but I think the bigger surprise, as you were probably recapping, is after 4, we have yet to have match point, which, you know, in contrast with split 2 playoffs, I think it's a little wild, just the aspect of how fast we got to match point there and how many teams got on it quickly. And this is such a slower pace. What are you making out of that? Is it just the lobby here? Is it nerves? Is it the specific groups of teams?
It's a mix of a bunch of different teams from how they qualified to be here in this finals in the first place. The transition from playing through the first round of winners, the first round, the second round, then afterwards, and then the double elimination rounds. You have this plethora of teams that come out from different areas, whether it be the Challenger Circuit, playoffs, whether it be from the Pro League itself, from the split. It's a lot of different mixed skill here in general, and some of the teams that we could expect to be much more consistent aren't being as consistent as we can imagine. Thinking about teams like Aurora that have always put themselves on the board, falling below to 17th currently right now in the overall standings. Thinking about Vex Gaming that are dominating right now but had a lackluster performance in the first game. It's about keeping up that momentum so that way you could start bridging that gap between yourself and the rest of this lobby. I did recap the viewers. We are going on to World's Edge for this 5th game, which is exciting because so far we have seen a different winner for each of these games thus far, but it does also highlight some of these teams' strengths versus the teams that don't feel comfortable on Storm Point.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the tale of 2 different maps. I mean, you might just see 2 teams who build up those points early, and then they have to wait in a map that they weren't having their rhythm on. And rhythm is almost everything in Apex Legends. ANC outplayed are our final winners, although I did think that was going to go to Horizon in Game 4, but they still got plenty of points. Maestro Gaming, Vex, V2 also winners today. Who will win Game 5? That's what we're going to find out. Big question too, though, is can you get it done on yet another map change? Everyone who got a little momentum, can you switch back and get to World's Edge and do it again? Questions that will be answered here as the teams fly out of the dropship. And we continue to tell these stories of 2 teams that will eventually find a way to stamp their ticket to championships in September. 18 teams will be very disappointed after today. But of course, that's what you play for, Vicky, and that's what we love about this esport. As we take a look at the map.
Brutal out here. It's crazy. With this insane lobby, we can only call out 2 that can move up. 2A are definitely going to be able to capitalize off the nice hotspot that is provided with their POI in Countdown. But even better, Danish with this split drop over by Mirage. They also have information in Lava Fisher between the survey beacon and the ring console, and they've heard us since the very beginning. We are going up north in World's Edge. No more of these southern zones. We want to see more of these diversity zones coming up, and since it is going to be moving over to Skyhook, Horizon Union probably already has that information, seeing that that ring beacon usually spawns over to the west side of Skyhook. It is to say if V2 can get access there, or is Horizon Union going to try to engage and gatekeep them from getting that information?
Also up north, you could see just a big part of that conversation is, you know, how difficult sometimes it can be when you see these zeros. It's not teams disappearing and having the inability to fight. Sometimes it's just knowing they've got to go through 6 teams from the south all the way up to the north, and running across any one of them could spell an early end to their game. So I think this is, when you look at it, not something to be overly critical for teams, but it's something that definitely rubs you the wrong way if you continue to have maybe what you feel is an uphill battle going up to zones that are far away from your point. As Nasky had said, and I think this was interesting, Vicky, previous metas we had seen Edge play have the same level of success or more than zone play. But in this meta, it does feel that those teams rotating on edge, rotating late, are being punished more often than not, which is probably why having a zone far away from you has ruffled as many feathers as it has in the pro scene, because it is truly not as advantageous as it used to be.
Imagine how much worse it feels when you get griefed and the RNG isn't in your favor and you also don't have a ring console at your POI. I mean, we've heard it. We've heard it from the pros themselves. Sometimes it's just a double whammy, and it's unfortunate, and that's why it's important to pinpoint how some of these POIs just benefit off of having that information more likely than others. We do get to take a look at our winners from our previous match, outplayed already with their quick rotation here. And with this rotation, I do believe they are exiting out of Big Mod, so it was pretty quick to already get to this lava siphon area, so that way they don't waste any time. They rotate to that north side, like you mentioned.
Vex still hanging back, excuse me, Vortex and Vex still hanging back inside. Foot Esports also. We question whether they needed to slow it up or pick it up. I think that is obviously a statement, maybe just about their rotation, but also in game, as Nasky had them as one of his favorites, but yet to really crack the danger zone in terms of getting close to that top two. Danish, though, a team that has performed quite well, Vicky. Young Hong Kong, Bavis, and Fricks. With that Seer Horizon Catalyst playing what is a pretty meta composition and landing at Trials. They're going to be looted up, ready to go, and I think the great thing about this is they can play that zone and not have to move too much, while also having the benefits of, you know, not really having to loot either. It's kind of a win-win.
What I love about Danish is when I was able to tune in and take a look at how their winners round 2 was going, they were able to take that first game, but they seem so cohesive there too. This is definitely one of those teams that run away with momentum when they are playing confident. Having the loot over here by Trials, as well as already seeing where the circle is going to be pulling, could also benefit them from having that high ground that Trials is able to overlook. But this circle could easily start rotating outside of Trials into more of that middle area by Skyhook. Gonna have to see how that's gonna pull for them, because even if it does, it could be detrimental depending on how that rotation is gonna look, depending on also the squads that are gonna be looking at them from Countdown.
Extremely good point. You can't guarantee it all, and you can't get it all in Apex. You gotta split with what you think is best for your position and go with it. Foot Esports, 14 points in the bottom half. They'll have to step it up, looking to get some action into the crafter and get those shields leveled up as well, especially on the side of Lippin. As we continue with round 1 closing. Slow and steady pace, Vicky. That's how we're going to see, I think, for the first part of this game, as teams start to know that we will be very close to reaching that 6-point game threshold, which means if someone wins, it definitely is over. Entropic, though, our second-place team, 11 points away from match point, but under duress here, and now they're silenced. They do not have an ultimate to fight with. This could be the end of Entropic, Vicky.
Oh, Danish are out here eating a buffet right now as Entropic with just Hierarcha alive, fighting for their lives. Ooh, nice nade tick here.
Nice nade.
You love that. See if he can try to capitalize here with Fricks getting the finish, though. They are also able to get his shields up easily. Oh, Hierarcha with these wingman shots. Nade coming in. He's doing it. I cannot believe this. Can he get the shield swap? Can he get the shield swap? Oh, he gets the blue. No way behind him. And the slow. Danish counter blessing to you, almost did it, and the third party rolls in.
Wow, Vicky. That third party saved Danish's life. It was the Seat de France who got involved, and they'll be happy because they stopped the number 2 team here from crossing the match point threshold, which they desperately want because they need more time to build up points. But it is Danish who are just a few points behind them who survive with 1. Young Hong Kong, a rat, hiding behind the rock, looking at the fallen remnants of his team and thanking his lucky stars that Seat de France interfered, because Hierarcha was popping off.
Isn't even gonna pop the med kit just in case. Isn't gonna use the heartbeat sensor. It makes just a tad bit too much noise in case Seat de France are really hungry for some Danishes themselves. But they'll hold back for a little bit, you know, just restabilize. There's probably a team right above them. I'd be surprised if there isn't, being on the high ground and having that height advantage where you can just farm your Evo shields. But still, great timing on Seat de France to move in for that third party.
Wonderful initial fight there. I really enjoyed both the elements of it. I mean, just from the last player standing as well, when you can see, you know, it's a catalyst, it almost changes the game. We didn't get a chance to kind of watch any of the piercing spikes play, but it was a great grenade, and it's one of the characters that I think as an anchor role, you would want to have alive last. So it almost works out in their favor. Unfortunately, it does not. Lasite de France, though, notably playing without a seer, which could turn out to haunt them in a bit. But right now, they've taken what is such a desirable location, at least for now, as our ring starts to close, and we'll get more information on where this ends in trials with 2 teams down.
Look at Danish. They're having to play outside the circle. Gonna take their time to rotate probably from the south side, but it's not gonna get any better there as Lava Fisher's also pretty congested by 3 squads. You can see Vortex, Aurora, Voltage. It's because there is a ring console there so some of these teams that like to slow rotate, play on the edge, are gonna want to try to take advantage of having that information, and then also try to grief other teams away from that if they want to try to gatekeep them. We also did see the Loba Black Market being called in above Trials. Maestro Gaming is running a Loba, so that's probably them right above them too. So 2 teams sharing that real estate, while Skyhook is looking even more congested than ever because so many of these teams have been so quick with their rotate to secure one of those buildings. But that also means here, Rainday, that we are going to see much more squads in the later game because there's so many more buildings that are provided for the teams to take up that space.
Yeah, Skyhook offers, you know, much more of a wide range of ways to play it, unlike some other zones, which really do force you into a tunnel and eliminate a lot of our teams in round 4 on that rotation. Right now, though, round 2 still playing, so plenty of time. Still, I'd say the setup phase in some ways, but it is slowly ending away from that into more of the mid game where teams are continually fighting for presence, trying to find any late rotators, and one of those being Vexed, who is finding themselves still outside the zone. It's been true that they performed really well leading into this with 10 points coming in, but now having 29 earned after 4, they'll probably want to do a little bit more with their play. I'm not sure that would crack the top 10 for them had they come in without those previous points. So it would put them, I think, at about an 8th, right behind or tied with V2. So obviously more of a performance needed for Vex to continue their first place reign, because this is the game, you know, that people could start to separate themselves, Vicky. Vex have to be careful.
Good point, especially looking at how close the overall standings are after those 4 games alone. Entropic being out, though, could be good news for Vex at least, because they were sitting in second with that 1 KP that we saw Haraka just steal at the very end, so that probably set them up for 40 points, currently in second, right behind Outplayed, who we literally just saw outplayed in that last game. Very nice to see as Vortex now just looking on at the action that's happening right in front of them.
Vortex CGO, 18th place. Would you rather be 18th place with a P2020 or 18th place with a nice Skull Pierce out Ranger 3030? I'd rather be neither. I think I'd rather be first, but hypotheticals indeed. I do love that 3030 and the hands of our team holding it down. Sanka, Libre as well for Voltage on a gold shield and a fully leveled up Wingman. We'll see what they can do as we transition over to where we expect the zone to end. In Skyhook, lots of buildings to play. Blue White's Challenger Circuit team, they've won 2 of the Challenger Circuits that have been available. That's pretty impressive, Vicky. This is a team that definitely, whether they do well today to make championships or not, we're going to see a lot of in Apex.
They definitely got some crazy aim, that's for sure. It's really impressive to see how far they've been able to come. And who is trying to contest Maestro Gaming on this zip line? Vax Gaming playing right underneath them. Danish do get called out. It was Young Hong Kong, the solo that we saw at the very beginning, gets cleaned up. Vex Gaming gonna be able to definitely capitalize here, and I do like this call to rotate around this rock. It is early circle, they're just getting a little bit of that chip damage here, while Maestro Gaming are not gonna be moving from that spot on the top of Trials, and this next circle is gonna still protect them, so it's gonna be Vex just rotating from this north side onto Skyhook.
Yeah, you know, it's worth it because trying to do that any later, they've got to deal with Maestro. But now Vex, they maybe have a clear path. They've rotated late, but they are on the precipice of being one of our first teams to reach match point, coming in as the #1 team with 10 points already. Let's go in with a listen in with Vex to see how the new addition of G Dolphin with Matafe and Unlucky navigate this one.
It misses with Rampart, bro.
Okay. Down below it's...
I see no one.
Go,
let's go. Just see where we can play next zone as well, yeah? This is not exactly in. I'm talking in front.
Yeah, we're not in here.
The right side is too
It's
open.
really bad. It's really bad.
Yeah.
But okay.
Market
what
is free.
about-
Market is
what
free.
about- Okay.
I can bang ult left and we go. I think we go earlier.
Wait
than
for your
later.
smokes, maybe. Wait for your smokes if you don't have them.
I have one
There's
smoke.
more.
left.
Yeah.
But the fuse will fuck us.
Yeah. De-stress.
Yeah.
I'm gonna syringe and then I'm gonna bang ult, okay? I'll have
What
one
about?
smoke.
Okay.
Watch out, Lucky.
Yeah. Okay.
No, we have to move. We can't win.
Yeah.
I'm bang ulting now.
Yeah.
I'm smoking them once and then coming to bat and then we go.
I need to bet. I need to bet. There's a good fuse queue on us.
On me good. Come.
We have to go now though. As my bang ult's
stop,
gonna
stop.
pop. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay. Let's.
smoking
I won't survive this. I won't survive this, guys.
I might die
won't survive
first. It's so bad.
Yep, I am proof. But I can't really. I
will stay here. I will stay here. Just get in. If you can.
I can't. I can't.
I fuse hard.
Are they pushing you?
Yeah, they're popping a bed. I cracked the
They
fuse
are,
because they are pushing actually.
100 on one.
I know.
They might back off. I am probably resible if they back off.
I got just Q from your team. Bro,
I puppy. Can't help you.
Oh. Yeah, they're just on me. Let's go back.
Go
Maybe
next.
you can hug them on.
Play the villains here. They were the heroes in another shot, but this time they play spoiler to the rotation of Vex, as we said, was late, and it proved to be a little too late for 2 of 3 members to survive. They still have G Dolphin, who's pulled out some incredible plays. We'll see if he can do it again, but he is going against a very crowded Skyhook squad, lobby right now.
Man, between Go Next on one side with the fuse and getting griefed by the Seer Tech on the other side, there's no catching a break. You lose out on the gravity lift on top of the fact that you have to just try to run out into the open is a very tough situation to be, but Go Next playing outside the market here, have that slight low ground. It could play off the lip of this cliffside to get out of the line of sight of some of these other teams that could be poking at them from afar. Thinking about Lucito France that are still playing off the low ground of Trials, Maestro could actually help them out being on the high ground because they could keep them in their own line of sight. So many teams are also going to be funneled outside of Skyhook, which means for this next circle closing in, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Several teams still on that southern side as well.
Wow.
And there's a lot of teams that are going to have to move into this zone, Vicky. Nearly no one is in it, as we've just kind of set ourselves up for chaos. Bloodbath is a good, very appropriate word here. And they've got to move quickly. Obviously, as you can see, that central zone, it's going to pull.
That zone... The Rocks win. The Rocks are in God's supply.
The Rocks are the champion? Is that what it is?
This is so difficult for the squads that have to rotate through Sky. You're going to be navigating through open ground. Maestro are going to 100% be capitalizing off of this. Even Lucito France are going to have to exit out of the bunker from Trials into the line of sight of the squads that are going to be holding building until the circles are going to close in behind them. They're going to be the ones that are going to be easy pickings for the squads that are just going to be looking up at Trials.
Yeah.
2A is going to be in a lot of trouble there. The gold knockdown, is it going to come out? Is it going to happen as V2 are going to be able to get involved here? Ulu getting right back into contention, rocking the white napkin here. Could break very easily at this point of the game.
I would say the white tissue, just in case, he knows that anybody who sneezes on him will actually end up getting a KP. Got to be careful about that one. Yulo switches it up with a purple that fast. V2 now in a good position, but can they hold on to it? Alternator in hand. You can tell they're working with early equipment that they picked up, or just barely picked up in these last engagements. But a C or Q can solve everything. Immediately delete the Horizon ultimate. The black hole will not pull anyone this time around, and they're getting ready with their ordinances. Arc Stars dropped out. Now it's just a gunfight. And an alternator can do decently well here, Vicky, but it's not the gun you would want in terms of speed. So they've got to find an opening somehow, and I think they're looking for Joke to maybe in a focus of attention.
That's a desperate times call for desert measures here. Zidane is some trouble. Just try to distract them here off to the other side. Yeah, it does also have the information on their health too. While they do drop down and reposition, you already see Joke popping that ultimate accelerant. Wants to get the exhibition online just as quickly as he can because there's another fight happening right in front of them that they can get third party from.
Nemesis from afar, always a good weapon, even with the iron sights. Joke doing a lot with not much. And Go Next also in the building. on height in terms of those stairs. This is getting real contested here as 13 of our teams are still looking to get into that zone. I would say maybe 11 of them are out of it, and only Maestro and Lecite de France close enough to say that they're playing zone right now. Go Next in trouble, 11 points away, sitting in 4th place. Can they come out of this fight and somehow make it into that match point?
Oh, we have to see here. 11 squads left. Let's go into a listening with Go Next to see what they plan next.
Okay, I can throw the nades in the corner there. I can fuck them hard. Just wait. Block the door so we don't get shot. I got nades. Block the door. Yes.
Ready?
Nading them. Okay then.
Cracked all of them.
Nice. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go.
Alright. We can't, it's smoked.
Okay, don't. I have no flash shield again. I cannot heal up fully.
Here, take medkit.
Move for the next plane.
Give me switch.
Can we play this outside and the... I'm gonna have catwalk. I'm gonna have catwalk soon. 95, guys. They're gonna catwalk now. They're gonna do something. I'm gonna catwalk.
Coming. One shot. They're in the corner. Both in the corner.
Burning them hard.
Nice.
Kill us. Burning him. I'll play up gold. Shield. I have gold. Okay, I'm in. Dropping us up. I'm going. Be ready for what's coming. We played catwall and we play kills left. I'm catwalking.
Go Next with the comms, and now the desperate push to survive. No, on the other side of the catwall, Bambino having to go on the other side, but guess what? It's not even any better. There is no light at the end of the tunnel because there's a squad waiting for them inside of that building. Outplay that have been playing for their lives, currently only 3 KP away from being at match point themselves. Sitting at 47 points. Go Next, still fighting for those lives for outside this building. Bambino being on the fuse, though, could give him the benefit. Prowler with basically no ammo. He needs heavy.
It's a shield swap as well. Micey trying to make an impact. Go Next at 5 more points that they need. Make it 2. Sitting at number 2 there, the kill leader here. Micey adding the spot, replacing DCTZR and doing fantastically, but I don't think it's enough. Up on top, it's Lecite de France who had paid their price to get here by eliminating that first squad we mentioned with Hyarka holding strong near trials. They come in, but still on top, Vicky. It's Maestro who have not left from the beginning.
The third-party griefers do it again, and they're going to be able to hang out outside of those bunkered doors. The creeping barrage as Maestro Gaming now managed to get right back onto the high ground. Look at this setup between the Pathfinder having the amp walls, the Sheila ready to beam like they're Rambo coming in. Playing up this low ground is so difficult here as Aurora are just trying to Skyrim jump all over these rocks here. Sending out the smoke nade here too. Working with a lot of ammo to work with here as well. Just looking on the other side, we have Aurora, Maestro Gaming that have been on the high ground this whole time, and Lecite de France playing up that low ground.
And these are 2 of the teams that started here in terms of that engagement. Lecite de France and Maestro playing zone. Going back to what we've said, it has worked so well for these teams. Can they get a result, though, here? Maestro Gaming probably doesn't have enough to finally find themselves on match point after this, but Lecite de France, could they maybe play spoiler and somehow take over the high ground? The question is, can you topple the king of the castle who has not moved from the beginning? That will be a win for any of these teams, especially the likes of Aurora, who have so much to prove and do not want to miss out on an opportunity of getting the championships. 3 squads left. They're climbing Vicky, but what are they going to find at the top? Just bullets.
Oh, is this the Halloween event going on right now? They're just trying to claw their way to force Maestro off this high ground here. Playing around zombies, just forcing them off their backs. Looking right, looking left here. Putting in the extra pressure to Aurora. They do get the knock off the Art Star, but they are not going to give up this spot. They need to hold this down. Yeah, you hear the catwall right behind them too, and the piercing spikes, but they're just going to stay here, and Lecite de France are going to suffer for it.
I mean, you've got smokes. Can the catwall do anything for you here? I'm not sure if he's got the ability to play it right now. They've got the Loba, Rampart, and Path, so that's why they have this accessibility. It's going to be very hard to beat it, so you may just have to both, as 2 teams, jump up at the same time and find your spot, even if it's a little wonky. Maestro, they're feeling the pressure. Denze almost goes down 0. Nothing goes down as well. This is Aurora. Sunset who's made the move. Maestro somehow get taken down after what having looked like God spot for sure. And it's Lecite de France and Aurora who will fight it out for first place. And it looks like aimbot is going to go down. Aurora climbs the mountain and they plant the flag with a win.
I cannot believe Maestro just got juked off the high ground like they were Mufasa on Pride Rock. Are you kidding me, Aurora? They had the opportunity. I'm surprised they even were able to get around the amp walls.
It was the way I would describe that zone, Vicky, the way I'm processing it is when someone has such a clear advantage over two other teams, it becomes the enemy of my enemy. The friend of my friend is my enemy, right? Whatever that is, the enemy. They both had a common enemy. And I think they both decided that who cares about this other team barely staying alive and climbing this rock? And they both pushed. Aurora pushed, and we saw Lecite de France push, and Maestro, being the center of attention and the focus of that ire, unfortunately lost that spot, and really what you thought would have been a first place location ended up being a third place location. I'm sure that's frustrating for Maestro, but as we watch it back, Vicky, give me your perception as to how that happened with a pretty interesting zone we don't see much here.
Well, first off, I feel like they're running the script because we said that Aurora desperately needed to put themselves on the board, even maybe trying to go for a cheeky evac tower placement. Look at where they're standing here with 9th overall with 32 points. Hanging out on the end, this probably has elevated them to top 3 at the very least. But looking at the way that they found this opportunity, it looked like Maestro was so busy dealing with the pests that were behind them. Between the smoke nades, they found some opportunity here to get around the rocks, still adding the pressure, and it looks like maybe when they got the crack, that was the green light for them to go.
I think that's totally true. And the fact that they have the smokes, this is really the benefit. And Ranches gets up and he just has information. But I think on the other side as well, you can just see that there was already damage being taken by Denze. And I think that it was just a double whammy. I love the way that they approached this. R99s up close in the smoke with digi threats. You know, Aurora came to play once they got up top. It was just Maestro maybe needed to do more to recognize the threat earlier from Aurora on that side with the smokes, because I'll tell you what, they were the only one who actually could occlude the vision of Maestro in that position. And so I think maybe more attention needed to be paid to them, but credit to Maestro for just getting to that spot. I mean, that was hard for the entire team to play around.
I mean, at that point there, too, with Aurora forcing their way onto the hop of a high ground, Maestro had the God spot. That was their win game right there. That was the win con that they were playing into. Denze being left alone on one side of those pillboxes, allowing both Tax and 0-0 on the other side to focus on the Lecite de France. It's like what you said, basically allowing the other team on the other side to have the perfect timing to climb up, distract Maestro Gaming, and then 3-2-1 Denze so he doesn't have a chance.
I'm laughing at Dan had mentioned what I actually said, which is the friend of my friend is my enemy, which I just find very funny. You introduced me to your friend and suddenly that's my enemy. Well, you know, I don't know how it all went, but let's just say that our match results are going to tell a better story than that final phrase that I put together. Look at this, Aurora, 20 points. Fantastic. Lecite de France as well. Maestro, gosh, that is upsetting, Vicky, not just because of the fact that they got third, but they were counting on placement points. That was as true a placement points zone game you could play, and they still missed out on 5 because of the way that ended.
Happens when you're playing the Loba, you're playing for that end circle positioning, and you have the information off of staging. I believe they had a rain console off the very beginning, so that's their POI, and that's where they immediately rotated to the top of Trials when they had that opportunity. Stayed there for so long, denied themselves the opportunity from picking up any KP, even with the Sheila setup behind the amp walls. Unfortunate, but you gotta come back from that as Lecite de France and Aurora finish off this game specifically with 8 KP in the pocket and go next too, having a great game.
Yeah. They had a great game. You know, V2 for me too. I always stand out the V2. Who gets those 4s, those 5s, those 3s? I don't know where I was overhearing it the other day, but as we transition to the back half and see how our bottom of the 20 teams performed, 4 statistically, I think it was actually Tech who I was overhearing. I was in a conversation with him saying 4 points or so statistically is enough to kind of keep pace with the lobby. And if you can continually do that, you'll be okay, especially with, you know, a couple of better games. I think that is where you could see Foot, Vortex, V2, Danish. You see these teams who maybe aren't always at the top, but they've done enough to stay in the race. And that's certainly what we'll see in Tropic, an unfortunate 20th place, but we know how that went down. That was all Lecite de France or Entropic, who were probably going to end up in that top 3, and Lecite de France came in at the right time, Vicky.
Yeah, picking up the points, like, they're just crumbs that they could feast on if they can, because at this moment, with the way that Outplayed played on that first page, as well as Go Next with that 8KP, you can currently see where we're sitting at. No match point yet, but with just one extra inch forward, Outplayed will be definitely sitting there. Go Next, 48 points. Nonetheless, though, it still highlights now how this top 8 alone, just going all the way down to Danish, how close in points it is. It takes one pop-off game to just completely throw this overall standings into shambles.
And truly, for those watching, why this is important is the second place as well. I think it's safe to say we're probably going to go 6 games. It's, I think, impossible not to, because we have no one on match point as well. We're going into our 6th. But what I think is really key is anybody who wins from 8th place to 1st right now, even if they don't win match point, if they come 2nd in that game, they can leapfrog into qualifying for championships. We were at about maybe the most interesting position we could be in as a spectator and as a player, because one big game at this point means that you could book your ticket to Birmingham in September. That is massive, and that gives a lot of teams hope who might think that, well, maybe we're not close to match point. No, you're one big game away. We will see what happens, of course, as we've got another one coming up. I'm going to take a break, but excited to see how Game 6 unfolds as we go to break. We'll be right back with more LCQ.
Welcome back, everybody, and I tell you what, we thought we might be in for some prizes today in the LCQ. Well, that zone certainly was one, Dan. Certainly caught a lot of us off guard. I've got to say, I feel like I've played a lot of Apex Legends. I've certainly watched even more, and I've never seen that zone. Ever. Never
seen it in my life. Do you know what? There were some crazy things that happened in that game. I heard Rainday say the friend of my friend is my enemy, so... my friend Dave's here. Rainday hates you.
Screw you,
hates
Dave.
you so much. Yeah, screw you, Dave. No one likes you because you're my friend. But that circle was nuts. It was one of those where I don't think anyone expected it to happen. And when you see a final circle like that, everyone's just a bit perplexed. You have to think on your feet. We saw some teams were able to get into position. Maestro probably thought they were going to be good on top. But unfortunately, a few people had a little bit of a word with that, and they wanted to get up and get in their faces.
I wonder if this is all Nasky's fault, because he was saying, it's really zone meta at the moment, talking about playing zone, and I'll play this one. Has happened in the game, but obviously we are still in a position where no one has hit match point. However, we would expect a lot of teams, maybe not just one, to hit it in this game, Dan, although we are seeing a few teams slip up when they do have that opportunity. I think we've got teams on 49, 48, 46 points respectively as we go into match number 6, so you would expect a couple of teams to cross that threshold here in match number 6. Back on World's Edge again we go, before we head back over to Storm Point in our next one.
I think we've been spoiled by some of our international tournaments where we see teams get to match point in 3, in 4, where they're dominating the lobbies, they're consistent, but this shows how close this lobby is and how it really is anyone's game. So many teams that could be on match point next match. And then the scary thing is, if one of those teams were to then win it, it's about just trying to leapfrog those who are ahead of you with just a few points to try and get that second qualification spot. But also with how crazy this has been so far and how back and forth we've seen some teams go, we could be going quite some games before we finally see a victor on match point. But as you say, we're back onto World's Edge now, so it is going to be a good chance for those who had consistency in match number 5 to try and find some again here in match number 6.
So to give you the lay of the land as we head into match number 6 and we see where the first zone is going to be going, I'm going to tell you who is close to hitting match point. ANC outplayed 49 points, Go Next 48, Aurora 42, Le Cité France 41, Vexed 40, Maestro 40, Entropic 40, Danish 38, V2 the next closest on 33. So you would say anyone from Danish up, Dan, probably feeling pretty comfortable about getting it done in this game. And for teams like Entropic, who are in that conversation of 40 points, this is a really good zone for them. A tree zone. Aurora, very good access to this one as well, alongside Vexed Gaming. So you would expect them to be looting up as quickly as possible, getting into that zone and trying to play for those last few points they need.
All right, how much do you reckon? How many teams do you think are going to be on match point after this game? He's stumped.
Three at least.
You know what? I'm going to be brave, and I reckon we're going to get 4 teams going on to match point. Yeah, I'm going to be brave and go one less or one more. It's scary because we could have 5. Statistically, it is achievable if we see 5 of these teams manage to just push their way into the kind of top 10, top 5, and with some good kills on the way. But of course, you need to get those kills on the way. And I think we're going to have a few teams who are just going to try and barrel their way towards zone and hope to get into that top 15. Outplayed, of course, only needing the 1 extra point. As for Aurora, it's 8 points required. Now, that's not as simple. They still need a good enough game to be able to achieve it.
And the crazy thing is, right, we're talking about match point. Understandably, one team is going to qualify for the ALGS championships through match point. But with how close the rest of the lobby is on points, every single game at the moment with match point on the horizon becomes even more valuable, especially if you have a big KP game, because even though you might be the team who's on match point but doesn't get it, if you have that one game where you pick up 8-9 KP alongside a top 5 finish, that could be enough to put you in second place overall, which is the other qualification spot. So now we've hit our minimum of 6 games. It's a case of get the job done now, because match point is going to end this thing whatever happens now.
And I think if you are a team who, for example, outplayed only need 1 point, play it safe for now, get into the top 15, and then think to yourself, how do we achieve the most points possible now? We have freedom to try and get as aggressive as we want if we'd like to. We could just run at teams to try and pick up KP, or if they found themselves in a primary position, they might say, all right, well, we can play for late game here, and we might be able to get as much points as possible just doing that. Now, UTFT are getting aggressive onto VCGO. They've been able to get a knock, but are they going to be able to actually push up on it before the res happens? That'll be the real question.
UTFT, who are having a very, very slow day so far. They've only got the 1 point on the board, but you never know in Apex Legends. One game can change it all as they do try and fly in. However, I think you've summed it up perfectly. So much time was taken to close that gap and get into a position to finish off those kills that it will be a 3v3 fight here between them and the team on the other side of this building. And now you got to be careful, because a Spitfire and an Alternator is not really the loadout you want, and you certainly don't want to be taking too much damage alongside it. Adept Club, by the way, eliminated. We're down to 19 already.
Yeah, it was Vexed that got those kills as well. So Vexed up to 42 points now. They're only 8 from match point, and I think as we see some of the bigger teams start to get on that kill feed, we will be slowly but surely starting to add some squads to match point. But more importantly, for those who are even closer, 19 squads remain. You just want to see that number ticking down as Phoenix Legacy also go out to Go Next. And what does that mean, Mark, if Go Next were able to get a few points there?
It's almost as if you don't imagine I can do the maths, which is completely right. But Go Next will be on match point. I'm pretty convinced about that. At least 2 points is all they needed. So they got those 2 points. They got the 2 KP. So they will be the first team to officially hit match point. Go Next will be looking to go next and close out this tournament in the next game. But for now, Vortex, they've got a long way to go. They are currently sat on the other side of the table. 18 points for them, 18th place, but in a good spot here in Tree.
I do love that from Go Next, though. Get aggressive on a fight, take that KP, and now for the rest of the game, they can try and play it in any way they want. Do they want to play safe? Do they want to try and go for a big, huge game and start to be aggressive and push fights? You can even start to ruin people's games now at this point. If you know, I don't know, where Outplayed are going to be rotating, you might say, all right, well, why don't we go and try and hold them out, for example? So there is a lot of different ways Go Next can approach this one if they would like.
Yeah, I feel like if I'm Go Next right now, I'm thinking this is a game for points. Not only you try, if you win this game, you're probably going to deny a couple of teams getting to match point alongside you, right? So I would play this one out as sensibly as possible. And with the zone information that they have as well from a ring console, they're going to be in a really good spot here. And it looks like we might actually be pulling a little bit away from Tree. VC Go now having a little bit of a battle inside of this building in Tree. A nice spray going to come in, not without the knock being extended and exchanged, I should say. UTFT will be eliminated. So a rough day for them continues as Vortex will take them down.
Yeah, Vortex doing well to survive. Even after they got that first knock onto them, they didn't see the gap close. They were able to reset, and they now win that engagement, and they hold a pretty solid spot for now. They'll be quite happy with, I would have thought, over towards Tree. There is a lot of teams that are going to be making their way down there, as that's where the circle is heading. So the teams who are close to match point, I mean, Outplayed, they are within the zone. They should be able to comfortably get into the top 15 and get onto match point. For Aurora, they've managed to make their way down. They're actually neighboring Outplayed at the moment, so another team who might be able to get onto match point here. The teams that have to do a little bit more work, Vexed, LCQ France, Maestro, they've already been making their move. Maestro is center circle, but Vexed is still over towards Lava Siphon where they drop, maybe looking to pick up some kills on those teams rotating late.
Yeah, maybe looking to hit the ring console as well. They might have left that one late for a third zone just to see if they're going to be able to judge where this zone is going to go. It is looking like a tree zone, but it might pull back towards the thermal side. It is going to be a tree zone indeed. We just got the information on our screens from the beacon. So LCQ France are going to have to work their way towards Tree, and it's a long old way for them to go. And 9 points with this kind of zone, when you're landing on the northern side of World's Edge, it's going to be about winning these fights. These kind of engagements, you win them early in the game, Dan. The momentum can roll as Aimbot is like looking to line up a couple of shots here with this Prowler.
It's against V2 as well. V2 had such a strong start, but have really fallen off. That 25-point game, but since they've only picked up 8 points in the matches afterwards. Still, of course, within a shot of match point if they were to get into the final circle and maybe get a victory or at least a lot of kills, but it just hasn't really rolled with momentum, which we thought it might after that initial victory. LCQ France, though, still being held out, and maybe the exhibit will just make them back off for now and not able to capitalize on the Dark Veil they put down. Is so little health, but a shield swap or a battery means that they can just get back on full.
Yeah, LCQ France and V2 using all their utility at the moment. You can see, like you said, the exhibit's gone down defensively just to slow this fight down. V2 now looking to push up on it. A little bit of a spray comes in from Joke, but not enough to break shields. However, he has to be careful now because his shields are being broken. Oh, he had to be so careful about surviving from that situation. Is anyone inside a Harvester? That's the question. It doesn't look like there is, so no one's a third party. This is a straight 3v3. This is almost like a TDM match.
Yeah, of course, they won't know that, but that's why we keep seeing both teams kind of checking their backs, checking to see if anyone else is approaching them. But LCQ France have done very well to force V2 back into Harvester now, as both teams can start to think about rotating if they don't want to get involved. It seems like V2 are a little bit more scared than LCQ France, which, considering the points that are available on both sides, I would have thought it would have been the other way around. But I guess LCQ France have to force the engagement here because they've got to rotate through V2.
Yeah, it's also V2, if they back up, they can get the height here in Harvester, and we all know how hard it is to fight against height in any kind of situation. That's exactly what the situation is. Psychop is trying to move forward, though, trying to keep the pressure on, and needs to, just because of the fact that that zone is closing behind them. They want to be in a position to take this 3v3 without the zone being something which can influence the way that the fight does turn out. So for LCQ France, they're trying to force V2 back, and V2 at the moment look pretty comfortable in giving up a little bit of room if they can stay alive and not take too much damage from this push. For now, though, the Q's going to be hit, and that might be the sign for V2 to start being aggressive.
Well, if they can get some damage with these grenades, then maybe that'll be enough to initiate a fight. Both teams just kind of posturing up against one another at the moment, and as we mentioned, it's an isolated fight for now, but the longer this goes on, the more likely another team might just decide to start walking over towards it. There are a couple of teams who are close enough, but I don't think anyone's really going to be walking outside of the zone right now, especially with how closely contested some of the points totals are when we're getting towards match point. Remember, Go Next have already got onto match point. They're at 51 right now. Outplayed only need one more point to get to match point. So they're hoping to get into that top 15. They'll just be looking at that kill feed and hoping 2 squads get eliminated as round 2 closes here.
It does seem like V2 have kind of decided that they aren't winning this fight at the moment. They've taken a lot of damage every single time they've engaged. So they've decided to try and play the long game here. Try and hit a different kind of rotate away from the Cid de France, who are looking to be aggressive. Tank a little bit of zone damage and wrap through towards Thermal Station, which isn't the worst idea in the world. Horizon Union might have something to say about them. Say about that rotate, however, as they might be able to hold them out on this choke, but they should be safe unless Horizon Union take their eyes, turn their attention towards where that zone is closing. Do they have an evac tower to play with? That's another question to be answered, and certainly not from the POV of Yolu right now. But this wrap is a little bit risky. It's smart in some ways, but they've got to hope that Horizon Union don't watch it for too long.
I was trying to do the math as well and work out how likely it is and how many teams we could have on match point, and I think there is a world where we could end up with 7 and 8 after this match if it was to work out that the teams who are close to match point are in that top 8 and do get kills along their way. We might have quite a bit of teams on match point, which will make match 7 very interesting indeed. I know we're usually spoiled and big teams are able to get there early, but we might see a lot of teams all get there at the same time, as Horizon Union are able to get some good damage with grenades, as they're currently holding out a squad.
Yeah, this is going to be the wrap that we were talking about, right? This is V2 on the receiving end of this, and this is what they were worried about. Horizon watching their backs, making sure they were paying attention and making sure this zone wrap was something that they weren't going to be able caught off guard by. V2 now taking the height, and V2 might get that first knock, but still V2 not able to get any knock whatsoever in fights. I mean, Joke's got 475 damage already, but still has no KP alongside it.
Yeah, and every single time they get involved in these fights and then back off, they're using resources, they're using ammo, and they need to be saving some of it if they want to get into this late game and have a chance of winning. So that's why they're kind of backing off at the moment. They're not committing to any of these fights just yet. They've not done enough, as Horizon Union are backed into this tunnel, and now they'll make their rotation out and around, and they'll probably end up facing against Le Cid de France, who were previously going up against V2. So it's a ring around the roses at the moment.
The merry old dance between these 3 teams at the moment, just consistently swapping positions, and one taking the position of perilous away from the other at any one time. However, there's a little bit of a surprise. Some nice shots coming in from Phoenix, so we're going to make that a little bit different. Le Cid de France all of a sudden finds Psychop, but he's back. And Le Cid de France, who are thinking about match point, might be thinking about having to do it in the next game, because here comes Phoenix with the spray. Le Cid de France get back to the lobby, but Horizon Union still under duress.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Blue Whites who are in the area to potentially try and third party this one. Actually, there's only one member of Blue Whites who has eyes on this, so it's probably going to be okay for Horizon Union. They should be able to loop back up, get those shield swaps, and still comfortably be on the northern side of this zone. But that circle is very much arriving behind them here, so they're going to have to make a move very quickly, and it's not just Blue Whites they've got to get through. There are about 5 teams that are going to be on that northern side, so yes, they can fly in with an evac tower if they want to, but it's not going to be pretty either way.
Yeah, you wonder if that's just a distraction, because taking that evac tower in the open with so many teams inside a zone is a death sentence waiting to happen. Horizon Union do use it as a distraction. Phoenix now going to move under the bridge. Have to be careful of that huge tree root, though, which is such a common place for teams to try and hold down. They're going to smoke it off, try and force the team off. And you have to say Horizon Union, who have been in pretty horrid-looking positions with tough rotates, are making the most of this at the moment, but now they lose one. Phoenix will fall as Blue Whites finally strike.
Yeah, Blue Whites were aware of where they were going to be pushing from, and they just posted up, set themselves for the ambush, and now they should be able to clean up, you'd think. And remember, if one more team is eliminated here, it will be enough for Outplayed to get onto match point. And there we go, Horizon Union out. That means Outplayed are now on 50 points. They have achieved the match point threshold, and they will have the chance to win the LCQ in the next game.
Really, really impressive that from Blue Whites, taking no damage. But here come Aurora now. Aurora are looking for these KP as well. Have they had time to get that reset in? But they do have Digis by the looks of things, and Ranches is going to find that out just in time to back off his teammates on that push. They reinforce the doors, and Blue Whites will hold strong once again. We do have a listening available with Blue Whites, and this is going to be a really interesting move for them. So let's jump into the comms and see what the play call is.
No, we need to loot. I need to pop out Excel. Chill.
I have no cells.
Just
make sure that team doesn't do anything stupid again.
One is far. But 2 of them are far.
I'm so good this. I'm so good this.
All 3.
You need to come height. You need to come height, bro. You need to come height ASAP after you hit. I'm looking over you.
Oh, in the open. Flash. Flash on horizon.
Can we kill that for no chill?
Yes, we can. I knocked one.
Okay.
Cracked another one.
40 seconds though. I think we get loot. I get loot. Just I'll get
right side is pushing up. Right side is pushing up. Right side is pushing up. Can we like I need help.
I'm coming to you, Senator. Come to us. I'm bringing you heals. We're good. We need to focus on rotation, by the way.
We should play for kills, maybe.
We should just play for kills, man. We should go kill. Can we kill that team right now?
I can.
With the wall. Yeah.
I want it.
Yeah. Go for it.
Do I have a Q?
Scanning.
I'm pushing from the right side.
I'll take a right side. I got killed.
In the open.
I'm coming left side. I'm coming left.
They're all behind this. Just push.
I don't have nades.
Zone's closing.
There's a storm, so we need to go right.
Go back. I need heal.
I
cannot look for you.
We need to go under tree somehow. Can we go from right side to truck, maybe?
I'm going left.
Nobody in house. No, on the opposite side of house. Other side of house.
I'm holding. Just come.
Just walk up this. I think we walk this. I think we walk up this. It open. Front of us.
Crack one.
Seriously. Just walk up.
Walk up with me. I stop the wall. I know. Not on top. Come to me. Just come to me. There is a team.
I'm looking. I can't go left.
Right side.
Come to me. Trust me. Come to me. Right side.
Follow fucking meatball.
Yeah. Come to me. Right side. In front of me.
No, in front, left. Go right. Let's go right.
I'm pushing.
Dying.
I'm batting. Save on me.
Safe on us. I think you pop res. They're gonna fight.
Resting. I got you back. They may ape us though. They're super close.
I think it's safe.
They don't hear anything.
Above.
No, above.
100 above.
He's stash.
He jumped over. Rest.
You need to look for me.
Other teams are gonna rest.
I'm looking.
Look over me. On top of me.
I'm looking. I can't make everything though. I have one.
He's coming again, bro. Rest again.
No,
this time it's gonna work.
Just look on top of me. You need to look on top of me.
I can't see.
I know. You can see through it. It's transparent. Don't worry.
Yeah, I'm looking.
He's doing it again.
They're dropping.
One died.
They're dying.
Just stay.
I can't go look on.
I'm popping a medkit. Just full heal. We have 40 seconds.
You can play with me as well.
We just need a reset. I have no batteries. I
I have one.
15 seconds was Q. After I get Q, we fucking swing this.
I'm gonna wall across and we can just play
this.
10 seconds.
We can kill this.
I think we can.
Check with your pass.
Maybe not. Just wait. Can I get batteries?
I'm looking for you. Just look over me. I'll look for you. Just look over me.
I'm gonna wall like this and then we just look back.
I think it's a duo.
There is no bats. I think so too.
It's a duo. Fight this.
Kill them?
Yeah, 3, 2, 1. Coming. Kill them. Okay.
Well, a lot of frantic calls, but Blue White survived, and they're trying to move in here. 9 squads remaining. We've seen a couple of teams fall who are in that race for match point. The question is, would they have done enough?
Yeah, Maestro eliminated. They did not get match point. Vexed eliminated. They did not get match point. So our eyes now turn to Aurora, who are 2 points away. And remember, Blue Whites with a victory here could do enough to get onto match point as well. But Aurora down to just 1. So Ranchers, if he can get into the top 5, it would be enough to get onto match point. Entropic are also 6 points away. So still a few squads who might be able to get onto MP after this game. But it's certainly going to be difficult for some who have lost members already.
I mean, a chance here for Aurora. They were sent to zone. Yes, it's a solo, but you would imagine a couple of teams are going to have to engage, are going to have to fight against each other as the zone forces people in. If they can survive for just a few seconds longer, then they might have a chance of getting those spots. But no, the curse is real. Aurora will fall and will not get onto match point, as now we turn our attention to the rest of the lobby for esports involved in this end fight.
Wish I'd gone for 2 teams now rather than going 1 more than you said of 3, but we still might get there. Who knows? Entropic and Blue Whites still with a chance to get onto match point. For those below, Voltage, TT, Vortex, Foot, they wouldn't get onto match point, but of course they could deny a lot of teams from getting there themselves and just get closer on that total. Because if we only see two teams on match point going into match number 7, the likelihood of one of them winning, of course, is a lot lower unless we have more than 4. But Foot are in a position where they can hold the bottom of this this building. Vortex have the middle, and on the outside, there's definitely going to be a lot of ruckus as all these teams start to approach.
I think Blue Whites are going to have the toughest rotate here. You can see they're on the southern side of zone. They might be able to move up, and their backs are clear. So if they can get to this big rock in front of them that's been frantically pinged and cut off line of sight by swinging right and maybe trying to just disguise themselves behind that dark veil, they might have a chance here to steal not only this game away, but a chance at match point as well. So really, really interesting moments for the team who has dominated the Challenger circuit to try and prove here that they can do it on the biggest of stages. In Tropic, though, they need 6 points here, Dan, but my goodness, this is looking like a horrid position to be in. They've got ultimates, they've got nades, they've got everything being thrown at them.
Yeah, Blue Whites have got eyes on them. Everyone seems to have eyes on them. On that west side, in Tropic are getting absolutely demolished by grenades, by ultimates, and by bullets, as now the zone starts to force all these squads together. Whether you've got room in a building, on top of a building, or under a building, you need to at least cut off some of those sight lines so you are not being kind of griefed by several teams, as we're going to see another member of Entropic go down, and Blue Whites are starting to push up.
We certainly are indeed surviving for now, having to just be singed but not burned. Nice spray coming in. We'll get one for Cinetic, dropping down to try and finish off the second as well. The knockdown shield a problem. They will start to fall as Flash is now left on his own. Smokes himself into a corner. Can take a little bit of zone damage here as 6 squads now remaining, but surely this is the end of his game. But no, with just about 10 HP left, he's managed to kind of avoid everyone here inside his zone, and Blue Whites are surviving.
I'm not even sure he knows where he is right now, but he is surviving. That's what's important. Foot go down. They're into the top 5 are Blue Whites. Voltage are now using the portal to go in and out of this building to try and stay out of action, as now we see TT go down as well. 4 squads remain.
One team is still alive. It's Blue Whites, by the way. Entropic, they're here too. Vortex, they're going to be eliminated in the meantime. Entropic, they will hit match point here with this performance as well. The team who are so impressive at the Split 2 playoffs just came up short of that grand finals, are looking to close things out. Blue Whites get into the top 3 at least, but Entropic finish at top 1. They are your champions here in game number 6, and most importantly, will hit match point.
It's exciting to see, finally, after 6, match point is hit. We didn't have to worry about our new rules today. We did not come close to finishing before this threshold. So now we get close to our time that we usually spend in match point, which is wondering, when is it going to end? We now have one team on. And Dan, it is Entropic. Was this what you expected? Is this the team that, I mean, we highlighted them early. I know it was Mark, but did you expect this team after 5 to be the first one to make it?
Well, technically they were the third to make it. We had Go Next and Outplayed who got there, but getting a victory was certainly impressive for them, because not only did they get match point, but they get up to go at first as well. It was the points totals they achieved there to make it very dangerous going into this match number 7, because even if they don't win match point, they're going to be one of those teams who are there or thereabouts that might be able to sneak that second spot. But I mean, they were a team who at the Split 2 playoffs looked like a dominant side. They just weren't able to really get rolling, so it's good to see them finally get into a position now where they can try and right those wrongs and get into champs.
Yeah, Mark, Blue Whites, I mean, doing a lot. They obviously aren't on the threshold yet, but they were close, and a bit of a heroic play there just to survive and get to, I think, what is within 2 points of crossing that 50-point threshold. Dia certainly was right that we needed to be paying attention to them today.
Yeah, it's certainly proven why as well. Good fighting, good rotates, even though they're a little bit risky. You know, you could see the play call when we went for the listening. It was a really good time to hit that listening as well, because they didn't think that they were going to have any kind of priority to that zone in the end game. They were just playing for kills. You heard the call. We're going to Dark Veil here. We're going to try and isolate this fight. Didn't work out, but then they fought their way into zone, and they were a little bit lucky to pick up a few free KP on their way forward as teams were kind of scrapping in front of them. But to get into the end game is one thing, right? To survive and get a few more placement points just by avoiding the damage that's going down and avoiding the fights puts them in a really good position here. If someone doesn't get it done in this next game, then you would imagine Blue Whites will be one of those teams on match point as well.
Absolutely. Anything can happen, but let's take a look at what did happen in the final zone of that last fight. Kind of walk us through this, Dan. Just Entropic, they have a better spot, but they definitely do utilize the chaos to their advantage.
Yeah, they were Definitely struggling at points, and I think any team would in a final circle like this where there was just so much action going down. But the fact they were able to find this position in the crates was huge for them, because I spoke about cutting off those sight lines, restricting the view for so many other teams that you're not being focused by several other squads, and by doing so they were able to then push out, and just as a 2 they had a position where they could then kind of finish off a lot of the damage that had been done by the other squads. And we saw what happened with the final Blue-Whites player just dancing around the final zone, avoiding all that damage and distracting a lot of teams who were trying to finish off that final kill as well. Entropic were just able to command a lot of space as a 2, and then getting this res on Hayaka was huge for them to be able to get up back to a full 3, but then they just get removed straight away back to a full 2, and I thought that was going to be it. I thought Entropic would not be able to win as a 2, but then I looked and saw how weak all the other squads were, and from this point the high ground was everything for them, just being able to rain down from above a incredible victory considering the fact there was only 2 of them, but even more so the points totals they were able to put on the board. 18 points in total, get themselves up to 58 points and be leading the overall standings.
Teams like Go Next, as you mentioned, found a way to get to that match point as well. We were going to talk about them a little bit more in detail, but 2 Voltage and of course Vortex CGO bouncing forward with momentum as Blue Whites obviously steal the show with 17 points coming in 3rd. Maestro and Aurora also talking points there. As we go to our back half of our 20, I think the big thing that we need to look at, of course, is can these teams like Danish, can these teams like Horizon Union, Vexed, keep up pace? That to me is obviously teams that have performed really, really well, but it's been maybe too many times in a row where we've seen a 3-point, a 4-point, a 5-point. And Mark, we're close to ending this thing, so we're running out of time, and I think that's kind of what the lobby is going to shift into. It is do or die, so to speak, in this moment now that we're on match point.
Yeah, it certainly is. Match point's active, and not just for one team as well. Sometimes it's easy to spot out that one team, right? You know the comp, you know the skims, a lot of the lobby's going to be looking for it, but when there's 3 or 4, you can't focus those teams so easily because there's different teams shooting at you trying to get on a match point. There's different teams who are thinking about points for qualification for champs as well. So I don't think we're going to see teams trying to focus those match point teams. I don't think you can afford to at this point. Yeah. So it just opens the lobby up once again, and you feel like if you're one of the teams right now who is on match point, this is the one game you need to get it done. We swap maps again. We go over to Storm Point, which again completely changes the dynamic, but I feel like if you are one of the few right now, it's as good a chance as any. It's almost a better chance than if you're the only team. So you got to get it done now. I feel like the more busy it comes, the more tough it comes to predict.
Entropic, Go Next, and ANC Outplay. They are on match point. Aurora so close. Yet so far, Maestro Blue Whites joined them and being just a few points away. And Vex Gaming starting out with an extra 10 points. Still not on match point by 5. What does this say? Is it something to pay attention to? Is this kind of the Vex story, Dan?
I mean, they definitely have had struggles. I don't think they should be hitting the panic button just yet because they are close enough, and historically it's very rare we see a team get onto match point and win it straight after, unless we look at Dark Zero and what Dark Zero have been able to do. But it is usually, it takes the teams a few games to then get another victory on the board. So as long as Vex can hit match point going into match 7, and who knows, maybe they can put things on their own back by winning match 7 as well and stopping anyone else from winning on match point. I don't think it's all doom and gloom just yet. And I think what's important for Vex is we go into Storm Point, which they've been far better at, and they've had some really big points totals games. Vex now need to look at this and say, okay, we not only need to get onto match point, but we need to have one of our absolute mammoth games so that we can put ourselves within a question of top 2 and not relying on winning the whole thing.
I mean, that's the point right here. I mean, Entropic, Go Next, ANC Outplayed. I mean, they're performing. And when you look at 2 teams down behind that, Aurora, Blue Whites, Maestro, they have momentum. Vex realistically only taken 35 points. But again, Aurora had 9 points as well. So you can't just isolate these teams for that. But definitely it is go time. And maybe that means we need to focus on this team who has given us a great go time. It's Go Next as well. I know that we've been watching them. You guys have been casting them as well. They're on match point. Is this an expected performance? Talk to me about what you're seeing with Go Next, Mark, because obviously this team is performing extremely well.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they've hit match point. That's objective 1 for anyone here. And they were another team at the Split 2 playoffs who just missed out on that grand finals lobby. But you know, it's just missing out hurts. And the last thing you want to do is just miss out and then find yourself just missing out again by not being at the Apex Legends Global Series Championships. I keep reiterating how important it is for these players. This is a year's worth of work, and to not be at the biggest event of the year, the grandest stage of them all, if you like, for Apex Legends, and come so close is something that you don't forget about. It's certainly something that teams are going to go through today, but you don't want to be that team. If we go next, they now have a chance to solidify themselves. They've done enough so far to hit match point, and they're one of the first to get there. Now they need to go forward and win a game, and they've already shown that they can do that today.
Dan, big change. DCTZR, after Split 2 playoffs, leaves the roster. They bring in Mizey. I mean, that's got to give you some confidence that immediately they're performing this well.
Yeah, I think when you make a change and when a new player comes in, there's always going to be a big question of, does it impact things in a negative way? Is it going to be one of those super sub moments where everyone just gets that injection of energy, of belief again, and that just wanting to play the game, wanting to be the best, wanting to get to the championships? And I definitely think it's a case here for Go Next. And now as we get into match point, I'm looking at how many victories they've had so far this weekend. They've only had one at the moment throughout the previous winners bracket and elimination bracket, or wherever it was winners bracket they came from. So they haven't had too many wins, which is leaving me to think, are they going to be one of these squads that can just pluck it out of nowhere? Or is it going to be one of the teams who has had a bit more consistency with their victories now we get into match point?
I mean, it definitely has to be feeling well. I'm going to bring in Vicky, who is the only person not in our box right now. And now we decided to go to a new 4-box. It's our online green room, guys. You know, we can't have as much Monster Energy here online, but as we do in the green room in reality. But Vicky, what are you seeing? Obviously, you're going to cast this next game, but just thoughts after we hit 6 and now going on into the next phase of match point.
My thoughts are that there's about 5 teams that if one of these squads that have already hit match point don't secure a win in this next game, it is going to get extremely hard, like Mark had already highlighted before. It's looking like it's going to be difficult with the way a lot of these other squads are now slowing things down to play more so patiently, either to be by the edge like we have seen from the Vex playstyle, or more so bunker down for that final circle. But you know, it's a good time to be able to see some of these teams really come out with everything, and Tropic being one of them, to even tie that alongside Go Next like you guys had highlighted.
I mean, it wasn't even really in Tropic kind of falling, I guess, showing up late, I would say, because in game 5, Vicky, you and I had cast, it was Entropic who were just spoiled by Lecite de France. Hierarcha was going to turn that fight around, it looked like, inside Trials. And if it wasn't for Lecite de France showing up, it might have been Entropic in that final zone, climbing up the mountains like mountain goats to maybe take away and get that W. But unfortunately, they waited one more game. To me, and I'll pass to Dan here, I mean, that's 2 games in a row where Entropic look like actual contenders if things all go well. It's just a matter of, can it go well again?
Well, they've had 2 victories so far throughout the weekend before today. If you add the one they've just got now, match point looks like it could be theirs. They have the opportunity. I think they are the more likely team to achieve it out of the ones that are on match point right now. They have the experience. They've got split 2 playoffs under their belt. I wouldn't be surprised if Entropic do take it here in 7. Even though stats maybe don't go that way, we'll have to see what's gonna happen as match number 7 is upon us. Everyone is in the dropship. Vicky, I can't wait for this one. It could be the one. We got 3 teams on match point.
I'm excited. I can't wait to see how this plays out. And we're making the swap over to Storm Point, where we got to see the action start off here for Maestro to take that win when they landed in Command Center. Originally, they had won that game 3 with 6 KP. Didn't like the look that we saw on World's Edge, in all honesty there. That was definitely a game-winning spot that they had fumbled the bag on. Then in game 4, we also got to see literally outplaying Horizon Union at the very end. Going over to Storm Point, we have been seeing a lot of these different squads win each and every single one of these games. Now seeing if we could get a repetition here, because it's just been different with such close skill level across this lobby. And we're already choosing violence out here. Vortex looking like they're already in trouble.
Hold on, what's happening here? Everyone was being nice to each other the last time we were over on Storm Point, but now, outplayed, they're in a little bit of a spot of bother. Remember, they're one of our match point teams. Are we starting to see a little bit of griefing coming into the equation here as teams start to try and rob them of having the chance to win this game? Certainly, Vortex were able to get the better of at least one of those members, but it looks like Vortex are now retreating and will start to loot in Jurassic Park, as outplayed are just going to have to try and get this banner back, and that is a real shame to start their chances of winning this one.
Well, you already know why this happened out here too, with Outplayed now playing at a disadvantage here. It's because Outplayed currently sits with 54 points. So sometimes these things do happen here, but the antenna now, as they're going to be able to rotate away with Vortex just tucking tail and running, it's unfortunate, but it's more like Hasta la Vista Shex, as they are going to be able to just loot around the rest of this area and pick up his banner.
I was just looking as well at, you know, all the teams that are on match point and how successful they've been on Storm Point so far throughout the LCQ. Entropic and Go Next have yet to find a victory on Storm Point so far this weekend. So World's Edge would be better for them. So that maybe that is really good news for the rest of the lobby. Outplayed, who came from the elimination bracket, remember, they didn't even come through winners bracket. It would be outrageous if we saw Outplayed be the champions of the LCQ after such a miraculous run through that elimination bracket. But it's a rough start for them, losing one, and looking at the circle, it could be an even rougher match for them. I would say that Entropic and Go Next both in a pretty good spot with where their circle's going, one on the east and one on the west.
Vortex really griefed Outplayed just to immediately dip and then try to enable Aurora. The team who's currently with 48 points to maybe sneak in and take one from OP, but they're quick with it. You saw the pings originally before they made this quick rotate, noting already Aurora has made the rotation from Shipfall, so they do want to try to prioritize this rotation, as we could see right here, pulling all the way over to the west side like you had mentioned before. This is going to mean that Outplayed is going to inevitably reach out and meet up with Vex Gaming when they do wrap around here too. They're also lacking that information on where that next circle could be pooling afterwards, or so many more of these teams that could be landing in Checkpoint here. Looking at Phoenix Legacy, Horizon Union, will be able to capitalize off of that next rotation.
Yeah, maybe Aurora can hit the beacon and get at least information of where teams are if it's not the ring console, and that might give them a rough idea of where we're heading. It could be, if they hit it right now, then it might give them a bit of false information with all the teams kind of heading very far northwest, whereas this is going to be shifting a little bit closer to the more western side, where currently Danish, Go Next, and Entropic all find themselves. So two of our teams who are on match point are getting as central zone as they can of the next area, and then we have 4 or 5 teams who are very close to match point, who I'm sure are going to be playing it a little bit safe, get onto match point, and then try and deny those teams who are already on that 50 mark.
And highlighting those teams actually playing outside of the circle right now. One of them, like we mentioned, is Aurora. Vex Gaming being one of the teams that are sitting at 45 points here. OP already at match points, so playing much more patiently by the edge here too. Wondering how they're going to take this rotation, while more of these teams are going to be able to use the Crafter. And what have we here? All right, G-Dolphin woke up and chose violence right now. He's looking to get some roadkill here, clean that up on the dashboard. I mean, this is what you have when you see the Demon Rampart enter your lobby, and it's going to be G-Dolphin on the other side of that Sheila.
And if Vexed are able to get onto match point and we do go to match number 8, they are statistically the most likely team to win the entire thing based off of victories so far in the LCQ. They've had 4 throughout the previous winners bracket matches, and they should be in a position to confidently go into any sort of match point game and say, look, we know we're good enough to win, especially if it's on Storm Point, which of course they would have the chance to do so when we do get into match 8, if we get into match 8. So at the moment, it's about just putting destiny in their own hands, get to 50, and then maybe get a victory here to deny all of those other squads. But they are going to be late rotating. They are going to be arriving to the zone in a difficult spot, and at the moment they are just having a little peek towards this building to see if anyone is going to be there. But I don't think anyone is in this building, so they should be fine.
Can't be too safe here. Just double checking right now. Vex Gaming don't have the information that the Seer provides. So as they are going to be able to approach this building, you can see nobody else is within that area. Outplayed had already rotated preemptively up north, close to the south side of Cascade Falls. Maybe looking to see if they could capitalize off of a survey beacon that is there to let them know where the other remaining squads are if they're playing slow outside the circle. Maybe they could either try to play safely around that, maybe even gatekeep them if they're away from other teams like a third party. So many of these other teams, though, are slowing down. And again, it is to note because we are playing that match point format. Once most of these teams have reached that match point, they are going to be playing much more passively. Oh, all right. Tosses your piercing spikes right into your own Watson's pylons. It's all good here, and right next to the Jenny that's going to eat that up. Talking about what's the stats are looking like for the Legends, though, there has been a pretty big shift. The only Rampart in this lobby is G Dolphin. We have 5 Valkyries, 5 Watsons, which does highlight more of that bunker down style, alongside 12 Catalysts, 10 Horizons, and 13 Bangalores, and 14 Seers being the highest pick so far in this lobby. It has been a significant shift away from the last few games that we've been seeing both from Stormpoint previously and World's Edge.
Yeah, people are starting to get a little bit nervy now, maybe going back to a more familiar composition, not taking as many risks, and almost adapting to what the rest of the lobby is doing. When you start to see a certain amount of Legends, you kind of follow suit. Of course, there are counters that are available as well, but that can be a risk in its own because then your counter could be countered by something else. It's a bit of a mind game when it does get to it, but for me, I've always been about get a comfortable situation that you're happy to play on, that you have plenty of practice on. So for Les de France, they're going to be arriving from the northwest of Down Beast. They have 9 more points required to get onto match point, and definitely achievable, but they've got the ring console as well to work with here to give them that extra little bit of information, and they will find out that we're going to be heading just slightly northeast of where the mill area is, where currently about 6 squads reside.
It's gonna be tricky to try to play around this here because there's already 3 squads holding the choke point that Les de France would like to rotate through that checkpoint high ground area that is provided over the buildings of where this circle is going to be pulling. Wonder if they're just going to opt to wrap around instead, maybe go through the down B side of that choke. Outplayed now, looking to continue on their legacy, getting more KP in their pocket while they're at it. Looks like they cut off somebody who may have wanted the survey beacon for themselves.
Yeah, TT unfortunately losing 1. They're in 14th at the moment, need 23 points to get to match point. So their chances of championships are slowly slipping through their fingers, but maybe they probably feel like it's never really been within their grasp because they've been always in the kind of behind pack, chasing everyone else who has been at the forefront of it. And something you mentioned earlier about teams, you know, maybe playing a little less risky because they're going to be on match point, a little bit more conservative at times. It's a really strange dynamic here with the LCQ because second place still gets a spot. So yeah, you want to play for the win. Yeah, you want to play safe and you want to get onto match point and try and then win on match point. But also a big points total could be massive for you. There is teams who certainly prevail when they play aggressively, and maybe they will choose to if they get presented with the opportunity. It's a really tough decision to try and make, even though zone is the best way to play. You heard Nasky saying it in the interview earlier that the meta at the moment is just get into zone and get into a spot where you can then try and win in that late game. If you try and play edge, if you try and take fights, you can force your way in, sure, but you're not likely to get that victory on the board. So instead, you need to be thinking about how much KP you can pick up on your way.
That's a very good point, especially seeing how close the overall lobby is, all the way down to top 10 alone. All these teams fighting for that second place spot, so that way they have their opportunity, their chance to play at LAN for the big champs, the biggest event to happen in the year for the Apex Legends esports. Now currently with so many other teams now making the rotation over on the other side here, close to the armory by Bean. It's going to be Vortex here, as well as Blue Whites. Foot 2 south of Mill. Blue Whites with the 30 shots. All right. Probably also crafted that 3-time scope because I do believe the Replicator did make that shift over just about an hour and a half ago. So that 3-time sight is available there for the crafters that are right behind them.
Threading the needle as Blue White's only 3 points away. So one 3v3 engagement that they win and they would be on match point. They've also been a team who has found several victories so far throughout this tournament, but Snetti goes down and suddenly it's a 2 versus 3. And when you are in a position where you only need 3 points, this is a disaster, but V2 have lost 1 as well.
This just may cause V2's demise here too, though. They knew that there was another squad on the other side. Vortex getting involved here, while Blue Whites still has the safety inside of this building. Look at the way that Vortex is playing this. They're looking on the outside. They want to play passive-aggressive, but they don't want to overextend. Still looking at the overall lobby here as Blue Whites now have to work together as a duo. They're still going to be able to reset here for now. And to be careful with those windows. Sometimes on that uphill side, you still have the opportunity to see the teams playing on the inside. Don't want to get the res going on here. They want to prevent this from happening. Tosses out the arc star. He's got the grenade too, just in case. V2 get taken out at the hands of Blue White here after they were the ones to try to engage initially.
That could have been so much KP for Blue Whites had they got those initial knocks, but of course it was Vortex who were able to put the knocks on the board initially. So Blue Whites at least add 1, and get themselves 2 points away from MP. Now, they do have the banner, but there could always be the chance to get your third back on his feet. And for Blue Whites, I mean, they're so close here, Vicky. It would be so frustrating if they were to find themselves eliminated before they touch that 50-point threshold. But they'll have to wait for now and hope that that zone forces a few teams together. 19 squads remain. It's been a slow burner, this one, and for good reason, because there's a lot of squads who are closing in on match point.
It's crazy to say that Blue Whites is at 48 points that we just saw right now. Aurora as well. Maestra at 47 here, too. Oh, the opportunity here. Vortex. They saw that Moby get called in, say, please, but 1 extra point. We're basically camels at the watering hole right now. We were down for anything as they're going to be able to try to find the opportunity to find this duo inside this building. Open up. Here comes Vortex. They find one. There's one more left. Perhaps going to be able to get away in time. 19 squads still left here. Has hiding in the corner before the third party makes the appearance. Foot's now going to be able to take a chunk of what is left of that squad.
Looks like it's going to be the end for Blue Whites. A desperate attempt to try and dip, dodge, and dive around the Dark Veil, but still alive at the moment, but it's looking like the end is near, and it would be the chance for Blue Whites to get on to match point, disappearing in front of their very eyes. They're still up at the moment, though, so still a small percentage chance of them getting there, especially as Foot Esports now could be a distraction, perhaps, as they start to push in on Vortex.
How is Adam so alive? I'm actually appalled that he got away after even the third party coming in. Literally moving around the third party. Foot now trying to take advantage. Finally gets the last one. Blue Whites out of this lobby at 48 points, and now Foot may be paying for it.
An interesting decision by Foot, that's for sure. Nice from Amphi, though, to get a little bit of work done, a lot of damage done, but Vortex should win this engagement and will not just yet. I'll tell you what, there's still a chance, but with a Digi threat, surely this should be Vortex winning it. Is there another team in the area to maybe third this one? No, it looks like it's an isolated fight right now, so it's a 1v1. There is going to be a res just tapped, but Amphi's still alive and still with a chance to win this, which would be unreal. It was a 1 versus 2, Vicky.
Oh, nice thermite placement right there around the corner. Taylor's solo, gets the shields up. Oh no, the shield's empty. Is there another one? I feel like half of these are already empty. They are. They've already been swapped so many times. Amphi just healing this out right behind the knockdown, trying to listen out in case they try to go for a flank. Here comes the ping, the information to smoke them out.
I mean, having the Digi and having the smokes, and now with a chance to tap, see if you can bait out. Ear to the ground. What else is happening? Are they going to be rezzing above me? And of course, now the zone is also a factor to play in this 1v1 as Amphi has done absolutely everything. A couple of no-scopes and Vortex is elsewhere. Aurora are closing in on match point, and they're in a fight as well.
Surprise Foot still alive with the circle closing in. Aurora too as well, 48 points, 2 points away. These squads that are so close desperately need this. Cleave with no health, deciding to pop the shield back right behind them. Meanwhile, look at outplayed, wrapping around the other side. It's only up to Angie Jackson. Aurora have no shields. Playing up the knockdown, goes for the swipe, going long, outplayed, get taken out. One of our teams sitting at match point out of this lobby. Aurora's still in, taking control over that fight, and have now allowed themselves to sit at match point after that.
Yep, Aurora, job done. They're eliminated, but they are on match point. And Tropic, though, they're going to be eliminated as well. So now it's just Go Next, the only team on match point who are still alive. And match 8 is looking increasingly likely as we get further into this zone because Entropic, they were on this western side, but they have just been able to worm their way in a little bit more central. As for UAIM, they're on 25 points at the moment. Danish only 5 points off of match point as well. We could be on 5 teams going into match number 8 at this rate.
Actually insane right now how close this lobby is in general. Continue on even in this game 7. Vex meeting up at this choke. Look at how many teams are in this area. The Vex has been holding the southern side of the circle for a while. By the way, Foot's still alive as a solo. I don't think they're going to be able to get around this circle. It's just too much damage. G Dolphin right behind the ant barrier, though, as Go Next forced inside of these building. Let's jump into a listening with Go Next to see how they play off this slow ground for the next circle.
And above us, they still have to worry about each other, so... Yeah.
I'm riding a roof, kinda. Like, I'm sitting in this safe corner on the roof, and as soon as you call to push over...
It might be a good angle to hold that too, because no one's gonna shoot you from back, probably. Yeah, in the house, and then we can play, like, down here, or even go for this later, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Or even the rock there is gonna be...
Be ready to help slap. Like, go...
Like go like smoke and go up and back.
Enemy there.
Oh, they are. These should be free kills. These should be free kills.
Yeah.
Do you need ALGS by the way, or anything?
I have one. I'm fine. I'm not gonna throw more than one either way.
Watch out, rampart.
Put him 60, I'm putting 60.
Yeah. Just jump around.
I break his last. The rampart team, it's free KP, okay?
Yeah. Look at the move up.
They're right ulted.
I might get pushed. I'm 1 HP, 1 HP.
I still for you.
They're pushing.
They're going below.
I'm coming to you guys. I'm stunned. I'm healing. Play slow. I'm healing.
I don't know where they are.
They're below us.
I don't know where below.
Same.
Can we look here? Nathan or no?
I got shit on. I need to bet. They're like below the center. I'm burning.
They're gonna get shot.
Hard cracked one.
5 second scan. They're not in. They're barely in.
They're in this corner.
They're in the river.
I'm nearly dead.
I have no bets.
Me neither. I'm selling. I'm healing.
Go. We should kill this.
Yeah, this door. Go this door. Peek from right.
No, we can't, bro. That thing.
We have a kill. They haven't rest.
I'm healing. We can get close to their shit. Get closer.
I'm rising him.
Go.
I'm scanning for you at heal.
Look at him.
Nice. I'm healing.
Watch above me. I'm gonna swap. Watch above. We can play river lane and go up.
Guy above me. One guy above me. Don't loot. Above you. I can't watch him.
Watch for me.
I have to back out house.
Both of you.
I have to slow heal.
Yeah, you know me. Chill. We don't need bats. Okay, I can hold if you need.
The boxes on top above us are playable too.
I
can't see that.
And watch your left. Watch the right, Bumpy. Here, I'm up here.
I need to go loot. I need to pick up something.
Go next with the comms, being in match point, looking for the dub on top of it with the very aggressive and demanding comms. By the way, Amphi has been definitely taking notes over the course of the ranked season, and he has become a professional Rat King on the other side. Cannot believe that Go next with a Seer has not seen this solo behind them.
The man has slowed his heart rate down to an unfindable... No, he's been spotted now.
Oh, no!
Last-ditch attempt to try and escape, but Go next, they have bigger fish to fry. They need to be thinking about winning this game and winning this LCQ. In the meantime, Vexed did reach match point, so we now have 5 squads who would be on match point for the next game. Le Site de France are 1 point away from match point as well to send us to 6. As I say that, Foot get eliminated. Le Site de France do find themselves on match point, so we now have 6 who would be there for match number 8. But Go next, still with a chance to win this LCQ and send themselves and book a ticket to the World Championships.
Playing off this low ground is going to be so hard here, though. Especially with these Watson fences already lined up. It's Danish and Bavis with the Kraber in hand. And gets fried just a bit here as to dance around. Oh no, you put yourself out in the open even with the smoke nade. Unfortunate, especially in this position. That doesn't cancel res thankfully here, but Danish have to watch out. Here comes the ape. This is the opportunity for Go next, but they're gonna get third-partied.
Amazing from Go next to eliminate Danish, because it means Danish didn't get onto match point either. They're still on 48, but now the nades coming in to grief Go next.
Wow.
Are they going to get a chance to reset? They should be able to, as we have 5 squads remaining. Go next still have the opportunity to win this one.
Oh, they're doing the cha-cha slide.
Down soon, though.
Dancing around those nades right there by the catwall. That was nicely placed too, Dan, because they're blocking out the view from 2 teams inside of the building that has them in their line of sight. Not to the north of them, but over to the side, it's Phoenix Legacy and at Adept Club, as Voltage and Le Site de France are still playing off that northern building, as you can see right here. But Go next, playing off these rocks means that these teams will be funneled outside into their line of sight and allow Go next to try to take advantage of the position that they're in.
So a victory for Voltage could still put them on match point. Phoenix Legacy and Adept Club are too far away to get onto match point, but of course can still send us to match 8 if they are able to deny Go Next. But it's Lecite de France who find themselves now on match point for the next game, and with a chance to try and play spoiler as well to Go Next. So it's all against Go Next right now, and it really depends as a team whether you're focusing on that kill feed. Do you have someone whose job is to really keep note of which teams have been eliminated, which teams are still in the game? If so, there should be squads that know Go Next are still alive, and there is a potential that it could end here and now, as Go Next are starting to force their way in. If they've got the ability to try and get to this rock, they might be able to survive. It's a truck, excuse me, that looks like a rock because it's got lots of greenery on it, lots of shrubbery, and they have just been able to work their way into the central side of this circle ever so slightly.
The overgrow has grown right in front of them too. Not just beyond the truck, but also this open space that they're going to be forced to traverse. They are on the worst side of the circle right now too, just waiting for dear life. Double arc star and the sear tech. Oh no! Go Next with the arc star from Alpha Draft. Give the points over to Phoenix Legacy. We are going on to another game, a game 8 right after this.
We have 6 teams on match point going into match number 8. Can Voltage be team number 7? They need to get 6 more points, still very achievable, and they are in a good position to do so. They're just trying to worm their way out of this building using any utility they have just to keep teams away. Dark Veils go down now, Watson Fences and Gens available to them as well.
Catwall for Catwall. Dancing around both sides. Voltage now getting taken out. Meanwhile, Libre says this is none of my business. Focus on the fight in front of you. I'm just a fly on the wall that you don't want to deal with. Phoenix Legacy go out in 4. 3 squads left right now. Lecite de France are going to be able to take game number 7 after putting themselves at match point.
Wow, Lecite de France find themselves on 63 points, second to Go Next. But of course, no one won on match point, so it means we will have a match 8. And Voltage came so close, Vicky, but they're on 49 points. They were 1 off being our 7th team on match point. So we have 6 squads now on MP going into match number 8. Surely you'd think it's going to be finished here at match number 8, but with how kind of back and forth it's been with all these teams, you never really know.
It's crazy to see how close it is in this lobby. I keep emphasizing this because currently Voltage, like we saw right now, was 1 point away. Blue White's 2 points away. They're tied up with Danish that are also 2 points away. It's crazy. Even Maestro Gaming, Rain Day comeback at the end of that action. I want to hear your thoughts because Go Next were right there, but they were only going right next to the Arc Stars that were being hurtled in their direction. Unfortunately, not being able to really overcome all the damage that was just getting put right in front of them. It was a tough situation to be in, also being on the worst side of the circle.
You know, I have a big, I guess for me, a big joy happening in seeing Go Next and the approach that they had going into that final, because, you know, this is an opportunity for a team to kind of step up to a difficult situation and do something that gives them confidence and they can take into these next games. It's also an opportunity for some teams to get shy and to feel like, well, maybe we shouldn't do what we normally do. Let's slow it down a bit. I mean, we are on match point, guys. Let's slow it up and think about this. Let's be careful. And the way that I saw Go Next approaching not just fights against Vexed, who they ended up taking out, but even in the top 5 with Lecite de France, Vicky, I feel like they were true winners because they are a team that on match point, I've seen truly play the way you need to play to win match point. And oftentimes, being on match point and winning match point are not the same thing. So I think if you're a Go Next fan, be happy about how they performed. But also Lecite de France, shout out to them for picking the pieces up in that final game and forcing yet another one. We go again, as Apex loves to say, when we get to our final our match point finals. But let's look at this final circle. Vicky, you cast it, but walk us through some of the more minute details you saw as to why it didn't work out for Go Next and what worked out for Lecite de France.
They were hit with a barrage of nades. If it wasn't the Arc Stars, the Thermites were definitely going to do it. Oh my gosh, that was an overkill. You saw the black hole just coming out of nowhere after they already got the kill. It came out of left field. Everybody knew right there that Go Next playing the way that they did was definitely a threat that was playing for that dub. So now at this point, once that team was wiped off, it was about sharing this building between 4 of these teams. Phoenix Legacy was the next to go out right here, making an X that marks a spot that at the very end, the next cat wall just blocks off all the vision from one building to the next. Even Sanka Libre, who just goes over to the sky, tries to avoid a lot of the carnage happening from down below, but Nasita France had the health advantage. They also had a really nice rotation outside of the armory close to North Pad into this spot here too, so they were able to play very patiently off that north side, ease their way in, and look at the amount of KP that they cleaned up to set themselves up, not for just for the dub, but also for match point with 10 KP.
Great stuff from Lucite de France, no doubt about it. And getting a win is a part of their identity, their DNA as a team. They've been really successful in team fights. They've been very threatening. It's been a matter more like Vex. Can you get to those positions, or does something happen along the way that is inevitably a speed bump that proves too treacherous to continue driving down the road that you set? A team that doesn't have that problem but has a different problem I want to highlight. It's not Go Next. They're doing fine. It's Phoenix Legacy, who, congratulations to Sabs, joining us on the desk a week later, now participating in the LCQ with a chance to go forward, but they don't have that spark in these final zones. My intention for them is to see, can they get a win? Can they go at it, not just with placement points and kills, but can they have one of those games where they carry their momentum forward and try to actually be a threat in these final circles rather than just be a participant in these final circles? That to me is the theme that I've seen with Phoenix Legacy. See if they can continue on it. Horizon Union, probably the same piece here. As we go to the back half, Vicky, what are your thoughts as we take a look at these teams here in the bottom 10? We already know the story with Entropic and Aurora, but what are your thoughts here looking at these teams?
Well, you talked about Phoenix Legacy. Another team that's actually suffering from a very similar fate is V2. Our winners from game number 1 have just fallen silent going on throughout the course of these last few games, sitting at 35 points alongside Phoenix Legacy with 33 points. This second half here, too, we keep highlighting Entropic, another team that was already at match point. A lot of our match point teams, actually, just until the very end, just might as Go Next, were some of the first to fall here. And it's going to be that focus that you are going to see throughout the next game as well, especially with more of these teams hitting match point. The playstyle will be shifting dramatically.
Well, we have the top 1 through 20 for these match results there and live. The series results, though, we're going to find out right after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll show you exactly who is on our match point as we go one more time to see if somebody can crown themselves a victor here in our LCQ.
Welcome back, everybody. Match number 8 is queued up and ready to go. And Dan, this has been quite a wild ride up until this point. We now have multiple teams sat on match point, and the real question is, can do any of them have the bottle to see this out right now, to close it out? Who's got the ice, and who's going to choke? Oh, so straight out. Who's going to choke?
Honestly, I still could see this going further. I can still see other teams that haven't got a victory yet getting a victory because they've been doing it throughout the LCQ. And at 6 teams, it's somewhat manageable. It's like you can kind of watch that kill feed. You can kind of have an idea of who's still alive. Once we get past that, it becomes a bit of a crapshoot, honestly, where you're rolling a die and you are hoping that in the final circle, you are the only team on match point, and you're like, is there another team? If we lose this, is this going to be over? Because it becomes far too difficult to try and track. There are other things you're going to be focusing on when you get into those final circles and into those games. But, I mean, I can see Blue Whites upsetting things here. I could see Maestro doing it again. V2 still had a victory. They could get another victory on the board. There are teams that can definitely play spoiler here going into match number 8.
And I think you saw a kind of what some of the symptoms that you see from teams hitting match point in that last game, right? Everybody just started being hyper aggressive and throwing themselves into fights, knowing that if they weren't able to, if they didn't see if one of those teams was to win match point, that points was going to be the next deciding factor. So you are seeing the points and the aggression start to become a worry for teams in the lobby, which almost makes securing a game even more difficult. This is how it stands as we go into game number 8. Go next, 68 points. And you can see the following 5 teams who also join them on match point. Vex Gaming scraping in by the skin of their teeth. The same could be said for Aurora in that last game as well. Voltage just one off. Maestro 2, I mean, look how close it is. 2 points is all those 4 teams outside of the match point teams need to win this. But Go Next, you may start to think if they have a good game here, even if match point wraps up, they should have enough points maybe to secure second, as long as they don't throw it away early.
Honestly, yeah, Go Next might be hoping that this one ends, even if they don't do it, because they have a little bit of a lead here over some of the other squads. And as long as they can have a consistent game, they should find themselves in that top 2. But the longer it goes on and the more teams that start to get onto match point and start to catch Go Next, then a little bit more nerve-wracking it becomes. But we've got, what, now 4 teams who are within touching distance of match point. We could go into match 9 with 10 squads on match point is the likelihood if we were to get there. And as I mentioned, you know, you've got teams that have won already in this LCQ. You've got Danish down there who are very much within their right to find a victory here and take us to a match number 9. Horizon Union, V2 could still play spoiler. So it's not going to be simple. It's not like we're guaranteed to find a victory, and that's why match point is always so interesting, because even when you get several squads, or 6 in this case, it is never a guarantee. There is always that chance that someone else can step up and take us to that next game.
Yeah, and of course, some of these teams, you know, it might be the first time they've played in match point as well. So it's a completely different format, something else to kind of wrap your head around as a team. And I agree with you. It's been so difficult to predict who is going to be even in the end zone, to be honest with you, let alone who's going to win games so far in this lobby, that you're quite right. We could see game number 9 on the horizon if we don't get it done right now. So for Go Next, Lecite de France, Entropic, ANC outplayed Aurora, and Vexed, I get the feeling that the zone is going to be really important to them here. It's Storm Point, which makes it a little bit more predictable, but at the same time, if you can get into zone quickly and you aren't being caught on edge on a rotate where teams are starting to get hyper aggressive, Dan, that certainly increases your chances of winning this game. Zone will be more vacant than it has been previously. If you have prio, use it, abuse it, get inside a building and get into that end game.
Well, the team I'm going to really be focusing on throughout match number 8 here is Vex. They started as our leaders with 10 points coming into this. It was a slow start for them, but they finally find themselves on match point on their favorite map as well, Storm Point. Bear in mind, throughout this LCQ, when they've got to top 10, 50% of those games they've been able to find a victory from. So if they can get into that late game, if they can find themselves within those final circles, Vexed are your best bet at finding a victory in this particular match. It changes entirely if we go over to World's Edge though. So if you're Vexed, if you're a Vexed fan, if you are hashtag feeling Vexed, you want to see them do it here in match number 8.
So one opportunity here on Storm Point to get that job done before we start mixing things up once again. But before we get there, of course, we've got a lot more work to do as we have a beautiful little fly through of the armory where certainly some teams will be looking to loot up and go out a little bit better looking than when they went in. But as the dropship takes to the skies and the players start to fall down, this might be the last opportunity for some of these teams to book their tickets to the ALGS Championships. It's the biggest event of the year. It's the grandest stage in Apex Legends. The question is, are we going to end it now? Is this going to be the match point game, or do we go again?
I mean, so often we see it end at 7 or 8, but we have seen match point go further. We've seen it go to 9, 10, 11.
We were in Poland.
Historically, it happened in Poland, and who knows, it could happen again here in this LCQ, especially when these teams are so close. Some of these early engagements could be absolutely massive for chances of these squads to actually find themselves in those final circles. And of course, as we know, the ring is going to be absolutely everything for a lot of these squads. Is it going to be headed... Oh, okay, we're going to head all the way up northeast. Now, who do you think this benefits most? In terms of our match point teams, maybe Go Next, but look at it, Voltage, to who to not, UTFT, they're all in a great spot to try and set up here.
I mean, this is a lightning rod zone if ever I've seen one. One of the roughest zones to rotate into. I mean, I would even say if you're one outside of the first 5 teams to have priority to it, it is so difficult to get into lightning rod just because of the sheer verticality. So for Tohu Tontat, which always have to take a breath before I say it. Oh, by the way, apparently that means someone was kind enough to tweet me saying what that means. It means hustle elves in Finnish.
Oh.
So now we know. So, but what I was saying is it's difficult to get in lightning rod, basically, because it's tough.
Well, especially when they're there, it would seem, as they are hustling their way through. But yeah, the closest team who's on match point is Go Next, and whether they'll actually be able to get into a position to try and win this one will remain to be seen. Vex going to be moving from Launchpad as well. Who else have we got? Entropic have got to go a long way from down Beast. Aurora all the way down from Shipfall.
If Aurora win this game, Dan, I think we can take him out for dinner at the event. Let's be real. This is I mean, Shipfall to Lightning Rod to book your spot at Champs. That's a story. That's a story.
I mean, it would be quite the journey, almost as much as the drive all the way from, well, it was across the entire world, wasn't it? 24 days of driving or something. We saw one of the fans make their way over to London just this last week. That's the kind of journey that Aurora have to go through right now.
Yeah, that's pure dedication. I'm not going to lie, I get tired driving an hour to London, but, you know, that's just me. I'm getting old. But for Entropic, they are going to be over at Down Beast at the moment. They do have a Trident to help with their rotate, but, I mean, for a lot of teams, they're probably thinking this is a tough one to win if we are a match point team, purely because of the drop spots and where that zone is going. All of our match point teams, you would say, outside of Go Next, who have, I guess, some kind of priority to this zone, but again, there's already 5, 6, 7 teams ahead of them. This is probably going to be about points for them. They're probably going to be thinking, let's think about second place in this game, because this is not the one to win.
The same could be said for all of the other teams on match point, though, which is kind of crazy with a zone like this. Any other zone, and we'd probably be saying, okay, you know, good chance for most teams to rotate, get into a position, and give themselves a real opportunity of winning this one. But lightning rod zones are just so difficult to navigate. If you arrive late, you are fighting uphill. Even if you try and evac tower into one of the primary positions, someone has probably taken it from them. I'm gonna say, you know what? Match 9. I think it is entirely possible we could get a match 9 just based off of the drop spots of all of our match point teams and where this zone is going.
I have to agree with you. Settle in, everybody. I feel like we're going to have a long evening of Apex Legends in front of us before we book the tickets for those 2 teams from the EMEA region to go to the ALGS Championships. You can see Aurora's plan. Danish, oh my goodness. That's some driving, which certainly you wouldn't be proud of, but it's good enough to get them out of a sticky situation. They're going to be damaged, but alive, most importantly here. It's Vortex trying to close that gap, but the Ultimate from Bangalore is going to slow that down for just a second. In the kill feed, you can see Horizon is going to be knocked and finished by Sabs from Phoenix Legacy, excuse me. Legacy? I can't believe we get a lightning rod zone, by the way, with the teams on match. These teams on match point. Hold up, let me tee this up. We've got more power than we think. We forget this sometimes. You can curse things, right? As a commentator.
Yeah.
There's no way. One of these match point teams wins this.
Absolutely not. It would be ludicrous. It would be. You know what? It's near impossible.
It would be near impossible, Dan.
I would shave. No, I'm not going down that route again.
I don't know if it's better for you to finish the sentence or not, to be honest.
Well, you can use your imagination, but Phoenix Legacy did get one knocked, but back onto their feet right now, as now the push is going to come through. They are 13th place at the moment, 16 points off match point. It's UAIM who are on the other side on 26, so 2 teams who are not really that close to match point, but certainly could be one of the squads to maybe play spoiler, as it's all these teams who are going to be on this far northeast side that are going to have the best chance of winning this game.
Well, you don't want to push this. Max Drake's going to get a knock as well onto Sabs. Sentinel doing damage, poking through the smoke. You aim in a pretty decent spot, you would say, at the moment for end zone, but Phoenix Legacy, again, it's all up to Alpha Draft to survive, and you get the feeling that's going to be very difficult to do with where he finds himself right now. UAIM going to retreat back to where they found themselves a little bit earlier on. This is their play call position, I should say, for the long game here. Vexed have managed to work themselves just to the southeast of Lightning Rod, but again, they're going to be hoping for some sort of funky zone pull, but we have seen some pull right to the top of it. So go next, 68 points. They are in Lightning Rod. I'm not sure how they've got here, Dan. Honestly, I'm not sure how they've got here, but they are here. And all of a sudden, us saying it's near impossible, I'm just saying, again, maybe we're more power than we think.
It was only because we said it was near impossible that they were able to achieve that. Because all the meanwhile we were talking about it, they just wormed their way in, bullied their way into this zone, and now find themselves in one of the primary positions. That is without a doubt. They've done so well. Go next as we see Phoenix Legacy eliminated. Danish now 1 point away from achieving match point themselves. Now, one of the things that might throw a spanner in the works is that there are 4 teams who are very close to match point onset, and when they do achieve match point, that's when they start to maybe think about ruining the game for other people and where the risks can be taken, and they might dive on that god spot so that they can just try and win the game and deny it for other people. But in the back of their mind, they also need to be thinking about the points totals, so it is such a difficult dynamic. Speaking of teams who want to try and dive on in, Aurora, who are already on match point, are trying to force their way in now on this eastern side.
Hey, we said it would be near impossible, right? Aurora over at Shipfall. Take down Vortex. Or I should say, excuse me, take down members of Adept. Vortex do fall in the kill feed in the meantime. And Aurora might just do what Aurora did in Split 1, which is, it doesn't matter where the zone is, but they will find a way to get, they will destroy everything on their way towards zone, and they've already taken 2 squads down, so, or excuse me, 1 squad down and influenced another fight themselves. So Aurora, 54 points on match point coming into this. I'm starting to feel like there might be a story here, Dan. I'm just saying, this might be one of the greatest wins you'll ever see.
From Shipfall to Lightning Rod, it would be
great
one
album
for the ages. Also a great LP. And we'll have to see whether they're able to achieve it, though, because the next team that's in their way is Vex. Now, Blue Whites, they only need 2 more points to get onto match point, so I'm not really surprised why they are kind of hovering in zone at the moment, just healing up and trying to get into at least that top 15 to get 1 point closer. Now, they have been close to getting match point for quite some time now, but in the previous game, they were not able to get those points they required, as Aurora are continuing to make their move on this eastern side. So as I mentioned, it will be Vexed, the next squad that they come into battle with, and that certainly could be a battle that could influence a lot of things, as now Vexed will spot out Aurora.
Yeah, it's a really good smoke coming in from Ranches just to slow Vex down, being able to get any free shots onto them. Just completely denied that line of sight. Aurora now walking up, and I tell you what, there's one thing in their mind right now is we're killing Vex. Let's try and push Vex away, and Vex have backed up a little bit here to the compound. Elsewhere, this is happening just outside of Command Center to the north. This is going to be ANC outplayed, and also Entropic in a little bit of a fight here, and I think there's more than one team in the vicinity. I think there's 3 teams stacked up on top of each other. Entropic trying to move past.
Is that LCQ France there as well? Okay, no, that's just, they're in the background somewhere. It's 2 teams.
Oh, they're underneath. Excuse me. They're coming up the zip. They're coming up the zip.
They could get involved in this fight, though, and that would be 3 of our match point teams all in an engagement. So we might lose a match point team here or there when this circle starts to close, as Entropic now are getting involved.
Good shots from the Prowler. The hip fight going to be enough. Yaki gets that opening damage. However, they've got to be careful. We said that there might be a third party arriving. Well, the Seed de France might be about to surprise them. Entropic do get the kills, and ANC outplayed will be eliminated. They're healthy enough to hold this off. The pings come in, but here come Le Seed de France, looking to upset them. But good damage coming in has slowed this push down, and the 3v3 will be even on both sides here.
And what's crazy about this fight, Le Seed de France currently 1 point behind Entropic. So remember, if it ends in match point, second place qualifies for the championships as well. So if Le Seed de France were eliminating Entropic here, and then Go Next went on to win, likelihood is Le Seed de France would be that squad that also goes to the champ. So this could be a huge fight for the grand scheme of things for teams qualifying, and maybe Entropic recognizing that a little bit, and they try to escape using everything that they can. The evac tower to distract, the grav lift goes down, and they will continue to run. but they're going to be dropping into...
Oh, it's a blind fall. Oh, it's a blind
no.
fall. Oh, it's not good. It's really not good. Oh my goodness, it's like a ladder match where they move the table and you just hit the floor. It's not good. Entropic eliminated, forced off that high ground. Maybe the 3v3 fight was a better idea.
So 2 of our match point teams eliminated, and that means that both Outplayed and Entropic will just be praying that this goes to match 9, because the likelihood is Le Site de France will overtake Entropic on points totals, which would leave Entropic and Outplayed in 3rd and 4th, not enough to get to the championships. It would be Go Next and Le Site de France if one of them won it. But of course, there is still a chance that Aurora or Vex could win it, and then we might not see Go Next or Le Site de France get there. That's where the points totals start to get a little bit scary here, and why we're seeing some huge fights happening in the early game, as we're having now 15 squads remain, and that means on set 2 more teams have just achieved match point. Both Danish and Voltage will be on 50.
Aurora, long way to go still. Still nowhere near Lightning Rod. Still got a lot of ground to cover before they can be anywhere near that zone. Vex decided to make a little bit of a move away as well, as V2 are actually in front of them at the moment that they're exchanging fire with, excuse me. We're all kind of trapped behind this rock, but this rock gives such a good vantage point onto V2. Jokes decided to just get those smokes down and trying to get away from the fight. Aurora maybe just thinking about KP, but getting away is so difficult when you're going up against Aurora. Joke will fall. They're looking for the finish as well. The knockdown shield might be enough to keep him alive, but no, there is that finish, and now Aurora will do what Aurora do. They are going to fly forward. They're going to look for KP. They're going to look to clean this side of the map. Or maybe they're just going to look to steal away a bit of ammo.
Oh, steal a bit of ammo, but they need to be careful, because behind them arrives Blue Whites, and Aurora are taking damage from them, who coming up the hill right now. And Aurora, maybe they can get some shield swaps. Yes, they do, but Sunset has fallen, and it is Blue Whites who are coming on through. They only need 1 point. Now they're on match point, which means we have 9 squads on match point if we are to get to match number 9, as Blue Whites can now play spoiler once more and be a squad to perhaps destroy the hopes here for the likes of Aurora.
Speaking of destroying, you can see that they're trying to destroy that evac tower to make sure that no one is going to rotate in front of them here, Blue Whites, but I think that's already been taken. It's already been done. Aurora still alive here. Down to just 2, though. The story's still alive. Vex Gaming still overlooking all of this going on, by the way. To the north side of them. And that's who Ranches is going to be looking at right now. Trying to peek, trying to find a way forward. The good news for them, they have lost the Seer, which, you know, historically people would understand is one of the strongest characters in the game. But for survivability, having a Bangalore and the Catalyst certainly can be good. But here comes a push now from Blue Whites. They've hit match point. They can get aggressive. They can play spoiler. Cinetic is going to go down. They're trying to get these finishes in the armor swaps. But Flash is now left on his own here, Dan, and Blue Whites look like they might be out in a few seconds as well.
Yeah, I think in Blue Whites' eyes, they've done their job. They've got to match point, and now they're just jumping on teams, maybe hoping it's going to be one of those match point squads, as Vex now getting in the kill feed. Aurora eliminated, so they will not be able to win here in match number 8, and they will be hoping we go to match 9. Le Site de France also go down. Another match point team has been eliminated, so it's just 2 squads left who are on match point, as now Blue Whites still trying to stay alive here.
Blue White's just looking for KP, looking to clear the zone. V2 eliminated. Now, I've got to say, for Go Next, this is great news, because the more teams that fall out of this lobby, that die on their way towards zone, the closer and closer they get towards match point and winning the whole thing right here, right now. Blue White's trying to smoke their way forward, trying to cross no man's land at the moment. Flash is going to be last alive, and the zone is going to do a lot of damage to him. You can see he's been spotted out as he tries to make his way in towards zone. He will be taken down, so that'll be Blue White's done with. As now we're down to 11 down. Vex Gaming. Another story in itself, right? Dominated EMEA for so long, but when it comes to LAN, just fall short. But getting to LAN again has got to be a priority for them here.
Of course, making a last-minute change and still finding success throughout the LCQ as they push up on UTFT, and the damage is being done as well. G-Dolphin rips through the flat line. 330 comes out as the backup, and are they going to be able to isolate this fight? At the moment, they are, and Vexter staying healthy. This is huge for them. Remember, they're the only one of 2 teams who are on match point right now who could win it here in match 8 as they get into the top 10. As I mentioned earlier, in the LCQ, 50% of the time they get into the top 10, they have won on Storm Point, coming coming into today. So stats would suggest they have a real chance, but they have to get up to Lightning Rod, which is where Go Next have already found themselves. Somehow, Go Next were able to get into the top of the mountain and get behind all these teams.
It's pulling right to the top of Lightning Rod as well, and that's exactly where they find themselves set up, Dan. Oh my goodness, Go Next, you don't get a better chance than this. It's as simple as that. 10 squads remaining. You have the god of all god spots. You are in the heavens. You are looking down on everyone else. But can you convert? And can anyone single them out as the team who might be able to end it right here, right now? That's got to be their biggest concern.
One of the things that also worries me, just looking at the overall standings, I said that LCQ France should be able to jump over Entropic, but the fact they got eliminated on their rotation, Entropic and LCQ France are both on 64 points in tied second place. So if Go Next did win here, it looks like it could be a tiebreaker to see who goes to championships, which would be one for the admins and not one for me. We'll have to see what happens if we get there, but one team who can change it and put destiny in their own hands is Vexed, and it looks like this is going to be their last-ditch attempt to try and find a spot here at Lightning Rod.
It's a Hail Mary from Vex. They're going to try and play this staircase. G-Dolphin might be able to get an armor swap. He does get the armor swap. It's only a blue, but now comes the barrage of grenades, and G-Dolphin is looking at the floor, hoping that the walls are going to keep him alive. Matafe will fall, but Vex Gaming do stay alive for a few seconds. Pro League Rejects eliminated, down to 9 now.
Unbelievable attempt from Vex, but it might be the end of their chances if this team round the corner decides to push up, because they've been able to get one knock and finish it off. Matafe's down. It's a last-ditch attempt from Vexed. It was very much a Hail Mary, as you said, and now with the smoke, are we going to see this team just try and push up and try and finish off Vexed here and give it all the opportunity to Go Next to win this one?
Unlucky stays alive. Unlucky took the grav lift, and look at this position he's found himself in. He's up on height.
It's on some height, but it's middle ground in comparison to where Go Next find themselves. The CQ will give information as to where Unlucky is, as he just goes back down. It is a very desperate and brave attempt from Unlucky, but this is where we need to be. Go Next, 70 points, top of the table and top of the mountain on match point. And they have a real opportunity of winning it all here.
Unlucky, having been silenced just a few seconds ago by that CQ, now has the grav lift back. Maestro have been eliminated. We're down to 7 squads now. Zipline going to be taken here as well on the right-hand side of your screen. You can see that's trying to push onto the position of Go Next. Go Next are in the back, and I tell you what, Go Next, if a fight breaks out here, they might be able to third-party this, and then all of a sudden they have complete control of the end zone. And they will be hoping that they hear gunfire break out, that they hear bodies dropping, they see that kill feed start to light up. But for now, they're very, very comfortable. We have seen zones end literally where they find themselves right now. And for Tuho Tonta, well, they're just going to play spoiler, try and kill everything on their way in, but I don't think they're going to have enough kills in this lobby to really put themselves on match point.
And I think when we saw that Lightning Rod pull initially, Go Next were the only team who were on match point, who were close enough to get there, to get in a position. And they've certainly given themselves the chance, as Unlucky is still having a merry old dance around Lightning Rod to try and survive, to try and do the unthinkable here for Vexed. Not only is it about trying to win this one, but of course getting those extra points to try and catch up those who are ahead of them. Because if someone does win on match point right now, Vex would not qualify, as it might be the end here for Unlucky. Everyone's starting to spot him out. It's going to be TT above them as Vex go down, as Danish, now one of the squads that are still alive and still could be a team to try and take us into match number 9.
A moment of silence here while everybody just slows down. Lightning Rod, one of the toughest zones in all of Apex, regardless of the map. To find a place to play if you're not there early. Or Go Next are hoping that they don't have to go next. They can get it done here. They can get it done now. First place overall at the moment in points. On match point as well. If they win it here, it's done. They will be going to the ALGS Championship. 30 seconds till zone closes, Dan. Have they got the nerve?
They do have to push out of this area, and it does mean it's going to come down to how well you navigate this final circle, how healthy you are, how much utility have you got to use. Because remember, Go Next moved quite quickly to this position. They might not have many grenades and resources to be able to get back to a full set of 3 if someone were to maybe lose a little bit of health. As you aim go down, it's now 5 squads remaining, and Go Next still alive. So a 1 in 5 chance of us ending it all here. But as we mentioned, there are teams who do find victories time after time in Apex games that could play spoiler, and Danish are definitely one of them. Go Next hadn't won a Stormpoint match coming into today in this LCQ, but they might be able to right those wrongs and do it right here in match number 8. I don't know how they got into this position on set, but it certainly is one of the most commanding ones they could find themselves in.
Well, Go Next, I've got to hope that the rest of the lobby starts doing damage to each other and that they can try and capitalize on that. Kraber in the hands of Davis, though. 1 poke. Oh, 112 is going to be good. Up on the high ground, and again, this is great for Go Next. More damage to them. Fantastic. Davis, keep doing your work, because Horizon are going to be the ones that get punished. But it's not enough to get the knock. Go Next hoping the lobby takes care of itself and they can make one final push out towards zone here.
Yeah, Go Next are going to try and delay this for as long as possible. Stay in cover, take as little amount of damage, and they'll be forced out and hope that everyone above them has already lost a member or taken a good amount of damage as Dark Veils now start to surround the final circle. Black Holes go down as well. Horizon Union may be in a position to try and play spoiler and take us to a match number 9.
Shots through the smoke coming in from J Savage. However, the piercing spikes are going to hurt. Now Go Next make their play call. The Dark Veil goes down. They're going to try and inch out, use every single little bit of cover that they can, but now they're getting poked. Now they're getting prodded. 4 squads remaining, but Go Next still healthy here. Can they get the finishes? The zone is forcing them forward. The Dark Veil is a problem. The piercing spikes are a problem as well, but Voltage go down. It's 3 squads, and oh my god, what an ult that is. It takes so much damage, and now Go Next from an almost improbable position might be able to close this one out. Danish are done. Go Next, you are going to the ALGS Championship.
They took their time. The Dark Veil went down, and they somehow were able to avoid so much damage. And then it was the way they used the Black Hole. It was the way they forced other teams to fight, and how they got into that position in the first place. Wow. Is something I need to go back and see, because where they land, it was such a tough rotation to get up to Lightning Rod, but they moved fast. They knew what zone they were playing. As soon as they saw that circle pool, they got into the best position they could, and they made it count. The scary thing here on set is we have 2 teams that are tied at 2nd place right now. So that's going to come down to some sort of decider.
I'm out, everybody. Admins, bring them in. Nothing to do with us anymore. Imagine if it was down to me.
Well, it's between Entropic and Lancite de France. It's going to be a tiebreaker between those 2 squads to whoever came 2nd.
Awesome, awesome stuff. What a finish for that. Go Next. From Shipfall to Lightning Rod. I like the LP sound right there, Mark. You might want to steal that for the next one you put out. But I also think that this is just a great performance of a team who felt like it was already destined, but there's so much to do on the way to destiny, Mark, to actually pull it off. And they played every single moment correctly. That is hard to do, and it is well deserving of a first place finish here.
I mean, the way that they managed their utility in that endgame was perfect, like literally perfect. The Dark Veil was perfect. They inched their way out. They managed to isolate one side of the zone where a lot of damage is being done, and then they can walk out. But I gotta say, if you want a perfect example of what you want your Horizon to do with the grav lift and a Black Hole, that was it. The Black Hole went down so well. All 3 players get sucked into it. They just become easy kills, and they can just dispatch that team so quickly, which means they can then turn their attention away to close things out. It's brilliant use of ultimates. That's all it was. But Dan's right. The rotate that they made from their POI where they landed, which was over at Cascade Falls to get into Lightning Rod, that's tough. That's tough to get into that position they did at Lightning Rod. Arguably, they shouldn't have been able to get to the position they did. Maybe they took someone down on their way, but I mean, having got the position, it's one thing, but executing, as we always say, is the other.
Yeah, that is definitely the key. I'm not sure if we have the final circle for you or our match results for 1, but I think we have something coming up. It is our final circle. Dan, walk us through it. Mark said they played it perfectly. And it was perfect to a T to get the win.
Yeah, and I mentioned, what's the utility like? What have they got available to them? But the most important thing was their ultimates. The Dark Veil gave them so much coverage where they could just kind of sneak past and also get a little bit of extra protection. But it really was the Black Hole that made it, because when they pushed out here, they took quite a lot of damage, and it was looking worrying. It was looking like maybe some of the other squads would do too much damage to them, but it was about dancing around that Dark Veil enough to avoid. And then as soon as that Black Hole went down, I think that was when they knew that this was going to be their opportunity to send themselves to championships. Look at that! All three of them scrambling and then just sitting ducks, waiting to be plucked out of the sky. And from that point onwards, Go Next, I think this is when they knew they were going to the ALGS Championships. And you've got to say it's deserved for their consistency and the amount of points they've been able to put up game after game. They do it in 8.
Beautiful, beautiful finish. We can watch that one back again and again. That is textbook. If you have a Horizon and a Catalyst, that will go down in the records for sure. Go Next. We'll claim the first place there on match point and end our tournament, but who will get second place? Still something on the table. We will find out. This is how the first top 10 finished. Of course, back 10 from UTFT all the way down to Phoenix Legacy. A lot of these teams will be hoping, but specifically Entropic will be looking at that, as well as Le Site de France. Did they do enough? They are tied, but if we're looking at it, it seems like Le Site de France with that tie break, Mark, potentially claiming that second place and booking their spot to land.
I mean, could it get any closer? The answer is no. I mean, admins, great work. I would not want to be the one who's adding that up. Dan tested me with a +2 earlier, and I was very happy that I got that right. So, I mean, congratulations to both those teams. I do feel for Entropic, though. I think they were one of the standouts from EMEA. Just came out short of that grand finals, of course, the split 2 playoffs. But, I mean, you give it your all, right? They really did give it their all. But Go Next, certainly the standout. You see most points. They're the team who take home match point as well. And to do it from Cascades to Lightning Rod, you can't ask for any more. They completely deserve that win.
If I remember correctly, tiebreaker at playoffs was the game that you win if the other team has won a game as well. It's how many kills and how many points you got in that single match. So Le Site de France, they had 10 kills and a victory, which would put them above Entropic, who had 6 kills and a victory in their match as well. So Le Site de France, in that theory, would take second place, which is crazy to come down to that in what has been such a close fought lobby. But Go Next are our rightful champions, but Le Site de France sneak through, which is kind of crazy. But we'll have to wait for the admins to definitely confirm it. That's just what I remember from playoffs.
You know, I totally agree with you. I think that's been the tiebreak forever. And I think we've only gone into other tiebreaks if for some reason somebody has the same massive game and they're tied on that, then we would go into individual kills or something like that I think we don't have to get into here. I'm pretty sure it is Le Site de France who will be taking that second spot. We are doubly, triply waiting to confirm that, and I'm sure that Entropic are trying to reach the admins as well, saying, make sure you double, triple, quadruple, quintuple check that, because we don't want to not go to land based on a miscalculation. But I'm sure that our guys in the back will make sure we get it right. And once we have that doubly, triply confirmed, we will let you know. But as it stands right now, it is definitely Go Next. So let's shift the conversation back to them, Mark, because we know they put it into their own hands. They took control. A phenomenal thing for me. I was almost stunned seeing them make the change more so. I got Dan's opinion on this earlier, but making that change after playoffs so quickly, DCTs that are being replaced with MyZ, but it working out so well, it feels hard for me to, without knowing the backstory, say this is the first time they've either played together or had this in mind, because that synergy is just almost unheard of with the way that it's shown up today.
That's what you want from a team change, right? You want someone out, someone in, and you go and win match point and you book your spot at the ALGS Championships. That's why you make a team change. We don't know the full backstory of it, obviously, so it's not for us to speculate on why the decision was made, but it was obviously the right one because they get the result that they needed. And they go that extra step to be in the ALGS Championships. I said how it was like heartbreaking they didn't get into that grand finals lobby. I think they were 23rd overall in the split 2 playoffs. So just 4 points off, I believe it was, from qualifying for the grand finals to be one of the 20th, one of the 20, get there eventually, best teams in the world in that grand finals lobby. That says it all. So 4 points off, they probably were the team to watch today, and I think completely deserved win.
I mean, Nasky credited Bambino as well for being one of the best IGLs out there in terms of being able to take teams, new players, untested players who have insane skill in this pro lobby and guide them to the right space. And Dan, I think if anything, when you dissect that final circle, it looks like someone with a clear command of how the game should be played from a very macro level, but also a very micro level as well.
Yeah, I think that, getting there is the big thing, and then executing once you're there is sometimes the even bigger one, which in those final circles, it is so hectic. And I think that it's something we should give players credit for, not just the IGL, but also the fraggers that are on that team, those who have to do the damage, those who have to get those ultimates in the right place. How many times have we seen a Dark Veil be put down badly or a Black Hole just be wasted? But that was not the case there for the final circle for Go Next. They nailed everything that they needed to in a high pressure situation, maybe a little less pressure because they knew they would already on a good points total and should be doing enough, but still, no one's going to be calm in those scenarios, but they seem to look it with how they executed.
Yeah, I think the benefit, too, is the fact they were just on the main stage in London. That really does make a difference. Obviously, teams they were fighting against in that lobby, Entropic speaking specifically about it, they were also in London as well just recently. But Go Next, having that experience, they were able to carry that momentum. They will be back on the LAN stage. And to confirm, for those who wanted to know about the LCDF and Entropic situation, it will go to LCDF. Le Site de France will, as an official confirmation here, be heading to the ALGS Championship from September 6th to 10th in Birmingham in the UK. So congrats to them, and I think well-deserved as well. Le Site de France, they've been a long stay team and presence in the ALGS, Mark, and they continue to write their own history, and who knows what can happen at Champs.
Yeah, congratulations to Psychop. I know that he's been, tinkering with that Le Site de France roster. I mean, how long ago does it feel now that we were talking about them being the regional, I think they were regional winners at one point, Le Site de France of the EMEA region. So congratulations for them. And now it's about putting the hard work in, right? Now it's about thinking about the ALGS championships and saying, okay, we've qualified, we've done what we needed to do. Now, how do we take that next step and work our way through that extremely long, grueling event to be there on the Sunday with a shot to win it all?
Yeah, it is a different thing. And I know that what we want to kind of get to you now when we have it queued up, we're still waiting just to confirm with graphics, but is our confirmed teams as of now for championships. If we don't have that, we'll move on to talking about some highlight performances, but we'll wait to see because that's what this is all about. We've got North America coming up after this. We're trying to lock in the rosters for who will be competing in that big stage. And that's the key to what this is all about too, because you talk about the big stage while we're waiting here, Mark, and it's this kind of beast that not everyone knows how to handle, but as you can see it here, bottom right, you can see Le Site de France. They have joined the likes of Go Next, Crazy Raccoon, Northeption, all around the world. You can see teams represented from North America to APAC, all the way to our EMEA teams as well here with Le Site de France, who have just booked their ticket. They will join the remaining teams who are waiting. And yes, we still have 2 to crown in North America. But as we move through these pages, if there's still more to show, Mark, it's nice to highlight some of these teams and their journeys outside of the big show, because look at all these teams. We barely had enough time to talk about them individually for over 4 days at Champs because so much is going on. So it's nice to highlight some of these stories coming into the event as well.
Oh, 100%. And I feel like with the Split 1 and Split 2 playoffs being such, huge, successful events with the stories being told and everyone getting to know these players and how they play a little bit more from not just the region that you watch yourself, that you are from, but also an appreciation for worldwide Apex legends. I think it just puts us in a great spot, right? Heading in towards the LGS championships. Every team who's here is going to have huge fans now. Everybody is going to be rooting for them, finding fan bases that they found throughout the season they may have not have had before. So this is the big stage. This is what it's all about, right? Split 1 playoffs, amazing. Split 2 playoffs, amazing. But the ALGS championship is the one you want to win. And I'm sure that everybody who's on a team who plays Apex Legends knows that better than anyone.
Big shout as well. Get your tickets. They're on sale right now. So join us there in person live. Check it out at Play Apex Esports. We'll show you as well a little bit on the screen. But Dan, LCQ isn't just a small story to share some and shed some light onto a few of the teams that don't necessarily get the biggest spotlight when they're competing against the TSMs and these big names like Dark Zero who have won the lands. It's also a potential huge underdog story like we saw with Furia, who ended up taking second place coming out of the LCQ. So it's not far-fetched to think that we may have a similar story arise this year.
Yeah, I think that, Challenger Circuit and then going into LCQ, it just shows that there is such a deep pool of teams who can achieve big things on the biggest stage. And even if it's not getting to Birmingham, even if it's just playing in the LCQ and then maybe getting into Pro League, you got to look at, Blue Whites, the fact that they were able to get through the winners bracket from Challenger Circuit and find themselves in this lobby is credit to them just achieving that. Yes, they won't be at Birmingham, but I think that they can be very proud with their performance today, reaching match point. Now, on the flip side, L'Cite de France, I mean, what a chance it is to try and get back to greatness, like Onset was talking about. They sneak in on a tiebreaker. So from that one big game where they got those 10 kills is the reason why they are here. For Entropic, that's going to be a difficult pill to swallow, but I'm sure that they'll go next. And next year, we'll be seeing them put even harder, put more effort in and show us what they're made of.
I think it's just going to jump in here because I think the greatest example of like aspiration for anyone at the moment is what Oxygen just did at the Split 2 playoffs. Right?
Yeah.
2 players on that team who came from being #1 in the world in arenas to #4 in the world in battle royales and taking home a lot of money alongside it. So I think everyone who's qualifying from these LCQs, if you're a new player, if you're still working your way up, you got to look at Oxygen as the model, right? They've gone through it all: Challenger Circuit, arenas, ranked. Now they're one of the best in the world, and I think that's a great example to take for a lot of teams.
Amazing moment. Aiden Reed's in vain, surviving that final moment. Maybe if he landed on the tree, we would have seen something special happen. But third place will be happy in Champs, and they'll earn a lot of money on that. We'll see, playoffs Split 2. We'll see what happens in Champs, though, as we have a chance, though, to talk about our top performers. I don't think it's going to be a surprise as we queue up one of my favorite segments of the day, our Monster Energy MVP. You notice I usually say MVPs, but today I think it was just so overwhelmingly one-sided that we couldn't pick another player or we couldn't pick another moment. So, Mark, I'm going to start with you. Who is your Monster Energy MVP?
Got to be Slab. And the reason, I'll give you a reason why he stood out for me is like MVPs are MVPs, right? Because they play extremely well across a day, but there's MVPs because you made a most valuable play, I feel like. And that black hole in that end game was just, I mean, we've seen it on the replays a million times, and I'm sure we are going to see it a million times more, because that is the thing that won them that game. Getting up into the sky, managing to hit the perfect black hole, and then just destroy all 3 players as their attention was focused elsewhere was just so good. So I think Slab, for me, that MVP moment, he's been great all day long, don't get me wrong, but to do it when it matters is always a sign for me that someone is playing special.
I mean, no doubt about it. Go Next needed a performance like this, but Dan, I want to hit it to you. Talk a little bit about your MVP here and just the performance that Slab was able to put together.
Yeah, I'm going to go for Slab as well. You know, Mark's talking about like how good it was, his utility and the fact he had the black hole down, but have you seen some of these clips and the shots he was hitting? It's unbelievable how consistent he was today, and he was such a big factor to why Go Next was winning these fights, not just in final circles, but every single engagement. He was such a damage dealer, and I think that's so important on your Horizon, someone who is going to be able to deal that damage, because often the Horizon will be the last one to survive because they can go up into the sky. This is the play that Onset was talking about. The black hole, the grav lift was absolutely everything, and quite rightly nominated as one of our MVPs here, because Go Next, they played Unreal all day, and Slab was a big part of that.
It is really hard sometimes to isolate a most valuable play and a most valuable player. They don't often coincide, but this time it certainly did. Go Next with the win, Slab with the aggression, and Slab with that clutch black hole to close it out. That has been your Monster Energy MVP for today's LCQ. Exciting stuff there for our Monster Energy MVP. Of course, we are still waiting to hear from a usual interview that we do at the end of the game. So we're still waiting to see if that can happen. I know we're still buying some time, and I know that you guys are patiently waiting. I hope we get to speak to the Horizon legend himself. But before we get into that, a quick reminder that we will be going somewhere after this. North America is coming up. And of course, that is going to be right after this, where we'll find 2 other teams to join us at our championships. Before we get there, though, of course, it's time to talk WD Black. What's in your pack? All right, today we've got the R99, one of my, if not my favorite weapons in the game. Mark, talk to us a little bit about the impact this has, or maybe hasn't had this season.
I mean, this weapon is my favorite weapon in the game. It has been, even when it was nerfed. It just, there's something very satisfying. I would say second only to, I mean, this is showing like how I would say tradition-based I am in Apex Legends. I would say it's the second most satisfying kill you can get outside of a perfect wingman kill.
Ooh,
just a
yeah,
clip with the R99, I would say. It's just got a feeling, right? I think it's because we've been doing it for so long. You know, players made their names off of this weapon. It's just still to this day the best SMG in the game. Unfortunately, you have to craft it for a little bit. Hopefully, we're going to see that move back out of the package soon because I want to see people ripping with it. But at least you have to kind of make your way towards a crafter and put a little bit of money in to make sure that you're going to get it in your hands.
Yeah, Prowler's overtaking it, but I think the R99 still reigns supreme, Dan, in my eyes. What about you?
Oh, absolutely. Even though the Prowler has been up there with statistics on how many kills and how much damage it's done, that's just because the R9 is crafted now. We're not having as many R99s on the map. When it comes back out, I think it will rise to the top once more because, as Mark said, it is just one of those things that goes hand in hand. Apex Legends and the R99. We've seen some of the biggest and best plays from it, and it's an unreal weapon, especially when you have a controller player wielding it as well. And even mouse and keyboard players, they shred with it. It's just the perfect SMG to have.
Well, that has been the WD Black What's in Your Pack for today. The R99. Yeah. You know, I love an R99, probably my favorite weapon, but I'm not going to lead the conversation that direction as we have to stop and get ready for what is to come. Before we do it, though, I want to get some final thoughts from our casters who have been diligently helping us to guide these games into their completion and finally get us 2 more teams going to championships. So, Mark, your takeaways from our EMEA LCQ.
I mean, it was a really gritty battle, I felt like, all day today. I feel like Go Next was certainly the standout team. I feel like Vex are going to be a little bit disappointed not being at the championships. You know, they were there at Split 1 playoffs. They've won Pro League. They're there at Split 2 playoffs, but the LAN performances have not been what we saw online from them. So unfortunate for them that they're not going to get an opportunity to put it right. But I think for LCQ France, it's a great kind of comeback story, right? They kind of fell off a little bit. We hadn't heard from them as much, not the success that we'd had previously, but they get it on a tiebreaker. But I think that the takeaway story today is winning the game at Lightning Rod, moving from Cascades, the perfect endgame played for what is a perfect day for Go Next. They're the champs. They win match point, and we'll see them in Birmingham.
That is a special statement right there. See you in Birmingham. Dan, I want to get your thoughts as well after a great day of EMEA action.
Yeah, I'm going to echo a few of the things Onset said. I mean, it's going to be weird not seeing the likes of Vex, the likes of Aurora, who have been teams that have dominated pro leagues. But this is what happens in Apex Legends. Sometimes new kids on the block or old kids on the block come back round and show us what they're made of. An amazing story for LCQ France and especially for Go Next, 2 teams who weren't at the top after the winners bracket throughout the LCQ, but they were still able to get onto match point and then win it thereafter. Seeing some challenger teams show what they're made of, has been amazing as well. And that leads me into North America, which is coming up next. We have 9 challenger teams that are going to be competing in that LCQ lobby. So North America has got a lot more newbies, as it were, and we'll have to see how that one goes down.
Yeah, one of the things I think is interesting is that we've seen a lot of North American teams show up traditionally at LAN. EMEA has been kind of left out. We're seeing a lot of resurgence in EMEA in terms of these tournaments and qualifying, participating at LAN. But again, it's all a matter of who ends up taking the crown. It has been NA so far. A lot of the representatives already qualified. So we'll see who can join them. That's going to be coming up in just a little bit. In fact, in about an hour, we are going to see that NA LCQ take place. It is 11:45 p.m. BST, 3:45 p.m. Pacific time. That's my side of the world, and 6:45 p.m. Eastern time. So right during dinner for a lot of you. So maybe grab some food, get something that you're ready to sip on, and enjoy the action we've got unfolding. It's going to be another great match point finals. We cannot wait to see you. Thank you so much on behalf of production, all of you watching in our community, and all the players, whether you made it to championships or whether you were part of somebody else's journey getting there. We appreciate you, and we hope to see you next year or joining us in person at our championships in Birmingham. Grab your tickets, follow Play Apex Esports for information. My name's Rain Day. Remember to never give up, never stop gaming, and we will see you in an hour.